All right, we are live now. We still have people coming in. I believe we can start. Yeah.
In 2 3 minutes. So let us finish the production.
Yeah, we have people coming in. Yeah.
Yeah, we will be joining. Let us do the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. So we had a fantastic session yesterday. So around 9 speakers delivered a great lectures yesterday. And then I think we covered a variety of topics, which includes the agriculture supply chain, animal feed supply chain. We talk about emotional intelligence. We talk about supply chain assessment. Then we talk about best practices of warehouse management and many other things. Okay, so it was a fantastic event yesterday, very successful. So thank you for joining back the day 2. It's very interesting session. It's a weekend, so it's like a year-end bonus for all of us to hear experts speaking across the globe. So I take this as an opportunity to thank all the speakers yesterday, participants, and the organizers yesterday. So let us start day 2. So day 2 is even special. So we have an introductory session with none other than Chris White. Okay, so he is one of the best supply chain expert globally. known. I personally like the way Chris analyzed the supply chain things and he presented. Okay, and very knowledgeable and very innovative solutions we are coming across from Chris. So let us do a quick introduction. So the topic of today is digital twins for scenario planning to enhance resilience in supply chain by Chris White. So I think nobody can speak better than you, Chris, for today.
Well, thank you, Abdul, and glad to be here another time. I was part of the second virtual edition back in August and talked about stress testing supply chains using digital twins, and now I want to go a little further than that and
So let
talk
me
about how we can use
let me
digital
do
twins to
yeah.
do what if scenarios to increase resilience. And I've been doing this kind of work with digital twins for probably a little over 25 years now. So it's been quite a while.
Hear that. Let me give a quick introduction. Chris White, with over 25 years of experience in Lean Six Sigma, supply chain, program management, project management, strategy planning, he has made a financial impact of over 10 billion for his clients. Previously, Chris held management roles in Raytheon and Alcatel, focusing on total quality management and process improvements. He teaches, he preaches, he builds innovative solutions and also educate people across the globe. So welcome, Chris White, to the day two of the event. You are the opening speaker, so please welcome to the onboard and enjoy. So we will just enjoy the session today morning. So thank you,
Well,
Chris.
fantastic. Well, thank you again, Abdul. Let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and share, and let's make sure that this is, everyone's seeing everything and we're all good. So let me get this into presentation mode and let's make sure that
Yeah,
everything still looks
we can see.
okay.
Okay, screen looks little smaller. Maybe the window what
Okay.
you put.
I
Uh,
I think it'll make an adjustment in a minute here. That's what it did last time. Is it still a small screen?
yeah, let's wait. Let's wait. Maybe it will adjust.
So, Kuldeep, is this what it looked like before, or do I need to change this?
You may try sharing it again because right now it is showing half the screen.
Yeah, that's what we had the problem with
Uh,
before, and I think
then
I may.
probably you switched between screens, I guess. Are you using? Yeah, now it is back into the file mode. Now
Yeah.
just hit on.
So, so hang on. So we'll try sharing again. And this is what I did last time. If this doesn't work this time, so can you see my slides right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let me try sharing and see if it fills the whole screen and looks better. Let's give it a second here.
Hmm.
And how does that look? Can't see my
It just
screen,
looks the same. Yeah, it just half the screen. Yeah.
half the screen. Okay, so let's do this. So can you see the full slide now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are y'all okay if I just kind of make that as big as I can?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Does that work?
Yeah.
it's good.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
I apologize for that. I use two screens and it sometimes has trouble with the two screens. So, well, let's go ahead and let's jump into it. And like I said, I presented at the second virtual edition back in August, and I talked about stress testing supply chains using digital twins. I'm very big on digital twins and have been doing this for 25 years now, representing supply chains with various models and simulations, very complex, large supply chains. Lots of fun for me. I enjoy it. And now what I want to do is go a little further and talk about how we can use these digital twins for what if scenario planning to help increase the resilience of our supply chains. And so thank you for this opportunity to come and talk. And what I'd like to do is start with me. And what I mean by me is us. It's our company. Let's pretend this is our company right here. And so we'll just say me. But this is our company, and this is a typical view of supply chain. We're going to build this up over a couple of slides here. And I've got my company. Let's say I'm an OEM, original equipment manufacturer, and I build stuff. I have distribution centers that I send my finished goods to, and they go out to customers. And so we sort of look like this on the outbound side of the house. Now, of course, we have suppliers. We have our tier one suppliers that supply to us, and maybe we have a central warehouse. Maybe our suppliers can actually deliver straight to a distribution center or even straight to a customer. So this is a typical view of a supply chain, the way we typically nowadays look at when we say supply chain and end to end. We say we're talking with our suppliers and we're getting things to our customer, and we're tracking that. But this is not the full supply chain. This is the full supply chain. When we have suppliers that supply to our suppliers who supply to us. And so if we order something from our supplier, the only way we get that is if their supplier gave them enough and their supplier gave them enough, and so on and so on. And so it is much deeper to really get the full end to end supply chain. And the reason we want to do that is if we want to talk about resilience, which is something that's a big topic right now, ever since the pandemic, there's been, we've had the bullwhip effect, we've had all these disruptions, you name it, the Red Sea, Suez Canal, Panama Canal, all sorts of things happening, bad weather in different areas of the globe, political turmoil, things like that cause lots of problems. And so we talk about having resilient supply chains that can adapt, react, recover from things that happen. But what's interesting is that when we talk resilience is really a system phenomenon. It's not an individual company. Now, an individual company can be somewhat resilient, but it's sort of individual resilience and it's very limited. The whole supply chain as a system has to be resilient to really be able to address and react and recover from some of these situations that we're talking about. And so the only way to understand and assess this resilience, to look at it, is to treat the supply chain as a system. It's a lot of companies that are interconnected and work together, almost like a sports team, where they each have their roles and they do everything, and they're all needed to succeed, and they all have to work together to succeed. But we want to conduct what if scenarios using this system view of the supply chain to see how the supply chain overall as a system acts, reacts, responds, recovers from various changes that may happen. And when I say various changes, we're not really talking about small changes. A couple, 2% demand increase. Not that's easy for everyone. Companies can handle that now with all their software. What we're looking at are big, major changes, swings in demand up to 20, 25%, 50%, decreases that are of the same order, disruptions, transit channels or transportation channels getting shut down, things like that. That's what we want to now look at. And to do that, we've got to kind of take a bigger picture view and look at the whole system. So we also mentioned, like I said, resiliency. So I want to talk about 4 common methods for increasing resiliency in supply chains. Now there's a lot of methods, but these are 4 of the most common that we might see, and we're going to pick on a couple of these as we do our what if scenarios. So the first one is that I can add suppliers for my critical parts or components. So this is me. I have some tier 1 suppliers, and at tier 2, I'm going to have not just 1, but 2 suppliers for a critical component or system. And that way I can shift orders as needed. So that's one way to increase the resilience of our supply chain. Another way is to regionalize suppliers. And what I mean by that is to bring suppliers closer to me. And again, we're pretending here like we're an OEM, original equipment manufacturer. So I'm trying to bring my suppliers closer to me. In the United States, we call that nearshoring or onshoring, because typically we have some suppliers over in China or some Asian countries, and we may have issues with that, political issues, and we now have a new elected president that will have different views than our current president. So all these things come into play, and so we have this process of, or this idea of regionalizing or bringing suppliers geographically closer to us to make it easier to deal with them. Another option is we can add inventory at various places in the supply chain. And here I'm using a black circle to represent a lot of inventory or a little inventory. And in this example, I, as the OEM, am holding some extra inventory, and I have one of my tier one suppliers holding some extra inventory. But this is just notional. We could have a full supply chain and have this extra inventory anywhere. And that inventory, the purpose that it serves is to be a buffer for when demand is higher than what we want or lower, and we can use that inventory to help us make adjustments and have some extra to account for these. And then another very common option is just to increase our priority in the eyes of our suppliers. I may pay extra, I may order more. I'm trying to put myself in a position so when my supplier has a choice of sending materials to me or my competitor or some other company, they choose me because I'm their biggest customer, their biggest client, or I'm paying an extra premium fee, something like that. I become a higher priority to my supplier. So these are four very common ways that we try to increase resilience. And I want to walk through a simple what if scenario first. And we're going to look at that first option of, should we have two suppliers? What does it mean to have two suppliers, and how does it help with the resilience of our supply chain? So I'm going to build up a model that we're going to see throughout. I'm going to walk through two what if scenario examples. This is our first one. There'll be another one, and we're using the same model so that it's easy for us to kind of say the same things. We see some of the same graphs. We see some of the same numbers. And in this baseline model, what we're using, the flow, the demand will be 100 orders a week. That's nice and easy. That's a good, easy number, 100 orders a week. Our simulation, if we want to look at the supply chain as a system, then we're generally talking longer periods of time. So several months to even a year, multiple years. And some of the work we did for the military, the US military, was actually decades. So these supply chains take time for things to ripple through them. And so we want to make sure we capture some of that. So we're going for the simulation is for 2 years. And what we're trying to do is hold 4 weeks. Our kind of target inventory is 4 weeks of inventory for raw material and 4 weeks for finished goods. So if we start to look at what the model kind of basically looks like, we've got this. I've got deliveries that I'm making from an inventory of finished goods. That finished goods gets, I have a production process. We have a production process that creates and produces and manufactures products that go into that finished goods inventory. And I have a pile of raw material inventory that I'm using to produce with. And then, of course, I'm receiving my raw materials from my tier one suppliers. And if we take a look and we do some of the math, if we have 100 orders a week going through, I'm delivering 100, and really I kind of have this flow of 100 going all the way through. I'm receiving 100, producing 100, delivering 100. Every single week I'm doing that. And I'm trying to hold 4 weeks of inventory in raw materials and finished goods. And so I'm showing that with the 400 here. So this is the model that we're going to use throughout the other simulations. And so this is kind of our baseline model, and what every entity in the supply chain, the scenarios that we run that are going to be done with the structural simulation. This is what that model in a big picture kind of looks like. So I want you to also know that every slide you see, all the results that you see, are only results for the OEM, me. This is the company I care about. I'm the OEM. And so we could easily show results for all other companies, but this is just going to be the OEM. So we're always looking at graphs for the same company, the same player in the supply chain. In every model, everyone's operating the same, just like this is showing. So in this case, in our baseline scenario, we have an OEM, that's us, in the upper right here on the slide, and I've shrunk that picture so you see what's happening there. And then we have our tier one supplier, supplier one, we're calling them, and they have that same model also. So everyone's always trying to hold 400 in raw material and finished goods, and 100 is always flowing through because the OEM, our end customer, wants 100 a week. So in our baseline scenario, remember we're understanding the resilience of having two suppliers. So we're going to start with just this baseline scenario. I have an OEM that's us that has a single tier one supplier that's called supplier one. Now, these are the results of a 2-year simulation. No changes, everything's great. We're always delivering 100. We're always holding 400 in our raw materials inventory and our finished goods. So a lot of times when we're doing these, when we did the stress testing before, when we presented in the second virtual edition, and right now when we do what if scenarios, you want to start with a equilibrium in kind of a steady state flow, and that's this 100. So it's nice and easy. Now, when we make changes and we see these graphs begin to do different things, we know that the results are because of those changes. So it's sort of like a scientific experiment that we're doing here. So I also we're going to build a table here, and we're going to compare all these scenarios in a table. And in this example, by the end of the simulation, we had $120,000 or $120,800. We got 10,400 orders. Remember, this is 2 years, 52 weeks a year, so 104 weeks total. We're getting 100 orders every week, so that's 10,400. We delivered all 10,400, and the minimum profit margin that we see in this baseline steady state equilibrium situation is 20%. So we're always making 20%. We're always delivering 100. We're always holding 400 in inventory. So now let's make it interesting and begin to unfold why we might want a second supplier. And so let's go with scenario one. And in scenario one, our supplier, our single supplier, has a disruption starting in month 6. And that disruption is so bad, it basically takes them offline the rest of the simulation. So nothing happens. The supplier goes offline and we don't see him again, and we have nothing to replace it. So as expected, we're going to start the same we did before, but we're going to drop to 0 with everything over time. The black arrow indicates where the disruption with our supplier occurred. And you'll notice immediately our raw materials begin to drop because we're no longer receiving anything from our supplier. So our 400 begins to drop. And we had 4 weeks in raw materials and finished goods. So we see finished goods last a little bit longer because there's that 4-week delay right there. But eventually that finished goods starts to drop also. So I ran out of raw materials. That eventually means I run out of finished goods, and eventually impacts the deliveries. And when finished goods starts going below 100, then of course we can't deliver more than that. And so we eventually go to 0. So our raw material goes to 0. 4 weeks later, our finished goods and our deliveries go to 0. Not a good situation for us, right? That's horrible. And of course, we're kind of being dramatic here. We had a supplier, they went offline, we couldn't replace them. So of course, if they went out of business, we're going to go out of business. And if we look at the finances now, we not only did not make money, but we lost money. We had 10,400 orders. We only delivered 3,500. And that was really just in the first part of that, the first 6 months of that simulation. The first, 35 weeks we had, the disruption occur after 6 months. And then a few weeks after that, we finally run out. And so we were able to deliver 3,500. Our minimum profit margin, the worst it ever gets is in the toilet. It's horrible, negative infinity, because at some point we're holding lots of inventory and we're not making any sales. So that's a terrible situation. And of course, we're kind of being obvious here. So now we want to consider another situation, scenario 1A. So this is the same as that first scenario, but now as soon as our supplier 1 goes offline, we're going to go set up another supplier. We're going to start from scratch and set up another supplier, and we're going to say that it takes 4 months to do that. Now that's really pretty quick. It generally takes longer, but for the purpose of this simulation and this what if scenario, let's just say that. So in the end, this is what we look like. A supplier one goes offline. We stand up supplier two, and here comes supplier two. Some time after that. If we look at the graphs, then what we see is that first half of the graph. Now the scale has changed because now I have these oscillations, and so the scale has changed. But we're starting with that same 400 in raw material and finished goods, and we're delivering 100. So that's the left part of this graph, the initial part of this graph. The first black arrow at the top there is representing us, the supplier one having a disruption and going out of business and going offline. So we see the same behavior we saw before, where our raw material dips. That's the blue line, and then a few weeks later, our finished goods dip, and then eventually our deliveries dip as well. What's different with this is we start to come out of that hole because we bring a second supplier on after some period of time, after some delay to get them set up. They come online and we build back up. And for a while, we over deliver. We're delivering almost 200 because we have this backlog of orders and we want to make up for that. So we do that for a while and we make up. And then you see at the end, way at the far right, that our deliveries eventually kind of settle down at 100. We're sort of back to that steady state, and the red line for the finished goods is back up to 400. And our raw materials have this little bit of a bullwhip effect, and so there's gonna be some overshoot and some undershoot. When we compare this in the table with the other information, we actually we have a little bit of money at the end. Not near as much, but we were able to deliver all our orders. Now, we suffered a pretty bad minimum profit margin. That doesn't mean we're staying down there the whole time. It just means with all this dipping, and as we have excess inventory, but we're not making many sales, then suddenly our profit margin can tilt a little bit. And so, we're not as bad as the negative infinity, but we're still pretty bad. So now let's consider the situation of what's the value of having a second supplier already online. So I have two suppliers. So same as the other scenarios, I'm going to have one supplier go offline, but I started with two suppliers and I have 40% going to supplier one and 60% going to supplier two when I start. Once supplier one goes offline, I move all orders over to my second supplier, supplier two, and now I'm 0 orders from supplier one and 100 orders to 100% of orders to supplier two. And so now we're going to look at that situation, and what we see is something that's a lot better. We see here's the same scale and chart that we saw just that last one. There's the black arrow for the disruption. And we see that raw material dips, but not nearly as much because remember, we already had a supplier that was supplying us, so we don't completely run out. We do dip for a while the second supplier builds up from 60% to 100%. That takes a little while, and so we're not getting everything we need immediately. So we do suffer a little bit of loss, but not near as bad. And if you'll notice, the red line for finished goods barely dips at all, and our deliveries don't change any. Our deliveries never change. So when we come to this chart now, we see that with a second supplier already online, and now we're just shifting orders, we make almost as much money as we did in the first scenario when everything was perfect. We met all the orders, and at one point in time, we only suffered a negative 5% profit margin, and then other times we were making money, but not near as bad. But we did dip one little bit at one point. So what's interesting is when you start comparing all these. So now this is the benefit of doing the digital twins in what if scenarios, is now I can lay all these results together. And this is looking at the raw material in all four scenarios. My baseline is straight across. I'm always holding 400 raw material units in raw material. You see scenarios 1A, the black dots, and the red line, scenario one. Those both go down. Scenario one stays down in the tank because nothing is there to replace it. In scenario 1A, that's where we have a second supplier come on. We see that grow and eventually begin to get up and would eventually settle down if we kept going. Then the green dash line is scenario 2, and we see that dip, not near as bad, and then we see it kind of come back and do a little bullwhip oscillation as we typically see. Looking at finished goods, we've got here's the black line for the disruption at our supplier 1, and you'll see that the red line for scenario 1, just like we saw it before, a little bit after the raw material dips down, hits 0, stays at 0. Scenario 1A goes down, does kind of runs out barely for a little bit, but then begins to climb out of that hole and gets us back up to the 400 in finished goods. But then our scenario 2 really only dips just a little because we always had our dip in raw material wasn't as bad. So we always had some raw material there. And then the last thing is, let's look at deliveries. Our baseline straight across. The black arrow, of course, represents that disruption, the time of the disruption. And with scenario 1 and scenario 1A, they dip. Scenario 1 stays down, no more deliveries. We don't have anything. Scenario 1A comes up, over delivers for a while because we have an orders backlog to make up, but then says, I met it. Now I'm back down and I'm back to 100. And you'll see scenario 2 is a straight line, just like the baseline. So never suffered. So this is the financial view of that. You'll notice that they all sort of line up for that first 6 months of the simulation. And the black arrow represents the disruption, of course. And the red line, scenario 1, you see just tanks. From there on, it's just losing money because we're running a company with no raw materials, can't make any sales, and so we just go in the tank. Scenario 1A is not as bad, has trouble for a while, but then if we were to keep this going, we'd see that it sort of levels out a little bit later on, but not near as bad. We actually still have some money, but we've lost money along the way. And now you see scenario 2 and the baseline are roughly the same, kind of up there at the top, kind of a constant growth like that, because with scenario 2 having a second supplier online already, then we were able to maintain that business level. And so what we're learning here is the benefit of having a second supplier already online, not for everything that you do, but at least for some of the critical components or systems, because if you don't have that, then you suffer some significant losses and it takes a long time to recover. You may even lose that business. We're not even considering losing business to a competitor because for a while you can't deliver. So there's that business impact as well. We're just pretending like all our customers are still there, and yet we still have significant impact. So by having a second supplier online, we just use this digital twin to run some what if scenarios to show we can be more resilient to recover when we have this second supplier of some critical system already online. And so that's one example. So we wanted to hit on that. What I'd like to do now is get a little more complicated and do another one where we're looking at disruptions throughout the supply chain. And this now has an impact on the nearshoring or the regionalization of our suppliers, how close they are to us, both in terms of the tier in the supply chain, but also geographically. So we're going to see which disruption at a supplier has the biggest impact on me. Now you notice this is a much more complicated scenario than what we ran before. Here, we're the OEM, as always, and the charts are going to be for us, the OEM. We have a tier 1 supplier like before, but now we're going to go down to tier 2 and show that tier 2 has 3 components. I need all 3 of those components to make up my system at tier 1 that then gets delivered to me as the OEM. And these are arrows showing the deliveries from one, and we've got little images for that same baseline model because I just want you to know that's everything's the same. So you're going to see some very similar charts, except for it's relative to this particular situation. Now we're going to lay this out geographically. The OEM, us, the OEM, are the black box in the upper left. The yellow box is our tier 1 supplier who is in the United States in this situation. We have our 3 component suppliers at tier 2. One is in Mexico, one is in Africa, one is in China. And so we're kind of looking at the impact of all of these. And the white numbers are the shipping times from one supplier, one company to another. So from our tier one in the United States, it's on one side of the United States, we're on the other. So it's a week. From our tier two component supplier to the tier one is 4 weeks. From the African supplier, it's 8 weeks, and from the Chinese supplier, it's 12 weeks. So that's kind of laying out the scenario. So we know those models, but we wanted to give a geographic view of that. Now, here are the things that we're going to look at. We're going to start, our baseline is always that normal steady state, 100 orders a week for 2 years. Everybody's fine. We're going to see straight lines. The next 4 scenarios are just taking that same baseline, but shutting down one of the suppliers for 2 months, pretending like they have financial problems or something for 2 months and they can't deliver to us. So the first scenario is our tier one in the US. The second scenario will be our Mexico tier two supplier. Our third scenario will be our Africa tier two supplier. And our fourth scenario will be our China tier two suppliers. Remember, the graphs that we're looking at are always for us, the OEM. So just like before, although the scale is different, same results as we saw in the baseline before. Steady state, we're in equilibrium, we're always delivering 100, and we always have 400 in raw material and finished goods. Let's build another chart. We're going to add a couple of variables to this one because it gets pretty interesting. So you'll notice the numbers are the same as before, 120,800, minimum profit margin of 20%. All our deliveries are on time. It takes a week to deliver them, and we have no recovery times because we're doing fantastic. But we're gonna see what happens in these other scenarios, and we're gonna look at recovery times to 50% of our deliveries, then to 100%. What the highest and lowest raw material spikes were, what the highest and lowest finished good spikes were, what our highest order backlog spike was, because how many are sitting there waiting for us, and are there any changes in the lead time and our on-time deliveries and all that. So scenario one, tier one supplier in the US is offline for two months. And it's the same time, it starts at the same time at 6 months like we did in the previous scenario, and now they're offline for 2 months and coming back. So remember, these results are for the OEM, us. We see similar dynamics where there's, the tier one goes offline, but we actually don't immediately start losing inventory because that tier one actually had some inventory. It quit producing, but it was still sending us a few more weeks of inventory. 4 weeks, we had 4 weeks there. So we buy 4 weeks there, we run out of raw material, we buy 4 weeks, and then we run out of finished goods and run out of deliveries. But since that disruption was only 2 months, it comes back, that tier one supplier comes back online, kind of over delivers for a while. There's this ramp up, again, the kind of bullwhip effect of raw materials, but we settle down and we're back to where we were, except our raw materials are kind of fluctuating a little bit. But let's look at that impact on this chart in comparison with the baseline. So again, still comparing to the 120,000 and the 20% down there, but we don't make as much money. 44,000, again, 2-year simulation, the exact same simulation. And we suffer for a while, and it takes us 13 weeks to get back to just 50% of our deliveries. So 50 takes us 15 weeks to get back to 100% of our deliveries. So we're kind of climbing out there. It takes a long time to get to 13, and then a couple of weeks later, we're there at getting 100%. Our lowest raw material inventory was negative 100%. We ran out. And then we had a 165% spike. You saw that first part of that bullwhip effect. Our lowest finished goods inventory was negative 100%. We ran out of finished goods also. Now, it never spiked above 400, so the plus is 0%. We just came back to 400, but we ran out at some point in time. And because we ran out, we had this increase in our orders backlog, 1,280% increase for a while. Our lead time also went from 1 week to the longest lead time at some point was 14 weeks in that simulation. And we only delivered 71% of our total on time. And if you recall, the bulk of that was the first 6 months when we were doing fine. And then at the end when we were doing okay, so we kind of lost almost 30% in the middle there. Because we go down to zero raw materials, zero finished goods, mathematically are, again, we're that negative infinity, horrible situation. So now let's sort of go around the groups here. We're going to do that same disruption at the Mexico tier 2, then Africa, then China. So here's what happens if that is with the Mexico tier 2 supplier. The black arrow again represents the disruption when it occurs with that Mexico supplier. But remember, the Mexico supplier has had finished goods that were coming. Our tier 1 also has both raw material and finished goods. So we buy ourselves a lot more time. We still hit this point where we run out of raw material. And remember, there's this 2 months. So we're kind of we survive part of that 2 months, but toward the end of that 2 months, we get down to roughly zero, but immediately start crawling back out. So it's a similar chart to before, but we're not down there as far. And if we do a comparison, we see that we're in much better shape. This means our tier, remember, our tier 1 is online. This is the tier 2 Mexico component supplier going off. And you'll notice we get up to 109,000. There's a significant difference in the recovery to the deliveries. We get back to 50% in 4 weeks and 100% in 6 weeks. Our lowest raw material is negative 99%. So we didn't actually run out. We came really, really, really close. If it was a 3-month disruption, maybe we would have run out. But in 2 months, we came really close, but we didn't actually run out. And our spike of raw material as the bullwhip starts is 75%. So not too terribly, not near as bad as the other one. With finished goods, we get down to a negative 97%. So we still have 3% there that we didn't run out. And we don't overshoot either. Our highest, because you can see from the recovery and was a lot faster, obviously isn't going to be as high. So we went up to plus 345%. Our longest lead time was 4.5 weeks instead of 14. And we actually delivered 87% now on time. And at one point in time hit a negative 375% profit margin, but it wasn't the negative infinity going in the tank. So still a little bit better. Now we're going around. Now it's the Africa supplier that's 8 weeks away, and it's going offline. And now let's look at these dynamics look very similar. We have the disruption, but you'll notice that the Africa supplier, when it goes offline, we're not impacted as badly. We do have the dip in raw material, but you can even see on this graph that it doesn't get down to zero. Our finished goods, that red dash line, definitely doesn't get down to zero. And you see the deliveries don't drop to zero either. They just kind of fluctuate for a while, and then they're okay. And our raw material oscillation was smaller. So when we look at this chart, now we're comparing the different what ifs, and we're seeing that there's even, we've done even better. So now financially, we're 120,000, only a 2-week recovery and 3-week recovery to get back to 50 and 100%. Negative 96% on raw material. So we still had 4%, all right. But with our finished goods, it only went down to negative 83%. So 17%. So we still had quite a bit of, a decent amount of inventory to cover us. The orders backlog only went up to 68%. And the longest lead time was just 2 weeks, not near as long as the others. And we were able to deliver 93% on time and a lowest profit margin of only negative 11%. So now let's take a look at the last example, the tier 2 that's over in China and has a 12-week transit time. And now we look similar dynamics, but it's not near as bad. I forgot to put a black arrow for the disruption, but we kind of all know where that is at month, 20, roughly 24, 25 over there. But you'll see the raw material doesn't dip near as much. The finished goods don't dip near as much, and our deliveries actually stay flatlined because our finished goods never dip that much. Our deliveries didn't suffer. And if we now look at this, in this particular case, we actually happen to make slightly more than our baseline. It just works out that way because of some over the raw material dipped at some point, and so we sold the same amount, but had less raw material, and so in the end, it looked like we made a little bit more. But we don't suffer any recovery because we made all our deliveries. We do have a little bit of spike in raw material, but we only go down to negative 90%, or we maintain 10%. and we're only about half of our finished goods inventory. We don't have any spike or any growth in our orders backlog because we were able to meet all deliveries, kept our 1 week lead time, 100% of deliveries online, and we suffer a -8 percent profit margin just for just based on how the numbers line up. When we lay these all together, the raw material, it's kind of tough to see, but you can see that red dash scenario 1 drops. That's our tier 1 supplier. And you'll notice the next 3 kind of line up. It's Mexico, Africa, and China. So there's a big difference between our tier 1 and our tier 2s, but even among the tier 2s, we're seeing slight differences. And what it ends up coming from is that the longer transit times, it's 4 weeks from Mexico to our tier 1, it's 8 weeks from Africa, 12 weeks from China. That's 4 weeks longer each time. And we can see that right here, that inventory was actually being held in that transit time, in that, all that whole pipeline inventory, which actually protected us against this disruption a little bit when it was further away. So China was the best. And so you kind of see those lay out as well. And that allows us to even just prioritize and say, hey, depending on which supplier there's a disruption, we can tell you which one hurts us the worst. Our tier 1 hurts us the worst. And then it's sort of geographically with all our tier 2s. And if we look at the finished goods, we see, again, this is laying all the results that we saw. Scenario 1, we tank, we come back up. And then the other 3, you'll see all kind of work in unison with about a 4-week gap between them. Then the Mexico supplier, scenario 2, dips down. Scenario 3, the Africa supplier, not quite as far. And scenario 4, not too bad, only about half. And when we look at deliveries, we see again, baseline is straight across. Scenario 1 dips, over delivers for a while. Scenario 2, when the Mexico supplier is disrupted, dips, doesn't run out, overshoots for a while, comes back. Scenario 3 is even smaller. That's our African supplier. And then scenario 4 is a straight line. Deliveries are never impacted. So what's interesting here, we'll just kind of summarize some of this in some conclusion and observations that take us back to resilience and what the things that we need to worry about, and how we can use these digital twins to show us what are ways that we can increase resilience, what are ways that we can analyze that supply chain as a system and understand. The first thing is relying on a single supplier can be disastrous. What we just saw in that first what if scenario, and we can reduce our risk and increase our resilience with additional suppliers. Now, again, you don't want additional suppliers. You don't need additional suppliers for everything, especially things that might be commodities and easy to get from other suppliers very quickly. But some of the critical systems that are time sensitive, take a lot of time to build. Those are ones you may want to consider having second suppliers already in place, just so that it's easier to shift and you are more resilient when that happens. I mentioned that this is in the previous stress testing presentation. We talked about structural simulations versus statistical simulations, and this is a structural simulation, and it means you can actually look at the supply chains and get some understanding of the risk and resilience with little or no actual data. So you'll notice we just did 100 orders a week, 4 weeks of inventory, and then we just looked at everything relative to that. So it's a really interesting way of getting some answers and sort of exploring possible solutions early before they arise, before you really have data about them. You can begin to understand how they impact your supply chain. And as more data are collected, of course, we add that to the model, and it gets better, better and better. Another thing we learned is each supplier has a different operational impact on the supply chain, and especially us. Usually we care about ourselves and us. So that same disruption, again, using a digital twin, you can do this scientific experiment. Everything stays the same, except we're going to change one variable, and that is the location of the disruption. But with the same disruption in different places, different suppliers can have different results. based on that. And the resilience of that supply chain can change based on the locations of suppliers. And I put locations in quotation marks because we saw the tier one versus tier two. That is a location in the supply chain. It's the tier location, the hierarchical location. And then also geographically, we showed that the further they are away, the transit pipeline actually has extra inventory that can be a buffer for us. But it allows us to prioritize um, where perhaps we want to go dig for data and go get some extra information, because it usually costs money and time to go get more data and understand things. So this can now help us understand. And in this particular situation, we'd obviously want to go get lots of information or as much data as we can about our tier one, because if they go out, that's our worst situation. And last, no company in a supply chain is an island. It's a system, and we need to look at it as a system when we're talking about resiliency and see how the decisions and actions of each company in that supply chain can actually impact others. And this is kind of a summary of what I was just saying about the location. That the closer, and there have been several academic papers on this, the closer the disruption is in your supply chain structure, that is your tier, the greater the impact, because you don't have all these inventory buffers. So when our tier one is worse, then tier two, and then tier three. So if we had a tier seven and there was a disruption at tier seven, we may not even have to worry about that at all, because each tier in between is a buffer and has a chance to act and react and recover. And by the time that ripples to us, it could be very, very minimal. But this also applies geographically. The closer the disruption is geographically, the greater the impact due, again, to inventory buffers. And if it's a long supply chain, a long transit, you've got extra inventory in that in transit that can be a buffer for you. So the challenge ends up being balancing efficiency and resilience. Those two cannot exist. You can't be highly efficient and highly resilient at the same time. Efficiency requires cost optimization and doing very specific things in a very specific set of conditions. Resilience, on the other hand, is being adaptable, being able to change and recover when all these different things start to happen. And generally that requires extra inventory, extra suppliers, some of the things we talked about, which costs money. So it's not cost optimal where we're trying to be efficient is. So those are opposite ends of the spectrum, and we've got to be able to consider them both. And what I like to use for this, the analogy is a tree. A tree has a trunk and it grows, and you get major branches, then minor branches, and then twigs with leaves on them. And so it's almost like going from abstract to detail. So kind of the big picture down to this very detailed picture. And we like to say, as we're talking about digital twins and what if scenarios and resilience, what good is optimizing the leaves here when you should have been taking this other branch to begin with? And so if strategically what you're trying to do with these digital twins and what if scenarios that are these long-term strategic views, you're trying to understand strategically what's the best direction to go. And then now we can optimize. So let's get in the right direction strategically and then make our optimizations based on that. And so I want to kind of close with that I want to put that to your consideration, that as you're in your companies to understand where your company is on that spectrum between highly efficient and highly resilient. You don't want to be either end of those, because highly resilient costs a lot of money, but you don't want to be super efficient either and super optimized, because that makes you brittle and fragile and you can't make your adjustments. It means you can only work in this one situation. So you want to be somewhere in between on that spectrum. And so I'll just kind of end with that note as we talk about using digital twins and what if scenarios to increase resilience. And hopefully you've seen a way of doing that. And I will open it to questions now.
So great. Thank you, Chris. It's a wonderful session once again. So it's really insightful. Okay. So there are many things always when you brief, so it becomes more clear. Okay, there are a few questions we have posted. We got from the YouTube and others. So
Okay.
the question number one is, uh, it's a great concept. How the digital twin concept can be applied to pharma supply chain? That is a question
To
number one.
pharma, well, it can be applied to any supply chain. I will say this, the more complex the supply chain, the better or the more important it is to do these kinds of analyses, these kinds of what if scenarios. So if you have a very straightforward, three entities in my full supply chain, that's not that complicated. You can probably figure everything out without much effort. But if you make something very complex, the supply chain typically mirrors that. So when you're talking about pharma products or electronics or appliances or airplanes or cars, those are very complex. And the supply chain will generally look like that bill of material, that breakout. So if you have a thing that's made up of other things and other things, there will most likely be suppliers that look just like that. And so that is generally a starting point. And so pharma with very complex products with very high technical content is a great example for using something like this.
Mhm. Yeah. So the same person has asked for what is the data readiness and systems readiness required to design a digital twin, and how long it will take.
Can you ask that question again? It cut out for just a second.
So, what is the data readiness and systems readiness required to design and build data twins?
Well, so
Sorry,
what's
yeah.
interesting, if you use a structural approach like we use with SCM blocks, is it doesn't take much time at all, in all honesty, and it doesn't take much data at all. The difference, and you may want to go back and see that second virtual session where we talked about stress testing and we talked about structural modeling versus statistical modeling. And with structural modeling, what you're looking at are the interconnections, the relationships, and the connections among all the entities in that supply chain. And that tends to drive the performance and the behavior of that supply chain, uh, the more complex it gets. And so you actually don't need data. I don't need to know exactly how much inventory is being held at this one company or exactly what the orders are. You saw in our examples, we just picked 100. That could have been 200. It could have been 173. What we're looking at is the relative differences. So when you saw those raw material and finished goods rise and dip and the deliveries drop, what matters is more the relative difference, not so much the numbers. And so we want to see, well, you know, do we go to twice? Do we end up with twice the inventory or three times the inventory? And again, whether it was 100 or 1,000, it just means it goes up to 300 or 3,000, and it ends up being relative. And what you're looking for are more like tipping points in behavior of when do things suddenly crash for us, or when do things accidentally take off for us. And so you can do a lot of that without data. I encourage you to look up structural models and see what you learn there.
Perfect, perfect. So the third question is, because how does artificial intelligence help to build digital supply chains? Okay, so
So what's
because of
interesting,
this, yeah. So it's a
what,
new, new way of innovations through AI.
yeah.
How does that
So
AI affect digital twin development?
what's interesting here is this is sort of the original AI.
Mhm.
Decades ago, AI meant I'm going to have an autonomous agent and I'm going to see how it acts and reacts. It's exactly what we're doing with these simulations is we showed an OEM and a tier one. They are autonomous agents that are reacting and reacting based on policies that we set in the model, but you can change those. But based on those policies, they're acting and reacting a certain way. They're closing their gap in inventory either quickly or slowly. They're delivering. They're keeping the orders backlog and then delivering based on that, and over delivering for a while to work off the backlog. And maybe they want to do that quickly, maybe not. So that's the original AI from decades ago. Now AI tends to be more statistical and it's more looking at how can we optimize certain things. But the AI that this is using is now what they call agentic AI. of how you use AI as agents, and that's exactly what this what you saw with SCM blocks, at least, are digital twins using agent models that behave and react based on policies.
Perfect, sir. Perfect, perfect. That's great. So, the question for me is, how can we integrate other supply chain planning and supply chain execution systems or ERP to the digital twin? So, how does that integration take place? How does that data is useful to represent the digital twin? Okay, for
Yeah.
the entire supply. Yep, that's the
So
question.
I did say with the kind of digital twins we use at structural modeling, you don't need data to build the model, but you do want data to begin to calibrate that model and get meaningful results that tell you closer and closer exactly to what you want to do. And so when you talk about combining with tools like Frui SCE or ERP systems, it's really an add-on. They're both Frui SCE is looking at some of that short-term, what is happening with my tier one and trying to manage that system day to day. What we're doing are strategic long-term simulations. You don't do those all the time, but you do want to grab the data that Frui SCE or an ERP system might have and say, now let's project forward. And so where a lot of the tools today, like Frui SCE and ERP systems, are constantly running and constantly evaluating and trying to show you today, tomorrow, next week what's going to happen. What we do with these digital twins is say periodically go look long term. Every couple of weeks or every month, do this big what if scenario analysis that starts to look at things that are longer term, and then let those feed back to say, well, then this is what we ought to change in the short term to get to those long-term results. So they pair nicely, they pair perfectly.
Perfect, perfect. So one more, I think the last question is, where can we get more information on digital twins for supply chain? Any reference or so written by you or any other author? Yeah. So what do
Well,
you,
you
what is
could
your? Hmm.
Okay. If you look up structural models, you and if you go to SCM blocks, SCMBLOX at scmblocks.com, we do have information and we have white papers and things like that. And there is also, if you look up SCM blocks on YouTube, we've got a channel. And in fact, the structural versus statistical models, I have that uh, posted, so you can just learn that one bit. It doesn't talk about the tools, it just talks about these two different approaches. And so on that channel, in fact, you'll see some of the slides that I just showed. We did webinars, and there are some connections to some of those as well.
Perfect. I think that those are the questions we had. So any final thoughts, Chris? So thank you for staying so long. It's at
You,
12 o'clock midnight at your location,
it
your place.
is. It is midnight. It is, and hopefully I still look awake. My eyes aren't starting to close. Um, what I want to say is it's a very exciting time right now to be in the supply chain world. Things are changing so much, and so much innovation is coming into this field. You mentioned AI. There was the question about AI, and the learning, the LLMs, the language learning models are all playing such a big role. What we have to do, though, as practitioners, is understand, just like a hammer is different from a screwdriver, there are different tools for different jobs to accomplish different things. We need to understand the technology, the tool, and where that applies best. And some of the optimization and statistical AI and LLM type models apply very well to the short term of what happens now, what happens tomorrow, what happens next week or in a few weeks. But the structural modeling and some of the agentic AI then applies more to these longer term. And so you want to know both of those and use them accordingly. You don't want to use optimization models to try to model 5 years into the future, but you don't want to take digital twins that are structural models because they're not built to find out tomorrow what happens. So each tool has its purpose, and it's very exciting to just see all this starting to come together in the supply chain world. So those are my final thoughts. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, yeah. So exciting time for supply chain professionals, guys. No matter what technology comes, all the technology come and solve supply chain problems, but supply chain operations are not going to go anywhere. When they are going to
exactly.
stay, you have to run, you have to have your food on table, you need to have a car to drive. So all these things can happen only with the proper supply chain. So supply
Well,
chain is the way forward. Okay.
yeah, and
So
Abdul, I'll add. You mentioned driving a car, and the analogy that I like to use is when we drive a car, there are some tools, supply chain tools, that are great at looking at the next 10 feet or 20 feet in front of you, or 10 meters or 20 meters in front of you. But eventually you have to look and see where's the road going a mile ahead. And that's the difference here. You got some tools that are great at understanding what to do in the next, 10 to 20 meters. And you've got some tools that you have to use periodically to say what's going to happen in the next mile. And you need both of those. I mean, as drivers, just think as when you're driving, you look down to see what the car in front of you are doing, then you look up to see what traffic ahead or what's ahead. And we just have to do the same thing with supply chains as well.
So fantastic. With that note, so thank you, Chris, on behalf of participants, the organizer, and it's really a very interesting topic and very complicated topic.
It
And
is.
it is heard from you. That is the best thing we can do. Okay, so thank you. And
You bet. Well,
yeah,
thank
thank
y'all and
you.
have a good, I'm going to go to sleep, and y'all have a good rest
I
of the
think
conference there.
take care and then let us catch up sometime. Okay, so have a
Yes,
good time, sir.
definitely.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop off now.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good morning again, ladies and gentlemen who joined late. So, very interesting session with Chris White, joining all the way from United States. So let us come back to our next session. Very interesting session, and it's one of my favorite session. So we talk about now. So we talk now about manufacturing. That is something which is very very close to our hearts. So manufacturing
Mhm.
best practices of animal feed mills by Majhood Zahrani. Okay, so welcome, engineer Majhood, for the show. So
Thank you very much.
let me give a quick introduction to Mr. Majhood. Majhood is a feed mill plant manager with over 42 years of experience in feed milling and grain silos. Okay, 42. It's not 10, 12, 15, 20. It's 40 years, 40 plus years of experience.
Thank
Based in
God.
Riyadh,
Thank God.
yeah, based in Riyadh, he has led production, maintenance at multiple organizations, includes the great names like Arasco, Grain Silo, Floor Milling Organization, and other organizations. Majhood holds a degree in mechanical engineering and excels in project management and operations. I personally know Majhood. Okay, Mr. Majhood. So we work together, and
Yes, sir.
so it was a great pleasure working with you. Majhood. So thank you,
I am
and thank
very
you for.
honorable to you, sir. I am very honorable to you, and you are really a teacher. I learn a lot from you, and even though, with regardless to the age issue, you are still. I consider you as one of the most teachers I have learned from. In the past 20 years, we have stayed in Arasco, and you lead the company from the paperwork to very highly sophisticated automation system, SAP. First it was BAN, and you transform the company from BAN to SAP. And I say you have built the company from scratch. It's now using your methods, using your balance scorecard issues, and I can't remember all of what you have done, but you have done a lot. I work with you for so many years, and I learn from you as a pioneer in the technology of systems and building manufacturing actually platforms.
So
Actually, today, sir, I honor you the respect and the thankful too.
God bless. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for kind words. Yeah. So let us start our program today. Deep, can you help Engineer Majid to share the screen? If you are able to hear me.
I will share you the screen. You hear me now, sir?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, we have started. Uh, especially on manufacturing feed milling. Flour milling, it was a past stage. And now I am very specialized on feed milling technology, assessment, and designing of feed milling manufacturing factories and turnkey projects. Today, I will share with you the best possible information I can just collect from my memory, wherein the industrial of manufacturing, it is very wide. It is it has so many stages run through from stage one. Today we are on fourth generation of manufacturing industries.
Ami, can you share the
And
presentation? I think we need to share the present. You want to share it later?
it is shared, sir. It is shared.
Yeah.
Actually, we can't see the presentation.
Again,
At the bottom, do you see an option
now you
to?
can see it.
No.
How come? How
Just
it
try.
is?
There is some.
It is here. I am sharing it, sir. Abdul Qadir in the window. Wait a minute. Host. This. Where's sharing? Share.
Yeah, hit on share and then you need to select the presentation and share again. Hit on share again.
Okay, sir.
So you have it. I can share if you want. Yeah, if you can share me.
I do have it, sir.
If you just forward it to me, I can share it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And also I can.
Mhm.
Because I have it, but I am not sure whether
Yeah,
it is
go
available.
ahead if you have. If you, I try to share it now, sir, but choose what shared with data 65 contract window.
I
Okay,
don't know.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
all right. So it is share. Is it okay now, Sir Abdul Qadir?
Let me check it. Let me check it.
It is already shared.
Okay. Yeah, we can see it now. Yeah, we can see
You
your
can see
screen.
it.
Yeah. We can see your screen. But not
Okay,
in. Yeah. We can see your screen.
it's all right.
Yeah. Please.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you today. This global introduction and forum of prepared and managed by Data Lab India, led by engineer Sheikh Abdul Qadir. And I am being proud to be part of this and share you this information. As we are understanding, the manufacturing, the feed manufacturing and flour milling, it is actually special industrial, related to human and animal feed and food. It should be it has a special care, special and very highly sophisticated equipment, and it has many aspects of quality controls and very high level of World Health Organization standards and local standards of each country, because this is related to human food, and even animal feed, it is in the end it's become a human food, the animal, all the types. The safety of our operation is very important, very sophisticated, and we have all of the industrial engineers on this field. They must give the safety and the quality priority number one. Actually, it is our safety and manufacturing. Actually, in manufacturing, starts from people. So you have to have good people, knowledgeable, and they are qualified to understand the business process and the type of process or the factory they are working on. From point of view, we have to teach them, we have to give them enough time to learn before they put their hand on the site. From day one, that they have to learn about the safety, about the hygiene, and about environmental of the manufacturing of the factory which is they are working on. The other point is, it is how to build the team and to be very close to their factory, and they should be highly qualified people to operate the machinery inside that feed mill, which is part of, we call it processing, to process the production. In the end, the production is controlled by so many factors, and it will go through many steps of quality control, safety, and tests. There is a lot of parameters in the quality control department they are using, very highly sophisticated, like HPLC systems and other highly sophisticated today. It gives all the indication either to pass the production or not to pass it. And normally in this case, every factory should have a control sample of each batch or each production, because this is very important for information and to follow up the customer satisfaction. If you enter any plant and you have seen the premises of the plant and the machinery and clean and nice, and it is really taken care, that means this plant is within the standard of.
Changing the screen, like slides. Okay, so we are into page 2 only still.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, please make sure that
This,
it changes. Yeah.
oh yes,
Pillars of excellence.
I went maybe faster, Mr. Abdul Qadir.
Pillars of excellence, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Pillars of excellences. We talk about quality, and we have elaborated the most headlines on it. Efficiency and optimization. Any plant designed, basically it is designed to give a certain amount of production per day or per hour, and we have to utilize the plant to the best maximum operation level in safe way. Because if you try to run the plant beyond the box of the plant and you are started stretching the plant, it has a fatigue, and it will have a very bad impact in the plant. So there is a restriction should be followed in the optimization of the efficiency and the productivity of the plant. we should consider the safety also. It's part of not to run the plant over its capacity or stretching the machines uh, beyond the designing capacity. We have always to stop to make a. We should have always utilize the machinery at the manufacturing design capacity, not beyond that. Otherwise, you are losing the safety of the plant and the safety of the production, and you will lose your equipment. The innovations inside the plants or feed milling and flour milling, it is always there. It is part of the continual uh, improvement. You have to update your machinery. You have to refurbish your plant. You have to replace and the old equipment, which is it is advanced by new equipment. It makes the operation easy and safe, and it's also uh, you are running parallel to the improvement of the manufacturing and new generations. Otherwise, you will stay on the same point where you start, which is today there is no place for the people who just stay in the same place. They have to go with the innovations and automation and generation, the next generation of industrial. Uh, we have here very important inputs for any kind of plants of food and feed milling. It's part of it is the raw material quality, and the raw material quality it is the most important and should be considered before any other issues. I think it is. I'm not think. I'm sure it is part of the success, because manufacturing of good quality it will give you good production and good even in the plant it will be very good streamline production. And if you are trying to use any other alternative raw materials which is not in line with the quality, it will give you a very bad impact on your machineries, and you will face a lot of breakdowns. So it is important to have a very good standard raw materials. The process control and monitoring, it is part of the plant operation, and it should be at the best level of automation for safety, for monitoring, for controlling, for so you have it. You should have it all in one desk, so you can see your plant from one desk, supported with all the sophisticated equipment and signals. Because of the safety of the plant, it is actually number one. So if you don't have a good monitoring for your plant, you might have lose the whole plant. And we have seen so many accidents in the world that it is a wave out because of minor operation mistake, like overheating or overstressing or explosions or things like that. So we have to be very, we have to invest on the monitoring and controlling at the highest level. Normally, this part of the controlling, it costs about 30% of the project, which is very high amount compared to machinery and building. The controls and the sophisticated equipment are the most important on the manufacturing. So do not hesitate to spend 30% of the project cost on this issue, because it will save you and it will save the plant for long run. Environmental, we have also to take care of the environmental, and it is now worldwide order. It is not a demand, it's an order to every industrial. they should control the environmental, and they should not pollute the environment. It's environmental is our health. We are breathing, we are eating, we are farming, and all the any other pollutions will be, it will have its effect on and residual on our food. So today we have to be uh, uh, very careful to control the environmental pollutions. All feed mills and flour mills are equipped with environmental safety requirement, and that is the good thing of the feed milling and flour milling. That is part of the designing, and it is really the lowest actually you can call it in pollution and environmental pollution. It is the lowest risk, but still the manufacturers, they have take care of this take care of this point as its priority, top priority of designing. Uh, Mainly, again, we go to maintenance equipment and management. There is a lot of uh, maintenance management programs, maintenance management, equipment management, and uh, the best thing is to go with the manufacturer uh, recommendation, because they know well the effect of maintenance as per their in their equipment, and you should not innovate or try to add something which is might be not suitable for the equipment. Instead of you repair it and you maintain it, you will damage it, or you will it will has uh, another it will give it uh, very bad impact. So we have to stick to the manufacturer recommendation on maintenance management, and there is they are supplying now. Before we have to use the books. Today we have uh, a hard disk. You just insert it in your computer and to show you all your plant equipment, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually maintenance. You have not to think of what to do. Everything is there with you. You should buy it, and you should get it from the manufacturing supply, the factory suppliers. Uh, Also, uh, you have to have your plant properly lined and labeled in line with maintenance programs, and you should be aware of how you would uh, see the history of each equipment in your plant, how you when it comes to maintain what you have done, and these are relatively in the maintenance management equipment programs. Uh, your people whom you put for maintenance technicians and engineers, they are your wealth actually, and you have to prepare them and to choose this and select them before they put their hands on the plant and the machineries, because the safety of human is priority. Putting somebody in the plant to do some maintenance and he doesn't know the risk of what he's doing, he might kill himself or lose himself, and then it will be eventually family issues. uh, you have to train them, you have to give them always reminder. From time to time you put them in a meeting room, serve them with good coffee and cake, and give them a reminder and a small lecture just to keep them safe. And it will also be, it has a very high impact on manpower. When you are doing that, they will work with you hardly, respectively, honestly, and dedicatedly. They will be dedicated very well to their job and to you. So you have to change also their the working environment and atmosphere to a friendly atmosphere. The supply of the supply chain logistic, it is related to so many issues, and we are talking here today about the proper stock of operational spare part, wear and tear, fast wear and tear, and strategic equipment spare part like gearboxes, big motors, driving equipment, which is uh, mainly for the main machines. That's we have to have enough uh, stock of this uh, spares and equipment. It is part of logistic handling, and it's essential to keep the plant running. And you should
Sorry,
not.
can you take page, please, your screen?
This is agenda. It's already shared, sir.
So we are in agenda, right? Okay,
Yes, agenda.
to make sure.
Uh,
Mhm.
we will go to customer and market focus.
Mhm.
Actually, whatever you've done in your plant and you produce in your plant,
Mhm.
if you don't have a compete quality and good material and good output and good uh, uh, good marketing, you would not be able to run your plant, and you will end up with very big losses. So you have to have your focus on your market intelligences. You should have your own intelligences. How's the market is changing from time to time, and at this agenda, the conclusion is to go to the next level of raw material quality and sourcing. Actually, the material sourcing, it is a very big uh, chain supply issue worldwide, from high seas, from local, and you should have enough stock, enough. You have should have a good lean time for your raw material to keep you running, and you should have reliable and reputable suppliers, wherein it will meet your highest quality, uh, and they should have proven records worldwide. Otherwise, do not just to go for the somebody who just says, I have this material one time, and you may see him next time or you don't see him. You have to be very careful on supply chain management of your raw material. Uh, all these raw materials actually are supplied under very high certified uh, tests and certification, and uh, do not even take that as a guarantee. You should have uh, test your material and raw material before you use it, and you should have it approved from your local legal authorities, because they have also control even in the imported material, wherein it is all certified and it has all the aspects, but still you have to go to your local authorities to pass the material and accept it. I will just close the door just a minute, sir, because there is some noise. I'm sorry, just for 1 second, please. I am sorry because there is something going around on the next door. to my house. So I just will stop it. I will stop it. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience and this problem. I solved it already. So I'm sorry, really, gentlemen. We will go to the storage and condition. Your material storage and condition should be at the highest hygiene, and it should be protected, ventilated, and it should be you should have a very good infestation control, and it is part of the material safekeeping. Otherwise, if you buy the best quality material from the world and you store it in a very bad place, it will have its own contamination and it will be very bad for the output of your production. So we should not only think how to buy, we should think also how to store, where to store, and how to maintain the storage. And this is comes under the management chain supply management from A to Z. Today we have a lot of raw materials, substitute, and alternatives, but we should not go for the cheapest raw material or the alternative, wherein it should be sometime these materials only are good for the personal use, small farms, and the hello, sir, Abdul Qadir.
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Please proceed.
so this we have to have. If you are going to invest $100 million in your plant, you should be able to use a good material and do not accept any other substitutes or alternative which is not fit your quality and your investments. The feed optimization, it is very highly precise, and we should follow the best formulation. Today there is a lot of equipment in the world. They are making you just put the material and it will calculate you the values and it will give you the output of your raw materials, and it should be part of your system, like this formulation new models like Alex and many other equipment. Today it's formulate the feed and the flour to the best level of quality, and it is updated, automatically updated worldwide. Now we will go, gentlemen, to the process control and monitoring. The manufacturing, it has mostly are similar in flow diagrams with variable capacities, different capacities, and different suppliers methodologies, and they are in general the flow diagrams are the basic are the same from stage number 1 of receiving raw material to mostly stage number 9 or 12 of finishing the finished product, either in your warehouses or directly to your customers through bulk loading. Today, in the most of the best solutions is to handle the finished product in bulk, especially in feed milling, because it will be always in good quality. It will be not subjected to any expiration date or damages or heating. So the new advanced feed farms are using bulk. They are not. There is not too many today using bags, wherein it is pollutions and it's also affect the environment, and it's need a lot of manpower to handle. So the best solutions is today is the handling the finished product in bulk, use it in bulk, and automated conveying system in the farms. And this is already known. More, I mean, it's almost 90% of the feed milling. Animal feeds and farms are automated today also, and that's because of really the advanced technology of supply chain. The people, they learn from day to day. In my time, if you excuse me to tell you, we used to prefer bags and everything. Now today we prefer bulk, even in your house. If you buy before by kilo, today you buy by 20, 30, 50 kilos. So it is safe and cheaper and easy to handle and easy to long run. It will not really give you hard time to keep running behind things. The automation control, we say it is a must, and it is the best. Today we are now going to the fourth generation of automation. It is the best practice of factories today. Hopefully soon we will go to the fifth generation of automation and industrial best practice by using the robotic and using it will be it will be highly safety, highly hygienic, and high speed also. And it doesn't mean that we are using robotic systems that we are eliminating the human work and the human requirement. It is an additional support to human support actually. And today, if you cannot be told and say that you have fourth generation plant if it is not automated and not operated robotically. If we look at it, this kind of operation and this kind of automation, it will save you a lot of money, a lot of power. So if we say the cost per ton is, example, 30 real or $10 operation cost, actual operation cost $10. If you are using your automation, very highly sophisticated automation, it will go to even 50% or even to 30%, 70%, sorry, less. So you are saving money, you are saving energy, you're saving environments, you save a lot of things by this automation and robotic equipment. It is free fuel-free equipment, and it will use the very low power consumption. Eventually, it will reduce your power cost, and which is the main factor is your power cost in your production. So you can also compete in the market. You can have a special, very highly remarkable low price. It's not because of low quality, but it is low price because of you are using the automation, and more than using manpower and manual operation. And it will reduce your also overhead cost, maintenance, spare parts. Actually, we have today, we are running on this path, and nothing better than that at all. So always keep in mind to automate your plant to the best level, and then you will see the impact. You can reduce also your manpower, I mean labor-wise, but not engineers or technicians, but labor-wise, you can reduce them to even not zero, but close number to zero. The process standards are common in all feed milling and flour milling. Most of recipes are the same, and the quality standards are the same, and they should not there should be no any big variation between qualities. There is acceptable limit, low plus minus, and you have to maintain your safety, product and quality within the permissible percentage. Otherwise, you will not be in the market, and you will just be end loser. If you are not, if you are big, if you go be above that limits, which is the permissible percentage from all aspects in quality issues. There is no compromising at all. The same, we continued on product testing. We say it is regular. In feed milling, actually today we started with earlier with 1 or 2 samples. Today we are end up for one product before from first batch to the last batch, we end up with about 5 to 6 samples in line process from intake to the finished product bin, and even before bagging or before loading to the bulk loading. It is a continual follow-up of the product in different stages of production, after grinding, after conditioning, after pelleting, after cooling, and before going to the finished product bin. Finally, before you load it, you have to take sample before you load it or bag it, because the safety of the food, of the feed, it's equal the safety of human and also animal, because you would be sure that you are sending the right material safe to the farms and to the market. Again, we talk about earlier in our agenda about traceability. You have to keep the samples, control samples in your warehouses, in your quality control, because you can protect your plant and defend your plant and defend your production against any claims. Laboratory equipment, before we used to have files and Excel files, and today it should be in line with production, with production files, and it should be monitored through ERP system. It should be mirrored to production manager quality. There is no any work behind or under or above. Every process should be clear for everybody. Transparency is a must practice in the manufacturing, and we are actually the quality control, it is the safety valve and the safety of the plant and safety of the product, and they have to work independently without any influence. This is they are auditing department, and they are the actually many people in the manufacturing, they are not in good relation with quality departments because they tell them what is wrong, what is right. And today we are very clearly saying the quality control is independent department. It is like it is observing, it is testing. They have the right to reject, they have the right to pass, and they should have no any influence neither from the owner of the company or the factory or the management of the factory. They have all the access and all the rights to monitor the best practice and safe production. We talk about environmental early and waste management. Actually, today on feed milling and flour milling, there is not a lot of waste management, not a wasted material, because the material goes into the plant. It runs through so many process of mixing, grinding, and mixing and steaming, and very high. It is very high. It is taking part of very high control of temperatures and very high temperatures also. It goes up to between 85 degree to 120 degree centigrade in feed milling. That it will assure you of safe contamination or any biological or any salmonella issues. So in the feed milling, there is not a lot of waste. The wasted material is the spillages. Normally, is the spillages in the we call it raw material handling, or in process loss material. We call it loss material, process loss material, and that's always goes to the uh, outside for burning, even or buried if it is not containing any environmental contamination or earth, soil, and water contamination. Otherwise, there is many specialized company. They are handling the industrial waste, especially the dangerous material. They have authorized, and they know they have their own protocols and their own way of authorities authorized by the government to get rid of that contamination. But we are very lucky in the feed milling and the flour milling. We don't have that kind of danger materials. It is all our, even the ingredients we are putting, it is good and safe and for the health of the bird and the animal and the human. Like it is like the vitamins, many of minerals and vitamins we are adding in feed mill and flour milling, the same in feed milling. There is no any danger of that environmental issue. So the water you are using in the boilers and in the plant addition for aroma, it is also should be very pure water, purified through RO plants. It is not just taking from the well or from the river or from the sea and added. It should run through an RO plant and to be as good as the drinkable water, and it should be a drinkable water before using it in the feed and flour milling. That's the part of uh, operation requirement, like in timbering, like on uh, in the flour milling, we are using it water for timbering, and in the feed milling, we are using it for boilers and for aroma in the mixer. It should be very highly drinkable water, less than 500 ppm. Less than that, it should, above that, it should be, you should be very careful because it will cause a lot of rust and a lot of corrosion, which will eventually affect your machinery and your production, and it will reject in the end your production. Raw material is very important also to have a very good standard raw material for feed and flour milling. Now you go to the maintenance equipment management. As I say, gentlemen, today we have very highly sophisticated maintenance management programs. It will give you the indication of the checklist, daily checklist, and preventive maintenance, weekly maintenance, and very rarely you should have a breakdown. If you are carrying a proper preventive maintenance, you would not have breakdown maintenance. Otherwise, that means you are a firefighter. If you are running on breakdown maintenance, that means you don't have no system, you don't have no proper, maybe no proper people, maybe no proper system. But if you find out your total breakdown hours or shutdown hours goes to higher than 1%, that means you have something wrong on your maintenance programs. Because it is a continuity of your production, efficiency of your machinery depend on your maintenance programs. We will go to the part of it to reduce and to have you should not exceed 1% breakdown that means you should have a good preventive maintenance and good spare part on time. That's part of logistic also. And if we talk about logistic, we talk about very, very, very big issue. Today we are lucky we have all these issues are controlled by computer and by you have not to scratch your head to find out what you're going to order. The systems will help you, the system will serve you, and you have only to click the buttons to get your supply from anywhere in the world. We will go to record keeping and labeling. As you can see, you have to create your record, which is we say systematically, and you will distribute to all departments. They have to be shared files for all the concerned department. These records and systems should be highly protected and highly safe, and you should have always I am always doing this. I am always making backup of my plant every 15 days. So in case of corruption or failure or then I have not to wait for a long time to know what I have done or to search and dig. There is automation, there is a backup daily, hourly in the system itself, but you should have always outside backup in case of something goes wrong, God forbidden. You have to keep all these backups on a safe place. There is a special safe lockers. Again, it is against any fire or mishandling. Normally, there is a new IT department. Then they should have all the records on safety, and they should have backup of all the activities of the plant. Otherwise, if you have something fail, you have no proof. You have then this has become an essential part of a daily operation to ensure your backup of activities. We go to the involvement and training. We talk about it in the agenda. You have to keep your people up to date on your thinking, your strategic plan. What are you driving to? What do you want them to do? And what you expect from them? And you have to take care of them. And also should have manpower will give you the best ever possible they can do if they have a very healthy environmental work environment. You have to they demand respect, they demand also entertainment, they demand uh, food care, house care, and transportation, and they have communication with their families. You have, if you entertain them that way, they will entertain you the best way, and they will also respect you, and they will give the best ever they can do. You have to share them their everything with you as you are a family. The plant people, if they are 100 or 1000 or 10 people, you have to treat them like a family, and you have to share them even their home troubles, family problems, and they will give you the impact of this will give you very high quality and very high and safe plant, and they will be dedicated to you as if they are dedicated to their families. We have to respect this part of the work environment. Healthy, we call it healthy working environment. And even though the manager or the director, when he come to the plant, he should not just sit in the corner and give lectures and meetings. He should respect and handshake everybody in that area he came across him. It will give him a feeling that I am recognized. I'm recognized as part of the team. I am important. So this is the responsibility of management, how to keep the people embraced and uh, they are dedicated. They are each person in the plant. He's a safety sensor. He's a safety indicator. He's a reporter. He can report a problem, sound, uh, whatever. If you want to gain that level from the people, you have to give them and work up to their expectation of respect and payment also. If you keep the people for 3-4 years without thinking of their lifting their skills and lifting their salaries and lifting their promoting them, then their output will become slow, and maybe they think of another way. So this is very important, very very important. You have to make everybody in your company as a share. He's a shareholder, as a share, because if he feel that he's a shareholder, he will work hard because he know in the end he will get the benefit. And that is the very respectable and advanced companies they are doing today. Not they are doing it yearly, and some companies they are doing it every 6 months. They appreciate their people, they pay them, they say, look, today we have 100 million gain, we share you with some of the money we have. This will give the people very hard working day and night to, and it will dedicate them. About safety of the plant, we have said also there is no compromising in safety. Regulations, you have to be very strict to regulation, rules and regulation, not because of to be a manager, but to be a responsible person, a human, caring about human life, and the company assets, the sound in the market, the sound in the and the on the from all kind of aspects. Uh, it is no you have you have to be very strict with your safety of the plant. As we say, there is no compromising at all here on safety of the food, of the production, or the human, or the plant, or the equipment. It is the highest priority should be given. Uh, if we look at the HACCP, it is before HACCP, we call it ISO, and the first man who worked on ISO I worked with engineer Abdul Qadir, ISO 9001, and it was what is this? We talked to engineer Abdul Qadir, what is this? What is the 9000? He says this is the best manufacturing, the best practice of industrial and we work with Mr. Alan Fell also. He's also doing that job. We work also with the SGS. It all was as if it is a miracle or something we don't know. But after we realize the importance of the flow of the process of the ISO and the worldwide international standard, we are become very happy because it's protect us, protect the production, and it's give us a very good impact. Even in the marketing, if you have an ISO certified, your production will be very consumable, fast consumable, reliable, and people trust on you. Again, the critical control of HACCP, it is also another certification of food safety and controls, and it is related to the hazards on milling process, from raw material issue to final product or even to the consumer. So if you say I'm HACCP certified, it's give you another power. And today, every plant, every food manufacturing should have it. Otherwise, they have to review their systems and rules. All this we talk about, gentlemen, it will be like waved out if we don't put it on the mind of the people who are working under us. We have to teach them, they have to listen, we have to give this introduction and these lectures to them as we are talking it on our level, which we are thinking that we are not the best, but we are doing something good for the future generations. We have to teach them the same. We have to bring all these inputs from all the experts around the world. And what we are doing today with Freud's Indian lab, they have also very informative information. They are sharing it with everybody around the world. I can see it. And that will be part of continual learning.
Yeah, Usami, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we have
Now we
another
will
5 minutes. So
Yes,
please.
I have, as
More
I'm going to
important
finish,
points.
Sir Abdul Qadir,
Mhm.
about the hygiene, as you can see, many plants, if I went to a plant like this, I will close my eyes, then I will turn around and I will say this plant should be closed, should not be running, because it will give you the first impression about your plant and whom you are dealing with. Even if the customer come to your plant to visit you and he see your plant like this, then next day you will not see him at all. So you have to give it high priority, hygienic maintenance and sanitation issues, and that will not work without regular inspection and regular safety people and specialized people who follow this issue. The logistic is again, so we talk about different angles, but we go back also to square number one, which is the most important. It's supply chain and logistic. It is work on planning, procurement, manufacturing, warehousing. We have talked all about these things, inventory management, transportation. Also, it is part of logistic, and hygiene should be very highly hygienic in this part of transportation. And when it is go to distribution, you have to give hand over the product in safe and in intact condition, so it will be attractive to the customer. The salespeople, this is part of sales, customer and marketing focus. Actually, there is no use of any production if there is no proper marketing and proper customer care. And you have also to get the best practices. You always should go to your customer and ask him feedback. There is formats, there is information. You should link them also via system into your systems, management system, quality system, so they can complain, or if they have some issues, they should not run through many channels. They can just click the button and they share you the information and they complain if there is any. So this is also nowadays, with grace of God, it has become systematic from the customer, and if it is not, it should be, because this will give the satisfaction of the customer and he will reliability also. The last time, before the last, I am really thankful to Engineer Abdul Qadir and his team, Deep and other team. Thankful to everybody listening to the session, and I am proud that I have run more than 50% of my life on feed milling and flour milling. I have met so many engineers and experts, and I learn a lot, and I'm trying to contribute some of what I have learned with you and with our next generation. Hopefully, Engineer Abdul Qadir and his team will publish all what we have discussed for the teaching and continual learning on a special session where they can put all together these leaders in the world who join us today, available to everybody. It is a book. Each one of us, we can call it a book. It's not a 1 hour issue. It is a life cycle book. It is the history of ourselves. Thank you,
Great.
Sir Abdul Qadir. Thank you, Sir Kludeep.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you, everybody,
fantastic.
in this session. I hope, Sir Abdul Qadir, you can publish this
I will do
information for
so.
all of us.
Before closing, I would like to say a couple of lines about Abu Sami, Mr. Majhood. Yeah, he is very humble. You have seen the presentation, but I'll tell you what is the success story. So we started Rasco when we had around 400,000 tons production. So 4 lakh tons, 400,000 tons. Then we took a transformation from, if I remember correctly, 2003 to 2009. Okay, so 2010. So that 7-8 years transformation, it turned out to be, can you guess? It's around like a 3.5 million tons.
It is
So it's
4,
from
sir.
4 million
4
tons.
million, sir.
It's a 400,000 tons to 4 million tons capacity. Okay, so production. Okay, so and from the revenue side, it's if I exactly remember, it's around 250 to 60 million reals to 3 or 3.54 billion reals. which is another around 1.2 billion dollars at that point of time.
Yes.
The growth, it's like maybe you can imagine. So this is we all fortunate to witness this transformation. And Majhood Abusami is one of the plant manager to involved in all these transformations. So thank you, Abusami, for your humble gesture to join us and give a wonderful lecture. So anything you want to ask in feed supply chain, whether it is a procurement, maintenance, manufacturing, uh, anything you talk about into feed milling and floor milling, Abusami is the name to call for. So
I
with
am,
that,
I am, I am happy. I am happy, and I will be ready always to share you and to join you and to give whatever I have. No, I have, with grace of God and with the help of Engineer Abdul Qadir, we work for consultancy for the last 5 years. I work with him in different angles of manufacturing and industrials, and we are ready always to join and to give whatever we know to anyone who wants from a point of continual learning. And
Mhm.
we will never, and again, we will never hide any information which can help the generations. And I really thank Engineer Abdul Qadir. He is always, whatever he have, he put it openly and freely, and he just give it without cost, without any cost. The information he have, he give it without cost, and he's just trying uh, to be one of the players worldwide in the world for continual teaching and learning, and he's really doing that for the last 30 years. Thank you, Sir Abdul Qadir. Thank you all the group. Thank you all the engineers, experts, and I am really ready to share any information. Just call me or give me a phone call or send me an email. All this information are available with the India Lab Proisk, and we are ready at any time to join you anywhere
Thank
via
you,
this
thank you,
conversations.
inshallah. So with that great session, thank you, Abusami. With that great session, so we would like to invite our next guest speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Ganesh Jatatharan. Hope Ganesh is available already. Okay. Hi, Ganesh. Good morning.
Thank
If
you,
you are
sir.
available.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, Abusami. Thank you. So we are
Thank you,
talking
sir.
about our very important session, business process improvements in fleet management by Mr. Ganesh Jatatharan. So let me give a quick introduction about Ganesh. Ganesh is an excellence driving leader with a background in leading transformation initiatives. His experience includes finance process transformation at Standard Chartered, strategy consulting at Capgemini and Avalon, and energy efficiency consulting with CII. What else you want? Okay. So he specializes in management, energy, and green consulting. So with this, I take an opportunity to invite Ganeshji to the session. So happy to see you again, Ganeshji. We worked together in Arasco, Busami. So
Yes,
Ganesh
sir.
was one of the consultant when we worked there in
Yes,
Arasco.
yes, 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 yes. I remember him, sir.
Yeah, so
I
that's a
remember
great
him.
opportunity. Yeah. So let us hear from Ganesh about the best practices of fleet management. Okay, with his
Yes.
cumulative experience. So let us welcome. So over to you, Ganesh. Thank you very much.
Still, we have one of your team, Jilani. We still will have one of your. I can't say he's an expert, yes, but he's your student, as me
Yeah,
as I am. Jilani is still continuing as a consultant in the Arasco.
he's there. Okay,
Okay,
Yes, sir.
please carry on.
great, great. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Abdul Qadir ji, for the benevolent introduction about myself. I hope my screen is visible. Let me share my presentation. My presentation is visible, Abdul Qadir ji.
Yes, Mr. No, yes, Mr. Ganesh. Yes. So no.
Yes, Yeah, it is visible now.
In the
Okay.
presentation mode, Ganesh. So
Yeah.
it is not in the presentation mode, so it is a little tricky in this WebEx. Okay. So you need to, so actually, you need to put the presentation into a presentation mode and then share the screen and select
Oh,
the
okay.
presentation one. That is a tricky little.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Okay. Let me actually do
So
that.
actually,
1 minute.
will go to PPT mode, so which you cannot operate.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me just try that. Yeah. Okay. So let us go to the. And now is it visible? Full presentation mode?
It is perfect now. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So this is the second time I am actually attending this seminar. Thanks a lot for inviting me, Abdul Kader ji. Like Abdul Kader ji was mentioned, I have actually worked with him for on many occasions, especially in the Arasco engagement, and we share long association with him. Thanks a lot for inviting. So with that, let me basically jump into the presentation. So, basically, there are two parts to this presentation. The first part is introducing, like how I did last time, and many of you would have attended, but like how I started. I'll start off with the basics of how this topic of business process improvements or process excellence. What is the theory, or what is the fundamental construct of this process excellence and business process improvement area is something I'll focus on the first part. Probably I'll just spend little time, 5-10 minutes on that, and after that I'll move to a topic wherein how do we actually go about implementing it, especially in a fleet management concept. So I currently work for a fleet management firm, in India, and this fleet management firm has around 18,000 cars, wherein we operated on the platforms of Uber, on the platforms of a local Indian player called Ola. So how do we go about implementing these business process improvements or bringing about process excellence for this fleet management is what I'll try and share. Of course, I'll also refer you to some other previous experience I've had over the past years. I've worked on this process excellence. So that, in a nutshell, are the two parts. One is the theory part. Next is the actual practical implementation of how this theory is getting implemented. So these two are the parts in which I will try and cover in this presentation. So just to make sure that what are we talking about? We are talking about process excellence. So to make it clear as to generally, if we mean by say a process excellence team within an organization, so I'm not a consultant to this firm. I'm an employee and heading leading the process excellence vertical within this fleet management firm. So when we mean process excellence within an organization, what do we mean? Let's clarify the objectives and role, at least what we are trying to do within the fleet management firm is what I will talk about. So we are clearly a catalyst to support and help business functions achieve its own goal of process excellence. So I was very clear to articulate it, saying that it is the goal of the business function to excel in their process, and our team basically is a catalyst for them to achieve its goal. So we are not the business function ourselves, so we are very clear in making sure that we know who our customer is. So our customers are the business functions, it's not the end customer. So from a process excellence team perspective, my customer basically is my business function, and I am here, so my purpose is to support them achieve their process excellence goals. So that's very clear in terms of what we want to basically do. So that's step one. And we are a central team. We are not aligned only to one department or one support function. We are basically a central team wherein we'll offer cross functional support to any team in the fleet management business that we are in. So fleet management, when one imagines, you will only imagine about operations. You will only imagine say about attending to say the drivers of the fleet, or the drivers of the vehicles, right? But it also spans beyond how do we onboard the driver onto the vehicle? How do we actually have, say, a finance function which is auguring well to this fleet management? How do we have an HR function? So there are multiple functions, because I'm talking about a fleet size of 18,000 vehicles, wherein these 18,000 vehicles play on platform of Uber, and we hire drivers to run these vehicles. So vehicles are owned by us. So we hire drivers, or basically we lease out our cars to the drivers. Driver are like our partners or are like our customers. They pay us, rentals to ride these cars, and then they get onboarded onto the Uber platform. So that's basically the business model. So our role is to basically support the business functions to do these things properly. So that's in essence the objective and role of this particular team of process excellence. Right? And how do we go about doing it? So we have a framework developed. So this framework in essence has three pillars, which we call to make this framework. First pillar is about having standard operating procedures, or a process library, which is rendered as process maps with its own key performance indicators. For example, a process which is basically literally drawn into various boxes, developing to be an SOP. And this SOP every process should have a key performance indicator. If a process is not with the performance indicator, then we might as well scrap the process. So each process needs to be accompanied by a key performance indicators, right? And so that is the first pillar, about having a process which is clearly articulated and standardized. So what is the need of standardization? This organization, like I was telling, it's large with 18,000 vehicles, and it is also spread across several cities. We are operating at at 7 cities within India, looking at also expanding to other horizons outside India also. So it's very important for us to have a process standard, or at least have the goal of standardizing the process. So it is very important that these processes are standardized through a process library, and then it is structured and streamlined across all these 7 cities. So that's the first vertical of having a process which is of a particular standard. And the standard can be at a particular level, and we can keep improving it. Okay, but at least defining at a particular standard with a process library, a KPI, and a process map. So that's the first vertical of the or the first pillar of this framework for excellence. Next is having a clear governance structure, so that people simply follow the process. It's not just enough to define the process. It is important that everybody in the organization tries to follow the process. That, in a sense, is the second vertical. The third vertical is all about making sure we improve it periodically, so that the standard improves. If I'm operating at a particular level according to vertical 1, the third vertical challenges that first vertical, so that you improve it and go to the next level, and a new standard is created. We again challenge it. Third vertical, so the third level is actually achieved. So likewise, we improve the standards of the process periodically. So this way it becomes like a continuous feedback loop between 1, 2, and 3. So 1 feeds off to 2, and 3 basically challenges 1 and 2, and a new process is created, and a governance structure has actually been introduced. So that, in a sense, is the 1, 2, 3 loop that we have created within the organization, and we'll try to be a catalyst to the organization to do this. This, in essence, is what is the framework. I spoke about it last time also. Last time, however, speaking for fleet management, I was talking about the process standardization in detail. We discussed about business process model notation and how we go about doing it in detail. So this time I wanted to use the opportunity to talk a little more details into mainly business transformation, the process improvement aspect, given the topic of my seminar this time about process improvement. I thought, let me focus on business process improvements and transformation, and probably slightly touch upon the governance aspect, so that you know what I'm talking about in terms of governance. I'm now going to discuss about how do we make processes standard through business process model implementation. I'm going to switch to 3 mainly, touch upon 2 briefly. Okay. So this is the context and objective of today's meeting. I thought first is to introduce into this theory of this, and then I'll actually go to the respective areas or 2 and 3. So Abdul Qadir ji, if I am going too fast or too slow, please feel free to interject.
Yeah, it's okay, because this is a very important part. It's okay, it's a good enough. Yeah, please continue. I will, meanwhile, I'll just pose some questions where, posted in YouTube kind of thing. So I'll just remind you in a minute.
Sure. I'm not able to see the screen. I'm just in the presentation mode.
Oh,
So
you
you
carry
can.
on. I'll keep watching it. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now on to the process governance. I'll just take probably just a couple of slides to explain this process governance, the second framework that I was talking about. How do we go about in a very structured manner implementing this governance standards, right? And how do we ensure that people follow the process standards that we have set for ourselves is what I'm going to explain in terms of going about actually doing it. And this is something that we are into heavily in our organization now, and I'll explain probably with a few examples also in the next slide as to what is the way that we have done it and what is the benefit that we are deriving it, because this also actually leads into many benefits of just making sure people follow the process. So I'll first tell you the framework around process governance, and I'll give you practical examples. So the framework for process governance essentially is, first is assess the process adherence level, basically at a city level, which is regional level, and at a central level. What do we mean by assessment? Assessment is simply about performing something like an audit. So we actually call it as a process audit. Okay. And this process audit essentially understands whether the unit in question is following the central process that we have laid down. Let me give an example. Like say in fleet management, I have basically, have given various standard operating procedures that my various cities have to follow. Be it Mumbai, so I'm actually speaking from Mumbai. Be it Mumbai, or be it Hyderabad, or Chennai, or Bangalore, or various cities that we operate out of from. So the processes that has been centrally designed are those being followed by these local units, is in a sense is a process adherence concept. And to measure this, we publish something called as a process audit score. So first is, I physically go to the city level, and in each of the city there will be multiple hubs. Visit all these hubs, understand through a structured questionnaire. So this will be like a long checklist of questions we'll have. Understand, what you are supposed to have your vehicles parked in particular base. Okay. Are you parking it in particular base? Is one example of a checkpoint. The other checkpoint could be, are you actually marking the vehicles to be fit for driving to drivers? And there will be a checklist of questions to ensure the fitness of the vehicle. If these vehicles are not actually fit for to be driven, then the person locally should mention that what, this is not fit for driving. It should be sent again for, say, to the workshop or the garage for repair. So that rejection process needs to be followed. Likewise, there were a list of 150 such questions which we developed, and we went to the city, and at the local city, there are hubs which are there in the city. We try to understand whether they are following these processes or not. Through that, we track the non-compliance, which is what is mentioned here. Right? Let me have a pointer. Yeah. So we basically track the non-compliance. Right? And once the non-compliance is basically understood, tracked, we publish something called as a audit score. For example, my city in Chennai, on a score of 100, they initially got only a score of 30. So their score was only 30 out of 100, meaning of the 100 checkpoints I have got, only 30 checkpoints were complying to the central process. that we basically audited. So their score was 30. Now we update something called as risk register if there are any of the remaining 70 non-compliances. If there are any risks that are arising out of non-compliance, we update a separate risk register. And most importantly, we make sure through continuous engagement with the local cities and hub that these processes are adhered to. Now, this one line of writing ensure adherence to standard process, so actually runs into months together. I'll give you an example. I completed the audit in the month of September for the organization, and we are talking about December. And out of the 7 cities, say 3 cities have crossed around 80% complaints or 75% complaints, so as to speak. The remaining are still yet to actually make changes locally, putting together, a lot of corrective actions and preventive actions to ensure they adhere to the standard process. So it's like a very, intense engagement and a tough engagement that we have with the local cities, so that they buy into the suggestions that we make, buy into the central process, and they start changing things locally. Because I'm talking about a list of around 150 such checklist points, each of them not being complained to the extent of around 100 odd points not being complained. We'll have to move these 100 points to complaints, right? So that's about ensuring adherence. This is a very tough part. Part 1, 2, 3, 4 essentially easy. It will only take probably a couple of weeks. This will take months together, at least from our experience. Once that is there, we again align. So we actually make sure that these are adhered. Now, other important point is may not be looping in from this to this, but the standalone point where we make sure that this governance aspect is part of the unit's KPI. For example, the score of 30% or 40% or 80%, if it needs to be made effective, this also needs to be part of the organization's KPI and KRA structure, saying that what, you only scored a percentage of 30, hence accordingly you will be docked down in your performance rating also. So it's very important to align the organization or this particular process governance towards the organization goal also, so that people take it seriously, right? So this in a sense is the governance framework that we basically follow. Now, the next slide is about after having done this. So there were units which actually reached the 70%, 80% mark. This is actually a practical example of what were the benefits they derived by doing this. There were two types of benefits. One is the qualitative benefit, and next is the quantitative benefit. Qualitative benefits essentially talks about things like, hey, did the experience of our customer, which is a driver, improved, or do we have a better upkeep of our cars, or things which cannot be measured easily. Quantitative is largely about there were improvements in terms of scores, there were improvements in terms of actual reduction in hours attending to the drivers, so things like that. So I just probably touch upon a couple of examples which we actually derived from one of the cities. These are all practical examples to tell you what exactly happened in these cities. So let me start with quantitative. Probably people may be able to relate it easier than qualitative. Quantitative was the DSAT score, the driver satisfaction score. Given the drivers are my customers, I own the cars and driver takes the cars for lease, drivers are my customers. So the DSAT score actually moved from less than 4 level to above 4 level. The drivers actually started to begin happy that they were being attended to faster, they were actually being given better quality of vehicles and things like that. So hence their satisfaction scores actually improve. Their swapping of car, for example, I'm a driver, I have a car, but I'm actually not happy with the car, right? And I change the car, right? So that number of cars, that number of swaps per 1,000 in the month of September, that dropped to 334 in the month of November. Meaning, because of the audit process of the cars which are being done within the the city and the hub which we had, right, the quality of cars which goes to the fitness level improved, and there were lower rejection of cars from the driver, and there was no need for them to swap cars. They don't need, so there was no need for them to come back to the hub, take another car, get it replaced with a better car. So that need got reduced. So their time in turn got saved of coming to our hub and taking a different vehicle. So I hope I am making it clear. So let me repeat. So drivers actually have the cars. They, if they are not happy with the car, they can come and swap in our hubs. Now, by making sure the process of repair and the process of inspecting the cars improved because of the process audit, the swapping of the cars by the driver reduced from 1,000 in the month of September to 334. So this was like a good beneficial change with the organization and the driver, because it affects multiple metrics in terms of time spent by the company, organization, time spent by the driver, all those things. So that was one of the quantitative benefits. The other benefit was the drivers raised tickets on on we have a tool, and the resolution time for attending to these tickets dropped from 3 hours to 1.5 hours.
Mhm.
So these were some examples of initiatives by doing certain improvement areas, either on the driver experience side or on the vehicle management side or in the control side, that we brought about by doing these steps only. By doing an audit, we found non-compliance to the central process that we derived, because processes are defined, people are just not following it. Now, by making sure they follow it, these were the benefits that we were able to derive. Right? So this was, let me go back to the framework slide. This was the process governance aspect, which I am basically talking about, as to how we went about, implementing the governance and how the benefits were actually derived. So this was, process governance and execution along with benefits. Now I will pause for just about 5 seconds to check, or I can go to the third section, which is about the fleet improvement aspect. I'll probably spend the next 30 minutes there, and the remaining 5-10 minutes can be for questions. We can go to the next section if there are any questions. Abdul Qadir.
Okay. Ganesh, there is a question.
Yeah.
So do you have a process? Uh, Let me read that question. So what is the process done to take care of the passenger safety to avoid any unwanted problems, especially women? Okay. So is that process included in your overall process list? Yeah.
Yeah. So the question, just to reiterate, is for passenger safety, do you have a process, correct?
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah. So there are two types, or there are two areas in which we have process safety developed. One is at a platform provider level, the service provider, which in the cases could be Ola, Uber, all those people will have their own passenger safety embedded, which is one layer. And
Mhm.
given that it is not in our remit, we don't enter into that zone.
Mhm.
Coming to the vehicle, and because the rider actually uses the vehicle, so we have a set of processes, we have certain set of checkpoints to make sure the vehicle is fit to be ridden along with the safety features. Example of safety feature can be ranging from a very basic safety feature of having seat belts in place properly, both the front seat, back seat. That's like very safety simple safety feature. The other checklist can be, having, things like Tommy, Pana, Jack, Stepney, all these parking, everything there. And this was actually part of this, swapping of car checklist also, which we actually have there, and we ensure that all these are there. The other most important thing is having an SOS, button in each of the cars to ensure that every car has an SOS button. The other thing is having GPS tracking of all these cars. GPS are installed in all these cars. We know where these cars are. So if there is anything that needs to be attended to the car on emergency, where the car is, where the vehicle is, we can attend to it. So there are these from a fleet management side. We have got all these process baked in, which is part of this SOP that we make sure. Of course, when we see on the ground, there will be a lot of non-compliances which will come, and we publish an audit score. This audit score basically points out to the gaps, and hence I told you, there are non-compliances in terms of percentages being ranging from 30 to 80. Once we do that, the result will be seen in terms of what is the number of complaints we get on the cars, all those things, and the driver satisfaction score also.
Mhm.
Yeah, I hope that answers, Abdul.
Yeah. Yes, please continue.
Okay. So the third vertical, or the third part of the framework, is the business process transformation or business process improvement vertical. So I have a process which I have told you, which is defined. I have basically a governance which will ensure through an audit that everybody follows this. Now this is like a static process. Now unless I challenge this static process, I will not be able to improve again. I will not be able to go up in terms of my level. So I basically challenge this through this business process transformation aspect. And what we have started to do in our firm, or we just trying to explore this. We have just done a few experiments and areas in the organization where we are using lean principles to challenge the status quo. So probably, I mean, people may be aware, may not be aware. So if they are aware, pardon my repetition, but I'm assuming, some people may not be aware. Hence, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes in explaining the core principles, the 5 core principles of lean, and then, trying to tell you again, this is the theory part of, lean, the transformation, and then I'll take you to examples, two specific aspects of the lean, which we call as a foundation of lean, and how are we going about implementing it practically in our organization. So that's the construct of this particular section. So 5 core principles of lean. Let me actually go a little faster and take explaining the 5 core principles. One is most important thing is understanding who our customer is and defining what is of value to the customer. So in our case, the customer is the driver who will take the car and go and he will ride it on Uber's platform, right? And we should understand what does the in my case the driver want, right? What is of value to him? So that's the most important thing. If it and this can be different for different people in the organization. For example, I am part of the process excellence team. So my customer, like I was mentioning earlier, is not the driver directly. It is the business function that I support. So I need to treat them like customer, which means I need to treat them like kings, so that I find what is a value to them and accordingly redesign my framework, my principle, so that it adds value to them. If you don't add value, then I'll have to question the existence of my team itself. So hence it is very important to understand what is of value to the customer. Now, ensuring that this flow, me as an individual gives to that customer, flows continuously. So the flow of value needs to be seamless without any disturbances, or in lean parlance is called muda or waste. So no complexity, direct adding value to the customer, and ensuring that this flow without any complexity and waste is also directly connected to the customer's demand. For example, a high demand, then I'll have to actually meet it properly. Low demand, then I need to scale down. So I need to go up and down according to the vagaries of the customer's demand. If I do not match these vagaries with the flow, then I'm going to create inefficiency in the system, either in terms of inventory or in terms of customer waiting for me to give this thing. So these 3 are the core values or core principles of lean. To repeat it, what are the value to the customer? My flow should be continuous, no complexities, and it should actually go up and down according to the demand of the customer. Now, for this, the most important part. The most important part is, it is not me as process excellence team actually driving it. It is make suring through the management, the employees are empowered to do that. What is the meaning of this? The meaning is assuming I've got say 1,000 employees in the organization, especially the people that are on the ground who know the customer's demand really well, needs to basically be accountable for this improvement. They know the problem very clearly. Me sitting in a corner cabin or me sitting in part of HO may not be fully aware of what's actually happening. I will only have a filtered version of what the customer actually wants. So the person who will know the customer, who actually knows the pain of the customer, is the frontline person. So the framework should enable in such a way that these people on the ground are empowered to manage, improve the process, and made accountable for improvement. So this is the most important aspect. How we go about doing it is one example I've got. I'll actually tell you practically how we go about doing it. Right? And fifth is ensuring 1, 2, 3, 4 happens continuously. Creating the environment so that it happens continuously. Okay. So this is a core principle of the core 5 principles of lean. Now, generally, the benchmarks have shown this value add to the customer, which is the first principle, is only the small green portion of all the activities that an organization does. You can take any organization in the world, 70% of what you do, okay, in your organizations is invariably going to be a waste. It is only around 30% at best that you are adding value to the customer, which means the remaining 70% is clearly a waste. Waste are two types. One is a necessary waste. Next is a clear waste, an outright waste. Matlab, those waste, which is the red wala, which is the red portion, needs to be very clearly avoided, and it is still happening in our organizations. I need not come to your organization, but I can tell you without even moving, from my seat, that I can tell you 40% of what your organization most probably doing is just going as a waste. In terms of the 8-9 hours that you are spending time, is going as a waste. The remaining, uh, uh, 2-3 hours is necessary, but still you are still not adding value. That probably, of the 8 hours or 9 hours, 2-3 hours is what you are adding value to the customer directly. Okay, so we define it as this 8 types of waste. I'm not going to spend time on these worm pit model. If people are interested, probably Google up lean and waste. You will get all explanations videos on this, but I highly encourage you to do that. Right, so this acronym is called worm pit. So worm pit, let me repeat, worm pit. So the acronyms here, WORMPIT plus one more added called intellect. So worm pit plus 1 is a type of waste that any organization faces, and this is essentially what we have to focus on. How do we reduce the so the necessary, the non-value add. NVA stands for non-value add, so which is clearly a waste. This necessary non-value add. Non necessary non-value add is this training that you're undergoing. Is basically like, how do I put it? It's actually the meetings that you conduct to meet the customer. You cannot do away with it. Regulatory compliance, you cannot do away with it, but you'll have to actually meet those things. So those are necessary non-value. So this is the principle of lean. Now there are two elements which I will touch upon. But one is the which will help you overcome this red portion. Okay. The first is the thing called A3 thinking. So A3 thinking, I don't know how many of you know, but it's a very structured problem solving approach introduced by Toyota in the 1960s. What essentially this does is it will make sure the fourth principle I spoke to you about, which is the empowering of employees, is very clearly done in a structured manner so that the organization adds value to the customer. Okay, what is this A3? A3 is a very step-by-step approach towards problem solving, and it is nothing but a simple piece of paper which is A3 size. So that's why it's called A3. You're all familiar with A4 sheet, like as you also have an A3 sheet. You just write down these 11 steps on a piece of paper, like this. These formats are available off the internet. You can just Google it up, and you just basically have this particular piece of paper in A3. When I mean paper, it is a paper. or which we actually kind of take and write. Of course, you can use an Excel sheet to actually do this, but take a printout and put it on your desk. That's why it's actually A3 piece of paper. Starting from what is the problem or what is the change or improvement that you're talking about. Once that change or improvement that you're talking about is identified, for example, the question somebody asked, passenger safety is not adequate, can be a problem, right? That can be the theme. So I want to improve passenger safety. Now, once that is done, the second most important step is identifying who is going to lead this project. Now, assuming this has come from the frontline employee, right? In one of the discussions they have got either with their manager or with their bosses, they basically say that, you know what, this is a theme that I'm going to talk about, and identify a leader who will drive this project. The second step is identify the leader who will drive it, is number two. This leader should do basically steps 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, and 6 as well. 3, 4, 5, and 6. What does he do? He elaborates this passenger improvement into a problem statement. What is the current situation? You know what, passenger safety is actually being questioned. There are a lot of complaints coming from riders and drivers about passenger safety. Could be a problem statement with quantified. Probably have a DSAT score or a CSAT score which is written here, and then tell what is in scope in step 4 and what is out of scope. I am only going to talk about a particular city. I am only going to talk about a particular region, or particular type of vehicle, particular type of customer. All those things basically comes in the scope, so that you are clear. This is the problem, and I'm going to only attack this particular area. Right? Objective is the fifth one. Objective is what? I define the problem, I define the scope, and I tell, you know what, my current CSAT score is this percentage, and I want to move it to this percentage. So that's the objective. You clearly say in quantitative terms, no beating around the bush. In quantitative terms, what is going to be the objective? Okay. All this a leader does. Okay. Now, after that, he basically says 6A, 6B, 6C. What is that? He says, what is the current? What is the measure? DSAT, CSAT. What is the current result? What is the target result? So he actually puts that very clearly here as 6A, 6B, 6C. Once that is done, he goes back to his boss, which is number 7, and says, boss, you know what, this is what I've got. I want your approval. I want to actually engage myself into this project for the next, say, 3 weeks time to develop step 9 and step 10 along with an implementation plan. Next 3 weeks, I'm going to actually spend my time. Please tell me, are you okay with that? Then I'll proceed. So he pauses here, takes a check. Once he gets a go ahead, then he starts with doing the root cause analysis. I've got more on the next slide about root cause analysis. So basically understanding why did this happen? Why did this happen? So the 5 whys is what he asks. Once step 9 is done, once the root cause is understood, once the truth is revealed, he then goes to the future condition. Future condition is all about, now I know the problem. How do you overcome that? This is where all the creative thinking comes, and I develop a solution. Once the solution is done, I develop a very clear implementation plan to tell, you know what, to develop a solution, I need this resource, this is the implementation plan. Say a typical Gantt chart will come at a step 11. Then he goes back to functional approval, says, I need budget. He gets to go ahead. He goes to go ahead for the implementation plan. He starts implementing it. So this is basically the framework for business process transformation. Now, I thought let me spend a little more time in step 9, because that's where maximum number of audience or people who are attending this will try to undermine the power of understanding the root cause. So this is basically an example which I thought I'll use, a very simple example of root cause. For example, say the Parliament building, okay, Vidhan Sabha building. So they say it is deteriorating. Now, why is it deteriorating? Because why? So basically, this is one tool. It's called the 5 analysis, because there's too much of washing happening to this building. Okay, why is there's too much amount of washing happening? Because there's excess bird droppings. Now, invariably, people will stop at level 1. There's too much of washing happening. We'll say, you know what, good idea. Let's stop washing, and hence it will not deteriorate. It will only make situations worse, because your Parliament building will actually become dirty. Or some people may go down to the next level saying, you know what, it's been washed because there are a lot of bird droppings happening, and stop at that level. Okay, what do we do for bird droppings? Probably, you know what, we actually have nets around the parliament building so that birds do not come, or something to solve, you know, the bird dropping. Now if you go a little deeper, you will find out that, you know, there are a lot of spiders for the birds to eat. Hence, you know what, we'll have to probably do something about the spiders. If you drill deeper, you know, you will find out, you know, there are a lot of flies, gnats or flies, which are there for the spiders to eat. Hence, you know, these spiders are come. Acha. So now why are these flies coming? Because you know what? The lights are always on all the time. It's not being switched off at all. That's why there are a lot of flies and insects coming. If you just turn off the, you know, if you just flip the switch off during daytime or during unneeded time, these insects will not come and their problem will actually be solved. So things could be as simple as this also, if you truly do this root cause analysis.
Mhm.
Right? So it is in a way that you truly, you know, face the problem, understand the root cause very simply analytically, but need the persistence to go to this level. It is in a way human attitude problem combined with the rigor of doing analysis, which will give you the desired results. So once you do the current situation, then you go to the future condition, telling, you know what do I need to do about it. There are various, you know, techniques available. There are tools like, you know, 5M technique, you know, Gemba, brainstorming, all those things. But, you know, essence is getting to the root cause, understanding why the situation is happening very clearly. Okay. So, this was essentially, you know, the example of business process transformation, which I wanted to, you know, give through the principle of lean. There is one more example or one more topic, you know, which I will cover besides A3 thinking. So, like I said, you know, for business process transformation to happen, we'll have to empower the frontline employees. This is not something that, you know, me alone, who's a process improvement guy, who will do. My responsibility, I mean, if I need to succeed as a process excellence person or an improvement person, is to make sure this A3 thinking is cascaded down to, you know, most people through the organization, so that they start using it. As process excellence, my name will not even come here. This will be, you know, a leader who will form his own team. Sorry, I missed the step 8. After the functional approval is done, he takes, you know, team members along. He does this, starts implementing it. So 1, 2, 8, and you know, that's how it actually goes. Then he does this, you know, root cause analysis along with his team. Now this will be a lot of iterations, back and forth between, you know, the leader and you know, the team member to get to this level. It may take a few weeks for you to get to this level, but it is, you know, very important for you to do it. And this is not a waste, by the way. Time being spent on doing this is not a waste, right? It is a process of iterating to know what actually the wastes are. And you get to the root cause and understand the problem. So that was the first topic. I'll move to some other, you know, completely different topic. There are 10 such, you know, areas which are there. Probably, you know, some other day, some other time, given the paucity. So I spoke about this area, which is continuous improvement A3. Now I'm going to talk about this area, which is org flexibility, right? So I'll complete this, Abdul Qadir ji, and I'll probably, you know, take questions at the end, because I'm just conscious of time. It's already 1:30. I think it started at 12:45, if I'm not wrong.
You're late by 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. So I'll probably continue for another, you know, 10 minutes or so. So org flexibility. So this is an actual example before I, you know, go there. So org flexibility basically are, you know, 3 types of, so 3 areas wherein, you know, organization flexibility needs to be focused on. Now, why am I talking about org flexibility when I'm talking about business process transformation? See, unless your organization that you manage is efficiently structured, efficiently measured, you will not be able to derive value through the individual team member, or you will not be able to derive value through the structure you have created. So the 3 things that, you know, anybody that needs to focus on in org flexibility or making your organization flexibility is: 1, how does the client's demand enter? How is it being, you know, heard or, you know, attended to by the organization? So if the client's demand itself is not being heard or listened to by the team properly with a clear voice, or if the client does not know whether you have known it properly or not, there's going to be inefficiency right up there. A classic example is you call up a call center and you actually, try to explain the problem to them. 8 out of 10 times they'll not even understand what you're asking for, because they only have a script which has been taught in their mind. They'll only talk their script, and in the process you will just think that you're just wasting your time with them. Okay? So that is how the client demand enters. That's step one. Step two is, how is your organization structured? When I mean structured, what is the hierarchy? What is the structuring of people? Is it 1:3? One leader is to 3 team members, one leader to 25? So this is very important, because if there is one team leader with say 50 team members reporting to him because you think you are trying to make it efficient, there is also disaster. Or if you have one team leader with say only 3 members or 4 members reporting to him for a structured operating environment. When I mean structured, not a complex organization, but a very factory mode type of organization. And that's also very inefficient, because a team leader can actually manage more. So the right optimal level of team leader to the executives needs to be mapped. For example, how many team members are there to a team leader? Very important. The third important aspect is, how are these individual team members performing and coordinating amongst themselves? So one is this, how does it enter? Second is, how does the team structure? Third is, how do these individual team members actually perform? Are they productive? And how do they interact with each other? So these are the three things for the organization to be flexible, so that the business processes can be conducted properly and the client basically receives value. Okay, this is completely different from the A3 topic that I talked about. Generally, business process improvement is seen only from a this RCA, I mean this analysis of 5-way perspective. Invariably we miss this aspect, while we know these are all issues also. I'll give you a practical example of what happened in one of the teams. And I mean, this was a client, this was this is a very long very old use case, which I have more than 10 years old, but still very relevant to various organizations I see. So this is a classic structure of an organization, wherein I have, so all these humans that you see are resources. Okay, there is a L2 resource, there is an L1 resource, and these are all the clients which are actually there. Some random name I've given for the clients, mask names I've given. So these guys are basically raising tickets, IT tickets, okay, to these L2 resource. If these L2 resources are not able to solve, it actually goes to L1 resource. That's basically the way the organization is structured. Yeah. So now if you see, what's happening is, assuming that these small figurines you see can do one ticket, sorry, so one ticket per day, this index. So this person is almost at the index level. He's actually doing 1.11 ticket per day. So his index is 1.04 against this thing. Whereas these guys are actually doing 1.75. These guys are doing twice the index. These guys are doing 1.32. Whereas this cohort is only doing zero point 0.2 of what they were supposed to do. For example, if one is the ideal demand, these guys are only doing 26% what they were expected to do. So which was like an eye opener for the team lead and the head of the organization when we did a productivity analysis of these people. Matlab, large proportion of people are only contributing to 9% of overall volume, whereas they are around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, in that particular group. So why did it happen? Because there were silos. Right, either the demand was less or they were not able to supply, either of these things, or this team was overloaded. This team was overloaded because the demand could be more, or these guys were doing high, could be again a demand supply mismatch. So there were silos here which were created. These guys were not doing what these guys were doing, and vice versa. There was one problem in terms of silos. Second thing is the training also was not adequate. So what we suggested was something like this. This center group of 0.26 needs to at least become 0.8. Let's actually forget one ticket per day. At least 0.8 they should do, right? Then the ticket volume can actually move to 300 per day. And how do we do it? You know what? Cross training can be done, or increase their training can be done, or make sure that the flow of tickets is actually homogenized. Those can also be thought out. So that's how you can actually create. Again, easier said than done. It took a few weeks, months to get there, but somehow they realize there's a problem. They'll resolve it, because 0.2 is definitely not acceptable. And when somebody is able to do 1.75 and 2, how can these guys do 0.26? Uska matlab hai, this team is actually subsidizing this team in a way. So this needs to be avoided. So that was a solution that we brought about into this different topic of business process transformation, which is or flexibility. Of course, there were problems of team member ratio was there, variability was there, but probably these examples on some other day, some other time. But I thought, let me leave these two things before I wrap up. The way we go about doing it, or the way we are trying to do it is, probably take a fixed time period. First 6 weeks can be for doing the A3 and doing some part of this org flexibility in the first 6 weeks. Take a pause, start implementing in 10 weeks. So we break it into 16 weeks, 6 weeks for one particular reaching at a particular level, which is A3 thinking, and going about explaining the business cases. 10 weeks to implement. We start with one, then while we are doing it, we train somebody in the team. So that person who's trained does some other team, and that some other team becomes the change agent for some other team. Likewise, you create a series of waves, and a snowball effect can potentially be created by creating agents of change. Thereby I will try and achieve my empowerment of employees. You create these waves, snowball effect. I create multiple A3s through multiple waves, and I create a snowball effect. Right. I hope in the given span of time I was able to communicate what I intended to communicate. If there was some lack of clarity, I think please feel free to ask questions. Anybody that's there, I'm gonna pause the presentation here by thanking Abdul Kader ji for giving me this opportunity, and go back to the screen.
Thank you, Ganesh ji. Thank you very much. It's really a very intriguing and interesting presentation. Uh, Even though the topic you talk about the business process uh, excellence for transportation, okay, I think it is applicable for every business and every kind of setup. It's very interesting. You touch about some very key insights like A3, and then you talk about other concepts, fires, whys, and all. So that is fantastic, actually. It is very simpler. The good thing what I notice is you worked as a consultant, and also now you are working as an employee or a business leader of a company. So you have seen both ends. So it's not only a theoretical thing, it's you have done it practically. So I really like the way you presented it, and it's very interesting. In a given span of time, uh, it's very power packed presentation from you, Ganesh ji. So thank you very much. With the time constraints, maybe we have a couple of questions. We'll post you offline. So before we close the session and join another one, please give us some key insights, like a top three advice for the guys who are into supply chain, manufacturing domain for 2025. So what are the three important things they must do in 2025?
So personally, if you ask me, the agenda for change is of course everybody's, but I think my personal experience is, unless and until we hear to the frontline people, of course the organization has its agenda of driving profitability, all those things. but all this value is actually captured, or is it actually hidden with the frontline employees?
Mhm.
So we think that we are the intellectual brain power and we are the smarter person, but we underestimate the power of the people on the ground. I mean, the amount of smartness that my drivers have, you will not believe, Abdul Qadir ji. I mean, they are all people coming from villages driving vehicles. They are very sharp and very smart. They know if I actually change my rent, they clearly know that this is what is happening. I'll have to switch to a competitor immediately. So and the people that are closest to the drivers are these frontline employees. If we do not listen to these people, I think it's very difficult for change to happen. I think this is the top priority, which everybody should actually think. We should encourage the organization, create an ethos, an environment wherein which takes the input of frontline employees, and that's first one. Second is, how do I do that? Is one is this framework technique is all there, okay, which is easy to communicate. What is very difficult to communicate is building the trust and openness. So for these people to open up, I'll have to create an environment wherein people are actually finding it, trustworthy. Because invariably, what happens is if somebody raises their hand and then tells there's a problem, he'll be shot down immediately. When I mean shot, he'll either be fired, saying, you know what, hey, you actually had this problem and you're sitting with this problem for such a long time, and you don't even do about it. Is the immediate reaction that we as top management invariably do, because we have limited bandwidth to listen to them. So our action is replace this guy, move to somebody else. Right? So I think, I mean, if not more than two, these two are very important for us. Create an environment which genuinely is trustworthy, so that these people can open up. Because assuming the manager has a meeting with the his one down should tell openly, the person on the front line, sir, I'm actually stressed today. I'm not able to work. And that is not because of the work itself, it's because of various issues, right? And which can be resolved through A3 thinking, it can be resolved through problem solving properly, and in a structured way overcome the problem, so it can add value to the customer, add value to the organization, and he also feels relieved end of the day, and I can complete my task in 8 9 hours. Invariably what happens is it is these few metrics which is which people can see, but we all focus on. And so I think organizations like Toyota have become Toyota because of this approach.
Correct. Mhm. Fantastic. Very, 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 very insightful, Ganesh. Thank you very much for your time. We took 10 minutes, yeah, but yeah, it got delayed initially. So thank you very much and
Mr. Abdul
appreciate your
Qadir,
time, effort, and sincere thanks from all
Mis-
participants on behalf of
Mr.
participants.
Girish,
And
can I ask a question, Mr. Girish?
Yeah, with Abdul Qadir ji's
Hello?
permission, I can take that question.
yeah, yeah, Majid. Yeah, yeah,
Can I do that, sir?
yeah, yeah.
Are you, Sir Girish, are you having a tracking system in your fleet?
For
You
vehicle
can track the
tracking,
truck from, yes,
yeah.
with the all tracking JBS, and you can know where is your truck moving, how it's moving, is it running, is it not running, is it stop, is it arrive to destination? Uh, do you have that kind of tracking system?
Yes, yes, Majod ji. So we have a GPS tracking system. So there are
Hmm.
two types of vehicles we have got. One is the vehicle which runs on natural gas, CNG, compressed natural gas. The other type of vehicles are electric vehicles. So there are two separate tracking systems given the configuration of the vehicle that we have got to track these things. And we get a daily tracking system report, so that to know if there are GPS missing vehicles, ensure it has been brought. We also know, on Uber's platform, are they actually running for a particular kilometer in a day, and have they met
Hmm.
the targets or not? If not, there
Yeah.
are a pool of people with like a call center setup, who will actually call the driver and tell, hey, you know what, you have not driven yesterday. Is there any problem you have? Why have you not driven yesterday? What is the kilometer that they should have clocked? So yeah, so we have a
What
GPS tracking system.
Yeah.
what do I miss
So
here, Ganesh?
Yeah, with
What do I need, sir? Dinesh?
yeah, Majid sir, with the challenge of time, I think we can have
Okay.
a conversation. I'll just set up a call, a quick call between Majhood and Ganeshji. Okay, so we can have a quick call. Deep,
No
just
problem.
please and make a note. Very short call should help Abu Sami to clear his concerns or doubts. And with the Ganesh, yeah, you can find it. Also, let us make it offline. Deep, just make a note,
Thank
and
you.
maybe you can do it immediately, whatever.
No
Feel
problem.
comfortable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So,
Thank you.
thank you, Ganesh ji. Okay, so I keep you waiting for 5-10 minutes in the beginning of the session. So, wonderful lecture. So, what hearing, and I think I have to listen to the recording once again to really use it, the processes, what you have recommended. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure,
So,
sure. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Pleasure to have met you all. Thanks a lot, Abdul Qadir ji, for inviting me again. I hope there was some value that I was able to add.
definitely, thank you. So, thank you. With that, with that note, I just invite our guest speaker, Mr. Shankaran Padipurakal. Shankaran ji, thank you very much for joining the session. You are late. The session is late, running late by 10-15 minutes. Okay, so apology for that. So we are talking about distribution management by Mr. Shankaran. Okay, so again, Mr. Shankaran is very experienced in supply chain, especially warehousing, logistics, 3PL, last mile delivery, you name it. Okay, just let me give a quick introduction. Mr. Shankaran, a highly accomplished supply chain leader with over 20 years of experience in planning and managing end-to-end supply chain operations. Noted for driving cost savings, productivity enhancements, process improvements, and revenue growth across diversified industries. So let's supply chain for reputed companies in UAE. I think we can hear from Shakaranji a little more because he is helping a great companies. So Shankaranji, over to you. You can give a quick update from your side, and then let's enjoy distribution management.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And as Mr. Abdul mentioned, I have been into supply chain for the last 2 decades, and I have led various companies across diversified industries in this part of the world and India. I am currently heading the e-commerce for Indu logistics. I just recently taken over this role. Before that, I was head of supply chain for Trubel Marketing and Trading, which is a leading FMCG company in this part of the world. In today's session, I will share my experiences and expertise in driving efficiencies in distribution management, and I hope I'll be able to add some value to you all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, while sharing, you can put the presentation into a PPT mode, presentation mode, and share it. So it will.
Is it coming?
Perfect. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So first of all, I see my strengths are setting up distribution platforms, and the platform wherever I have set, even my previous one has been considered as a benchmark in this part of the world. We represent close to 150 principals worldwide. Out of that, 70% are in Europe, and the rest are in North America, Far East, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, and India also. From India, we represented ITC. That's the brand we represent. All these people have visited us, evaluated our logistics setup and distribution platform, and they have they have what would I say, the right term I'm not getting. They have agreed that what we have is a benchmark in the industry, and we take pride in showcasing this to our partners. Today, I'm going to share the various measures I have initiated in distribution in my previous stints, and First, let's get into important factors in distribution. Before taking any decisions, first we need to see what is the size of fleet we need to manage our distribution. This would again depend upon your market size and the geographical area, the type, nature of business. When I say size, I mean the area which you're covering obviously would be directly proportional to the number of resources you deploy. Then the type of business, if it is what do you call volume driven business like water or other commodities, that is again what do you call volume intensive model where you would be requiring more vehicles. And whereas when you have a diversified portfolio and you have all kinds of products, you have chill, dry, frozen, and ambient products, then you would be requiring temperature control distribution solutions. So you need to consider all these things and then what do you call plan your distribution strategy. Then, as I told, the type of fleet also you have, based on the nature of the products that you handle. It could be a simple dry fleet, or you could be going for a temperature controlled fleet. And when you go for a temperature controlled fleet, also the intricacies are more complicated based on the type of the products. If you plan to, like in my case, we were having dry, ambient, chill, and frozen, all the four categories which were to be transported to the market. And we could come out with some innovative solutions where we could take all the four together on one truck. And I'll show some pictures later. Similarly, your maintenance cost. This is again another important aspect which has to be considered. Your maintenance, if the vehicle, what do you call, the fleet is not properly managed, you will end up incurring a significant cost towards maintenance. So it is very pertinent that you should take the right kind of vehicles and ensure your drivers also properly trained. And it's not only training, as my previous speaker mentioned, you have to rely on the people who are managing these assets. And first, you have to impart the right kind of skills. In our case, we are the entire fleet of drivers. Everybody were trained by Toyota. And it's not only that, we also made sure that they were incentivized and motivated. So if we used to have this fuel limits for each week routes set based on the nature of the route, and we have these incentives arranged. We set a budget for fuel and maintenance, and we monitor every quarter what is the kind of maintenance incurred on that vehicle and what is the kind of fuel we consume. If there is any what do you call significant savings in terms of maintenance costs and fuel costs, we make sure the driver gets incentivized for that. And it's actually these kind of things that motivate and make the people self-driven. Fuel is also another aspect which one has to consider when you are planning for your distribution. And sustainability. Sustainability is, again, it's more than what you call social responsibility. In my case, I think sustainability always drives efficiency. It is a business necessity. I will share my experiences and knowledge in subsequent slides. As I told you, when you're looking at size, you need to look at the requirement, which I've covered earlier, and based on the nature of your industry, then the area to be covered, what's the extent of area that has to be covered. In my case, UAE, we have around 200, about 250 kilometers from north to south, and another probably 100 kilometers from east to west. So similarly, you need to see the area that has to be covered. Your travel time also has to be considered while you're planning for your distribution fleet. Then another important aspect is your delivery window restrictions. You will have customers who have window restricted certain times during which you are supposed to do the deliveries. So these also will be a constraint in your distribution. So you need to ensure you plan your size considering these delivery windows. Each industry, as I told you, type of industry, each industry is different. So if it is a load intensive industry like water or your rice, flour and other commodities, or even your non-food industrial and all, they could be, then that calls for a different type of fleet. And if you have a temperature sensitive or a mixed bag, then you will have to go for temperature control solutions. And traffic is also another aspect which has to be considered. If you are driving through city limits, then there will be your traffic restrictions. The traffic will be dense. And if you're doing the outskirts, obviously the traffic will be less, but the distance to be covered could be possibly more. Another what do you call factor one has to consider is it in-house or outsourced? I personally feel in-house makes better business sense over outsource. And in fact, when I joined my previous role, most of the fleet was outsourced, and I had to convert them into in-house. When we do it in-house, what happens? Only thing is your responsibility increases, but the benefits that you derive out of it are far more significant. And I, being very passionate in what I do, I have taken over the responsibility, and what do you call, the savings were there to speak for themselves. When you have an outsourced fleet, you have a set budget which you have to apportion every month. And when we went into an in-house model, I just had to incur 3/4 of the cost. And over a period of 4 years, we could, what do you call, break even. We could recover the cost on the investment. And post the fourth year, it was only savings. And again, as I said, your maintenance is certainly a key component, but it again depends upon how you manage your drivers, and that certainly makes a difference. In our case, first of all, we made sure they were imparted with the right kind of training. All the drivers were trained by Toyota, and even the vehicles that we have selected are, again, we look at a cost of ownership model rather than an upfront cost model. So we went in for good brands. We tested. The way we look at cost of ownership is we look at the upfront cost and cost of maintenance over a period of 5 years minus the residual value. This is how we derive on the cost of ownership. And based on that, Toyota was a clear winner, and we went for their vehicles, and I mean, the efficiencies were there to speak for themselves. Not only that, in addition to imparting the right kind of skills, we also encourage the drivers to implement and practice it. And that happens when you put some tangible benefits with it. So if a vehicle is driven properly, the wear and tear is reduced, they make sure the tire conditions are good, the load is right, and it's driven properly. It also minimizes your maintenance costs and also drives fuel efficiency. So this was, these are again, what do you call, aspects one should consider while you look into the type of fleet. And this is an innovative solution that was introduced by us in distribution. The vehicle that you see here has 3 compartments. And why we went for Toyota as it had a longer chassis than its competitors. So I could carry 2 pallets in the first compartment where I can contain the temperature to -18 to -20, which is frozen. In the middle, I can put another 2 pallets, which will be chilled, where the temperature is 0 to 4 degrees. And then the last compartment, I can take 4 pallets where I can put my dry and ambient goods together, which means I am eliminating the need of assigning 2 vehicles for 1 delivery. All my deliveries happen on 1 vehicle. This has certainly made a significant difference to our costs and operations. Then the beauty of the solution is the partitions are movable. So I can use it as a single storage, dual storage, or a triple storage. I can play with any permutation or combination. Another, what do you call, experience which I would like to share with you was in my previous, prior to Trubel, I was with a major water distribution company. And over there, the distribution from the plant to the warehouses was a significant amount. We used to incur a cost of nearly 12 million dirhams an annum. And because all the, what do you call, transport requirements was outsourced. And there we used to use the regular trailers which carry 25 tons payload at any in one trip. There I designed a trailer which could carry up to 60 tons in one trip. And we purchased trailers, designed them, and started operating. You won't believe, in 18 months, we had the ROI on investment. And after that, we were looking at a saving of 7 million per annum. So unfortunately, I don't have the images, but if you happen to see one of those of you who are in this part of the world, if you happen to see those large trailers of Masafi, that's my brainchild. And I mean, that has certainly made a big impact on the operational costs. And not only that, it also drives, as I told you, efficiencies and promotes sustainability. When you have one vehicle which can carry more than 2 vehicles payload, you're reducing the impact on the environment. Next is your fleet utilization. This is again a major area which is always what you call overlooked. My experience in this part of the world is over 90% of the industry doesn't utilize their distribution fleet efficiently. And you don't have to go for what you call high-tech software solutions. Very simple logics have to be put in place. You have to do a load planning and route optimization. When the way we do load planning is every product that is inside the warehouse, the what you call volume and weight are captured in the item masters. So the system can derive the volume and weight per each order. Similarly, the capacity and where both the volume and weight capacity of each vehicle is also captured in the system. So when you process an order, the system will be able to derive what is the volume of this order and what is the weight of the order, which is again mapped against the what you call load or capacity of the vehicle, and make sure that you utilize the vehicle properly. Often the vertical space is not utilized properly. So when you do a proper planning, you can make sure the vehicle is utilized above 80%. And that certainly makes a big difference. It will not only reduce the number of vehicles, it will decrease your operational costs, drive operational efficiencies, and certainly promote environmental clauses. Route optimization over here also, you have to make sure that the drops are sequenced on last in first out basis, which means the moment the driver hits the customer's premise, a order is right in the forefront. He doesn't have to search for the order inside the vehicle. Everything is pre-packed and kept in the vehicle. So the moment he opens the door, the particular customer's order will be appearing right in front of him. He just has to open, especially when you are operating a temperature control fleet, reefer fleet. This thing plays a major role because every time you open the door, your temperature is compromised. So if you plan things and arrange it in an organized manner, you save a lot. Otherwise, what happens is, especially when you're carrying chilled products vehicle, they are super sensitive, and in extreme climates, in winter, in summer over here, the temperature reaches almost up to 50 degrees. And every time I open a door and leave it open, my chill stocks go for a toss. So it is important that we what do you call, do a proper load planning and make sure the load is properly placed inside the. So you open and instantly pick the customer's order and close it. So you don't compromise much on your thermal efficiencies, and it also drives your fuel efficiency. So these are certain solutions that will make a big difference for your distribution. And I strongly recommend that for your distribution operations, please make sure you have a load planning and route optimization. And trust me, this is not rocket science. It's pretty straightforward. As I told you, every products you need to make sure the weight and volume is captured in the system at the time of receiving or registering the item masters. And similarly, you have to capture the volume and weight specifications of each and every vehicle. And the system will ensure that you utilize the fleet properly. It will also, you also have to factor the delivery windows, if at all any, and you will, this will ensure that the distribution operates at a very high level of efficiencies. Fuel is again, I'll use my case studies. When I joined my previous company, we were purchasing fuel from the fuel stations, and we had a credit arrangement with the fuel companies, wherein we had to put more than 2 months of fuel cost as upfront payment. And then daily the vehicles go to the fuel stations. They, on an average, they spend about 25 minutes. And that is what you call precious time for our operations. And not only that, since the entire fleet is refrigerated, the moment you turn on the ignition in the morning, till they come back in the evening, the vehicle keeps running. That is fuel consumption for us also. And what I did is, we luckily there were some developments in the industry. We had companies who came out with solutions of providing fuel on premise. And I approached one of the companies, and not only that, we negotiated a better price. I got 15% less than the bunk price. On top of it, the payment terms was also moved to a credit arrangement. Earlier we were paying upfront. Now we pay 1 month after the invoices are generated, which are generated towards end of the month. And the fueling happens on premise in the night. All our fleet vehicles are back in the distribution hub by 9 in the evening, and these people come late night around 12 and refuel all these vehicles. Next day morning, when the drivers report for work, they find that the vehicles are fully refueled. They don't have to go to the fuel stations and spend time there, and they can straight away get on to work. So what happens is you get additional time for fulfilling the deliveries, and you're also saving that additional 25 or 30 minutes that you spend at the fuel station. That is available. That fuel is also available. And if I have to put things in a tangible perspective, I was putting 900 trucks off-road in a year. So these simple aspects, when you consider, it certainly makes a difference from all aspects, be it driving business efficiencies or promoting environment. This is what I said, as again, the sustainability part I have already covered in my previous slides, and I'd like to again go through it quickly. In-house refueling, I just completed. Fuel consumption, see, for sure you need to look at good brands which have a track record of good fuel consumption. And on top of it, you have to impart the skills to your team to make sure they operate the vehicles in the right manner. And not only that, if you really want, if you're genuinely interested and keen on driving efficiencies, it has to be a win-win proposition. You set up a budget and then clearly communicate with your team that this is the budget that I have for the maintenance and fuel cost savings, and every person or individual is assigned a part of that. If they manage to save something out of it, a portion of that can be given to them as incentives. Trust me, you do not have to invest in any high-tech, what you call softwares. You will see that the efficiencies will come just like that. And one more, factor that can certainly promote efficiencies is in countries or areas where you do not have any, legal obligations, if you can utilize your return trips. Because in the distribution companies, often what happens is you go with one-way load. Return trips often are empty trips. If you have tie-up with some customers and get their products to your place, I mean, like in our case, our vehicles go from Dubai to Abu Dhabi, all other Emirates, and return trips are empty. We have tie-ups with some people, and if they have any requirements, they approach us and they put the vehicle item on our truck, and we give them a competitive price. And not only that, it also covers our cost. So we try to salvage some of the cost. And not on then again, when it comes to sustainability, we are avoiding another vehicle on the road, because our vehicle which is coming empty has taken that load. So that is also promoting the environmental cost. And this is an opportunity which exists across all over, and it is something that one should seriously look into. And I think I have covered most of the points. If you all have any questions, you may feel free to ask.
Hi. So fantastic insights. Sorry, let me just mute it. Yeah, again.
I hope I managed to save some time for you, Mr. Abdul.
Yeah, you did save, but that's fine. So we have time. Yeah, we have a few more
So you
minutes
can
to-
ask questions, and
Yeah.
let's see.
Oh, now you nicely said about the key points we need to take care for the distribution management. Okay, so from the global context, okay, for the mid-size organizations, yeah, when you are talking about the larger organizations where they can do necessary investments, okay, for the overall distribution management. What about the mid-size organizations? What about the startups? So, what is your advice? Who are venturing into a distribution business? Shankaran?
See, it's apparently the same. See, I mean, maybe you can consider outsourcing initially, but again, I gave the number. The numbers are there to speak for themselves. I just spent about 3/4 of what I was paying to an outsourced vehicle as an EMI, and in 4 years, I was able to recover the cost. So it's entirely up to this. If you feel that your business is good enough, more or less good enough, and I would strongly recommend to go for an in-house solution. And if you are uncertain, then you can start off with an outsource. And once there is an element of certainty creeping in, then you could look at what you call in-house solutions.
So, from the cost point of view, yes, outsourcing to a third party is definitely from the performance point of view. Yes, this is more beneficial. There is no question about it. At service levels, kind of thing. But when it comes to cost, what is the difference you find out, like outsourcing versus in-house? Because you must operate at a very efficient rate when you have it in-house. So, what is your take on that?
So that is what I told. See, the way we did it is when we purchased the assets, we had an AMC for 5 years with the vendors. So the vehicle maintenance is entirely on them.
So we can we can stop screen share so we can see, the audience can see you.
Yeah.
Full screen, yeah.
Yeah. So what I see when we go for, along with the cost, we have an enter into AMC with the vendor. So we have 5 years AMC, and we looked at the regular maintenance that is required over a period of 5 years. And since we had volume, the number of vehicles were high, we could negotiate a good deal. And then the maintenance was entirely on the OEM company. And 5 years is a reasonable period. By then, what happens is we also have a decent exposure on the operations and maintenance. And then we could, if required, continue with them, or there are other parties in the market who could offer you more competitive rates. But again, a key component over here is how your manages or makes use of the assets. So the driver behavior is a key aspect that has to be factored when you take decisions. So if you have the right kind of people, impart the skills, and they have the right what you call temperament, and we can make it. And again, as I said, in order to motivate people drive, you need to ensure that they also get something in return. Otherwise, what happens is often people neglect this and take things for granted. And it's a penny wise, pound foolish approach. They don't mind incurring numerous costs on maintenance, but they don't realize that if you initiate these small measures, it'll make a big difference to the business.
Yeah, and this outsourcing also, it need not be 100%. You can have a partial outsourcing plan. So you maintain it in-house, and then any kind of surge in the demand, you can always outsource. So you can get experience in both modes. That will be helpful for you to grow. Yeah.
See, outsource, again, you have a dry lease and wet lease. If you're looking at a dry lease, you have to factor the drivers and other crew from your in-house. And if it is wet lease, then it comes with its own challenges. It is industry specific. If you are in a food industry, you have to make sure the person who's coming on board to offer services has all the permits in place, which is a challenge. Not everybody has it. So it is again industry specific. So, and again, I told you, when you have an outsource, it comes with a cost. If you're willing to, incur those kind of costs, it's your call.
Correct. Now, Shankaranji, especially when you talk about India, the logistics business is still unorganized. Okay, so there are big players like delivery and other, but still the majority part of the logistics is still unorganized. Okay. Now, one of the most important part in this is the drivers. So drivers are not very well organized. So they don't, still the companies or the economy does not consider driver very important part of the logistics. So that's the reason, they are not treated as they should be treated. So because of that, the drivers does not take the ownership of the fleet management kind of thing. So that is the reason, if you want to give them any responsibility other than taking the truck from A to B, like using any application or something, so they are not they are reluctant. Okay, so what do you see for next 2, 3, 5 years down the road? How this logistics business, distribution management business, taking shape with all these technologies and all? So what is that like? Do the drivers need to use any apps like the fleet transportation management to track and trace and then to update that information, or it should be AI driven? So what is the next 2, 3, 5 years? What do you think about the transformation in this industry?
See, there are multiple aspects that have to be considered. First, it is the deportment of the top management, how you look at these resources. Are they a key player in the entire scope of scheme, or you just take them for granted? When you take them for granted, then obviously you can't expect much out of them. But if you take the drivers as a stakeholder in the business and value their inputs, again, before taking a resource on board, you have to do your due diligence and make sure the individual has the right kind of traits to be a part of your team. And when they are in your team, it becomes your responsibility to ensure they are properly managed. You cannot take them for granted. Make them feel that they are very much a vital component in the entire scheme, and take their inputs. And as I told you, as we've been doing, we set up a budget for maintenance and fuel consumption, share it with them, and also make sure they are trained in the right manner. then ask them to drive the efficiencies. Then what happens is they take ownership of the business. And then you can see the efficiencies driving in by themselves. Having said that, technology is also a critical element. You cannot rule out the benefits of technology. See, it certainly enables so many things. It can ensure efficiencies. Supposing you have two vehicles plying in adjacent routes, and one vehicle has completed its trips, the other vehicle is lagging behind because of delays at some certain. If you have visibility on what is happening, then you can cannibalize. You can send the empty vehicle to the other vehicle, ask him to take the remaining part of the load, and ensure your deliveries are completed. And so these are certainly some things which technology enables. And so technology also has a role. And similarly, when you're operating cross country, if you have an empty vehicle in any particular place, especially return logistics, and the data is shared with customers, prospective customers, and if they have a load, it what you call promotes environmental costs, and also the say makes a significant impact on the costs for the stakeholders, both the customer as well as the provider.
Yeah, I think the technology has its own advantages,
Yes,
but
please.
it's all about the leadership, how you deal with the business.
Certainly, it makes a difference.
Thing. I think it's very the people nowadays are going for 3PL operations. Again, 3PL operations, they drive profitability. So there is always a possibility that there is somewhere there is a problem. So you did a great job of doing in-house. That is something which is
See,
commendable.
3PL, when you go for 3PL, it comes at a cost.
Yes.
So it again depends. If you are willing to incur those costs, it's fine. Having said that, you also have to evaluate the 3PL operators. How competent are they? Are they just doing a superficial approach, or they have the required expertise? Otherwise, what happens is often anybody with a truck starts a 3PL operation, but there's much more to it. So you need to have people who have the understanding of the industry business, and when you partner with them, you have the right kind of efficiencies. Otherwise, it leads to various challenges.
Yeah. The service levels, and also the driver behavior,
Yeah.
they have to feel that it's their own. And then it is not about fighting and doing.
See, you cannot approach any Tom, Dick, and Harry who has a vehicle for logistics services. You need to make sure that that person has a good understanding on the business, and he has a pretty good understanding of supply chains.
So is this a reason like 4PL operators are coming up? Because to just consolidate this 3PL guys and then manage all this, is that the trend you look forward?
4PL is a value addition. So, and 3PL, see, the industry has all kinds of requirements. So 3PL players can be there for 3PL, 4PL. If people have those kind of requirements, 4PL people can approach. So it all depends upon the market. Which kind of customers are you reaching out to?
Fantastic. So fantastic. That's a great insight. So let me see if there is some questions. The team, if they have any questions, please post it. Otherwise, I will ask. So top three takeaways for 2025. What do you advise the supply chain managers, logistics managers, warehouse managers? Okay, and then the new aspirants of supply chain, and then technical guys in supply chain. So, what is your key advice for 2025, Shankaranji?
See, in today's environment where the competition is getting more and more intense, the supply chain has a crucial role. The difference between the best in the market is now by and large driven to supply chains. How efficiently you manage your supply chain drives the business and creates the difference between you and your competition. Especially when you are coming from countries where the cost of operations or resources are competitive compared to the rest of the world. Supply chain is a major component. It will make a big difference, and you can certainly uh, play a major role in promoting the larger cause. These countries have advantages of manufacturing, producing products and services at reasonably competitive prices from other parts of the world, and all those efficiencies directly are related to supply chain efficiencies. So if you are keen on pursuing supply chain or whoever is in the field, if you understand and appreciate the what you call your importance, you can make a big difference to the country, the economy, and in terms of a profession also, there is much for you to accomplish.
Perfect, perfect. So thank you, Shankaranji. Thank you very much. With that note, I take this as an opportunity to thank Mr. Shankaran. He has joined from Dubai. He is a renowned supply chain leader in the industry and helping all kind of organizations. Okay, so I appreciate on behalf of the participants, organizers. Okay, so thank you, Shankaranji, for the valuable insights, and then look forward for more from you in our upcoming sessions.
So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I take this as an opportunity to thank Shankaranji and then welcome our new guest speaker, Biju Nanukuttam. The topic what we are going to discuss now is about aviation supply chain trends, challenges and opportunities. So from today morning, we talk about feed industry, we talk about logistics, distribution management, and then we also talk about manufacturing best practices, business process, which is business process improvements in fleet. And we talk about very interesting topic in the beginning, also digital twins of supply chain. So this is our fifth session today. So happy to invite Mr. Biju. If you are there, yeah. Okay, so thank you. So I could not see you on the screen. So your camera is on.
I'm there, sir. Yeah, hi.
You're coming up. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, very good afternoon to all. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Biju. So very quick introduction.
Yes, sir.
Biju is a seasoned expert for 20 years of experience in market intelligence, strategy, product marketing, and go-to-market for connected aircraft solutions. So this is something which is very interesting. I would like to hear more. Okay. So he has a strong track record in business development, mergers and acquisition, product roadmaps, and also he is recognized as the innovation leader with the 21 USPTO patents, with the GE as a gold medalist. So Bijuji, so thank you for joining us session today. I would like to hear your insights, and our participants definitely will like the airline industry best practices. So thank you. So
thank you, sir.
quick
Please
note
let
is,
me-
your screen is visible. Only thing is when you share, now it is fantastic. You can continue.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to thank you, Abdul Qadir sir, for this opportunity to present my views on the aviation supply chain challenges, the trends and the opportunities globally. I would be discussing on what exactly is happening in the industry and how the industry players are reacting to it, or they are taking some strategies, the best practices. I have some examples also to start with, since you have already spoken about me. Yeah. So next 30 to 40 minutes, I will be discussing on how this evolution happened in the aviation supply chain in last 120 years. And what are the key challenges there, key trends there, the opportunities there for different people. Now, it's not only aviation people, but from other industries also people coming, and there are a lot of opportunities which is happening. And what is the innovation, helping the aviation supply chain. What is happening in aviation supply chain? What is the disruption happening in aviation supply chain? And then what the companies and players are doing to overcoming these challenges. So some recommendations on that. So this is the crux what I'm going to speak today. And any questions are always welcome. Yeah. So how this has happened, aviation supply chain. Over 100 years, if you see the Wright brothers, when he started flying, this is a very famous picture. Um, where he took his first flight, and they had a bicycle shop, and they made this aircraft with a lot of permutation combinations. They did a lot of things, and Kitty Hawk, the first time it flew, it became a iconic picture. But how they did it, they had a small bicycle shop, and they focused on small items, small things they sourced from there. And then because of that, they did manually. So it was very small. They two very focused people. What they want, they knew. They sourced it. They did a lot of innovation there to make things happen. So first thing is, they are very clear what they wanted to do in supply chain. You have to have the scope very clear. So once they started doing it, and from that period, from 19th century to First World War, um, that is the most important thing, because supply chain was confined to the regional market. So if US was fighting the World War One, everything was in the US side. The European side, there was growth that side. So the world was moving in different regional sort of a supply chain. Japanese separately, American separately, German separately. But what has happened in the World War One is that they moved with the Ford's line, the Ford's the car model, the moving assembly line. So first time that happened in the World War One, they started moving in the assembly line. So aircraft started building in the assembly line. So that was the major early innovation happened in the 100 years. During the Second World War, they started manufacturing globally. So a lot of subcontractors, suppliers, they were based in Europe, they were based in London, they were based in Spain, France. Everyone, they collaborated there, and US separately was collaborating. So World War II was another area where a lot of supply chain innovation, supply chain happened in the World War II time. So Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Airbus. Airbus was not that much, but Boeing and Lockheed Martin was very, very good in controlling the production and the raw materials to final assembly. So they were very good at it. They optimized those things. So Second World War was when everything started channelizing, started focusing on every key things to improve, and that is how the World War II last 70 years improved. But what happened in last 20-25 years is even more thing. um, Not only they were focused on regional, they moved global now. So if you see here in India, HAL is a lot of work from Boeing and Airbus is outsourced to HAL in Bangalore. There are a lot of players who are outsourced a lot of work from Airbus, Boeing, Bombardier, all those work, Embraer. So it is built in India now. So they started giving to India, China, Brazil, all small countries. So supplier networks started growing, and it becomes so huge for each aircraft model. As the aircraft model is growing, the supply chain is even growing, the complexity is even growing. So the reliance on the supply chain with different countries, different geographic locations, that is what the complexity they brought. And to solve this complexity, the challenges it brought, the logistic bottlenecks it brought, and a lot of political things also coming into, because different countries, different things. So that was the area where it grew, but things also became a lot of complication coming in. But what happened is complexity came, the digital transformation came, so it started solving problems in different way. So ultimately what has happened is modern supply chain is getting evolved, it is getting smart, getting more digital, and that's how they are doing. For example, I'm giving you Boeing 787. They have over 50 suppliers and in 135 sites, and over 500,000 parts. How will you do it? It's a huge gigantic thing. But think about the problem, think about the stakes. If one thing, critical thing stops, everything, the production line stops, or the supply, or the project timelines go wrong. And that is what affects the airlines, because airlines is the major customers, and it really affects them. So evolution is very simple, started very from a shop to the most complex and most advanced systems in the world. So let me tell you what is the size of this ASC market. So if you see the aviation supply chain market, it is around 334 billion today, and as estimate says, it will grow at around 3%, and by 2029 or 30 it will be around 400 billion dollars. So it's a huge market. Huge market means 400 billion is good, half a trillion around. So if you see that major areas are, North America, Europe, and APAC. But if you see APAC is growing fast. It is the largest now and the fastest growing market, Asia Pacific. So everything in next 15-20 years will be in this area. If you see China, India, Japan, Singapore, all these areas will be more, focused on aviation now, because growth is there, population is growing. A lot of airlines are coming inside, a lot of MROs coming inside. So everything will go. So what exactly by component, you can see aircrafts as a whole will be a one part, engines will be a one part, avionics or LRU we call it, line replaceable units. And then we have smaller things like ground handling, MROs, supply chain, inventories, and smaller players, part suppliers. There are certain companies who take the old aircrafts, they break it down, and then they take the parts and resell the parts. So part business is also coming, and that is also in the supply chain. So people prefer older parts which have life, and that helps them to bring down their cost. By function, supply chain has procurement, logistics, inventory management, and then other areas, simple risk management and also are there. End users, who all are there? Commercial airlines. All your commercial airlines are a big part. So they are another $700 billion industry, 700 to $800 billion. Military aviation is around $1 trillion. Business aviation is another. And then smaller players like Cessna and small aircrafts, helicopters, all our others are there. But basically, if you see the supply chain, they are tired, like the tier one, like the aircraft manufacturer, like Boeing, Airbus. Then you have the engine manufacturers like GE, Pratt& and Whitney, and Rolls-Royce. Then comes your smaller players like Honeywell, Raytheon. They are not smaller, I mean to say, they give the tier three parts a lot, like the components, like the black boxes, the FMS and other things. So all those things comes into Meggitt, Thales, L3 Harris, flight data system. So they give the subcomponents and components, electronic components for the aircraft industry. Then there are a lot of material based companies also there. But these are the major ones, which is, in the ecosystem, where you can say that what constitutes the aviation supply chain. It is very complex, and that is what people say is aviation supply chain why it becomes complex is there are smaller, very small parts to very big parts like engines and wings also, and it is very dynamic. So that is one thing which we have to look into. And as and how the population is growing, the need is growing, a lot of aircrafts are coming in, so the system is even developing. There are new regulations and laws coming which is going to change this aviation system. So once the aircraft is made, there comes the MRO. MRO is like maintenance, repair, and overhauling. So it maintains those aircrafts, and that is also a separate material where a separate market where it is a $1 billion of digital thing. But if you see MRO market is $100 billion, but to move that MRO, you have lot of technologies coming in. So you have predictive maintenance, AR, VR, digital twin, artificial intelligence, IoT, 3D. So all these things which is coming to improve the efficiency of maintenance, to maintain the aircraft, whereas helping the supply chain also. So all these technologies, what you see in the technology zone is interrelated. One is on the production side, the other is maintenance of aircraft, and third is supply chain. To maintain, you need components, you need services, you need everything. So to maintain that, there is a lot of technologies, and then its application also. How do you manage that, like parts replacement, mobility, functionality, cyber security, inspection, everything comes into that. So everything will be in these two areas. So it is interrelated. Supply chain cannot be in isolation. It has to be digitally motivated, digitally transparent, digitally secure, and then improve the efficiencies coming in. So um, the whole ecosystem will be, it cannot be separate. It has to be intertwined. It has to be more understanding of each other, so that they can leverage and give benefits to the stakeholders like airlines and OEMs. Now it becomes very difficult. It's so big, but where do you start? How do you understand, what is affecting your supply chain? So there are disruptors which is coming. So one is very big, is like supply chain disruption is COVID, or anything which can impact the industry or halt the industry. So if you see 9/11, that was one thing which affected the industry, changed the total aviation industry. Then COVID pandemic, which has come now recently in 2019, it impacted the aviation. Everything stopped. The skilled labor was stopped, critical parts were not there, production schedules was affected, everything stopped. So these type of events, it will, something else will come in next 5-10 years, but what it will come and how are you ready to impact or ready to hold that thing there? So that is one area where you have to understand big disruptions, where you can see that nothing gets affected. The second thing is demand. So suddenly what has happened after COVID, the demand skyrocketed. Everyone wants to fly, and this emotional thing that I want to fly before I die, that has even increased the numbers, and that has helped airlines to grow, but they have given pressure to the airline like Boeing, airline suppliers like Boeing or Airbus. Their backlogs got, they can make only 700 aircrafts a year, but the backlogs are huge. Even from India, if you see 500 aircraft from Tata's, 498 aircraft from Indigo, so these people are ordering like anything, but how will you give that? Supply chain has a lot of constraints, especially aircraft, where there is a lot of critical materials, critical systems, so they cannot overthrow. There are certifications also, you cannot make and give tomorrow. All the components has to be certified also, so this demand also has a problem. So that is also a disruption in terms. The third most important thing is war, and this has impacted aviation industry very badly. So if you see the war in Ukraine, that has changed the total supply chain of titanium alloys. So that has really affected the aviation. US China trade war, that has increased the tariff. So component which were cheaper earlier has become costly. Chip shortages also has a lot of electronic components, chips. That is a big issue for aviation, not only in aviation, every other thing. So if your semiconductor chips are not available, most of the systems can't work. So that is a big supply chain issue now. So these challenges, what we see has, let's go a little bit more like supply chain fragmentation, because now the supply chain has so much divided. It is putting a lot of, everybody doesn't want to do everything. They want to do one part of it. Let's say I want to do fasteners, or I want to do LRU, I want to do. So what has happened, they become so specialized, if something happens to their systems or their supply chain, the whole thing gets into issue. There is also a financial strain, because you take a lot of material in advance and a lot of payment issues happens, and that becomes a problem. Then what we see is diverse suppliers, and that is a big issue, because you have diverse suppliers, but you have to have a platform to manage them. Otherwise it is very difficult. Different types of laws, different types of rates, different types of contract management, so many things. So that becomes a problem, and it creates inefficiencies, and that affects the uh, supply chain a lot. Geopolitical tensions, I told you, like the Indo-China war also. If you see US-China trade war, if you see uh, Ukraine war. Now the other big thing is near the Middle East. So what is happening, a lot of our material comes from the European region, and it comes from the Red Sea. And if anything happens in the Red Sea, that also gets affected. So these smaller things also gets into a bigger issues, because supply chain is a movement. If a movement is stopped, all the things are going to be affected. The labor shortages and skill gap, so this is very, very critical, because as you see Europe, the aging thing is happening there. Their workforces are getting older, and new workforces are not getting trained fast. So they have insufficient training programs, growing gaps in the skills, and this affects the production. And so that is why a lot of work is transferring to India and China, and nearby areas. So that is a big area. So they are try to solve it, but aging workforce is going to be a big issue. Regulatory pressures, because there are a lot of regulations happening, the taxes, the tariffs, and now they are putting the green taxes also. So Corsia is coming in. So a lot of things will change in manufacturing. You cannot manufacture the same way with higher CO2 footprint. So you have to reduce your footprint. And volatility, because the demands are fluctuating because of these disruptions. So demand forecasting is very, very difficult now. So if the demand forecasting is not correctly, done, then the factories, then the big players, they will have always problem. If you see, if G is not able to deliver engines to Airbus or Boeing schedule goes, thing, and then it will go to the lessors, it will go to the airline, their financials become problem. So always remember that it is a cyclic thing, and there are three major things which will always affect in supply chain. One is quality, the quantity, and the time. So you want all the three: quality the best, quantity in the right numbers, and the time in which in the right time it should come. Otherwise, if it comes very late, you are already in red. So this is a very big thing to manage in three dimensions. So key trends, this is very interesting because what people now you have seen the problems now. Now, what are the solutions or what are people doing? So this slide talks about that. So what has happened is, as fragmentation happened, Boeing and Airbus, they have sourced the critical materials. So they started having separate companies and separate entities to maintain that supply chain. So that is happening. So they have a very good platforms with them, which is managing that. They are having very good teams which manages the supply chain. They forecast, they have the right alternatives for every issue. So that is what they are doing. Second thing is digital transformation. Digital transformation means they are managing everything in digitally. So they have a lot of digital platforms with, like Airbus, they're having Skywise platform. They have special modules in that to manage the supply chain. Even global services from Boeing, they have it. Honeywell, they have done a global search chain, resilience, also adopting digital technologies to manage risk and improve efficiency. So this is very good things which they have. They call it Honeywell Forge. And these three people, they have made platforms, and they are helping the smaller players also to use these platforms. They can sell these platform to other airlines and MROs to use their platforms to improve their supply chain thing. So that is one thing which changed in recent years. Nearshoring. So what they are doing is, the big players, they are bringing the smaller suppliers near to them, so that if any geopolitical tension happens, so their supply chain is not affected. So the US is again going back to manufacturing. India is also started manufacturing. China is also bringing all the manufacturing to themselves. They started their local. So their new airline, new aircraft manufacturing called Comac, they are putting everything. Earlier it was all European or American suppliers, but now they are trying to bring them to China itself to overcome this. They are called nearshoring. Sustainability is a big thing because everybody is aware. They want to be green. They don't want to pollute the planet. So they are asking the big companies to work on certain solutions which are green, like Wings of Tomorrow, Boeing's eco demonstrator. So they are using processes, materials which are more green and more eco-friendly. So that is what is happening in this side. So that is one good trend which is happening. It will be more and more eco-friendly in future. They will bring fuels under this. A lot of biofuels will be coming in, a lot of materials which will be lesser polluting the environment. And operational adjustments. So what has happened is, everybody cannot be everywhere. So if you see G and Safran, they have partnership called CFM. So they work together. So G is a American company and Safran is a European company, and they both partner, and they have their factories together in Europe, and they manufacture together. So that reduces the complexity of supply chain. So strategic alliances is also happening. Yeah. Now you understood what exactly challenges are, and and trends are, but what are the opportunities? So digital transformation is one good opportunity where you can see lot of big players like Airbus, Boeing, Honeywell. A lot of players are bringing in platforms, and smaller players like the digital solutions, they can work with them, they can partner with them, they can work together to solve customers problem. And there is where a lot of digital connection is happening. Everybody has a digital ecosystem, like G has an ecosystem, and smaller players can join them, and they can solve the problems what their customer is having and improving in supply chain. So that is happening. Decentralization of supply chain is happening. So Boeing is creating a regional manufacturing hub in Europe and Asia. So if you see Boeing, it is investing huge in India, in India, especially in Bangalore. You can see a lot of things coming in. Their design center is here, their manufacturing center and fabrication is also coming to India. G is also started doing it. So decentralization is happening. Everything focused from US and Europe now coming to China and India. So decentralization is also happening. Sustainability, as I spoke, a lot of things is happening, and like AI, IoT, blockchain, they are using every capability, every technology to improve green. In supply chains, they are using RFID, they are using AR, VR, they are using everything, how to get the part to the correct place with the least amount of energy utilized. So sustainability is not only just making green processes, but how to reduce timing and reduce the cost of fuel also. They are going to that level of details. And expansion into markets. So you can see a lot of growth happening in the APAC region, Middle East region, India, especially Udan scheme, Gati Shakti scheme. It is really helping our aviation, supply chain. Earlier, we used to get higher price things. Now, the government of India has reduced the taxes also on MRO and Gati Shakti scheme. So now earlier it was so much complicated. Now, if you want to send some part to northeast, it was very difficult. Now it is easy. You can go to Bombay port, or you can go to Calcutta port, and from there with these programs you can easily lift it, and less paperwork. The supply chain is getting more simpler now, and multimodal transport is being used to send up part from any place to remote places also. So that is also happening because of this market. Strategic alliances like Safran and G, I gave an example. Because of this, they sold 35,000 engines, worldwide. They are the number one in the world, CFM. So all the aircraft, what you see, every second or third aircraft is from CFM now. It's that scale, and they together did it. And 35,000 aircraft engines is a huge, huge number. Now I have already spoken about the trends, but I will give you what exactly has transpired. So what exactly happened with this? So if you see Boeing and Airbus and Comac, the impact is huge. So when they have, started it, they have started committing also that they will be reducing supply chain by 50%. Supply chain carbon emissions by 50% by 2025. So that is the promise what their company is telling. So that is happening, and the impact was so bad. They had to change their deliveries also. If you see the Airbus, the engines were delivered late because of Pratt and Whitney and CFM issues. So even then, their thing was there. So production adjustments were done. So just to overcome that, and then they started doing a lot of digital platforms like Skywise platforms with a lot of supply chain modules. That is what they did to solve this problem. Boeing also had a big problem, supply chain issues. A lot of disruption came, and aircrafts were not delivered on time. So they also focus more on digital tools, supplier risk and improvement they did, and a lot of supply chain modules they added into their digital solutions, and that helped them. And Comac, they had a lot of safety issues and production gaps, and a lot of hurdles were there in tariff because of the US and China thing. But what they did differently was that they had partnership with different FDH, Aero and Canio, which started maintaining their supply chain. So Comac is your commercial aircraft corporation in China. They call it as Comac. So integration is very, very important, what you see here, because alone as a company, you cannot solve all problems. So it is the ecosystem where you have to work together. So aircraft manufacturers, they have almost 50 to 100 suppliers they have to manage. They have to work together on a common schedule, and that becomes very difficult without a proper platform. This is an example of China. I'm just giving you why it is so difficult unless until if you do it. A lot of technologies goes in, lot of things. So if you see a China Eastern airline, if they want to order an aircraft, lot of thing changes. Everything from cabin to aircraft to testing to certification to cabins. Now if somebody asks, I want only a very quietest cabin, so new materials will be included. If I want a CO2 green aircraft, then a lot of things go into green. So all this thing has to be included into the supply chain, and it becomes very difficult unless until you bring a lot of technology experts and working together, bringing into a complete solution. It takes a lot of time. Aircraft takes a lot of time to manufacture with new what you call a new order comes and says I want all these things. It becomes very difficult. Airbus, I just spoke to you about it. Digital twins, they used it. This is very, very interesting. Digital twins, you have a electronic solution. If your aircraft behaves like this, then you have a digital solution on the left side saying that the aircraft will have these part replaced in 6 months or 3 months. So get into ordering mode, get into a cheaper mode, or whatever you want to do. You tell the maintenance team, you tell the management team, like these are the components will fail or need to be replaced or need to be tested, whatever it is, everything will have a a workflow, and workflow will raise the alerts, and alerts will go to the right people, and right people will start putting red into green. They will have their own systems to order, to replace, to put in testing, then go for overhauling, whatever it is, everything will come into the so this is all becoming more and more smarter now. So you cannot say that I forgot. It will come to your phone and it will remind you, unless until you take an action. So there are a lot of digital solutions there. You have tabs, you have mobile phones, even in your Apple watches, message will come to you that you have something due. The complexity of Boeing is similar. You can see these 5 models, 737, which is very simple. You will find this aircraft a lot. They have 400,000 parts. Then 767, 3.5 million parts, and 2.3 million parts, 3 million parts, 6 million. So 747 is 6 million parts. That means you can imagine, 1 million is 10 lakhs. So 60 lakh parts, how to manage them itself is a chaos. But Boeing has managed it. You can see below where all their centers and manufacturing parts are there. And it's a very complex structure. This you need a lot of digital solutions. Yeah. So Boeing, I just spoke, they have another company who does the same thing for all the digital tools usage to manage their supply chain, which becomes very, very difficult because as the supply chain becomes of issues in that. Their own local suppliers to get it or to get it through India. Uh, Europe or anywhere. So they have special, like to come which they share. But what we have from them is, they are having in local supply chain which they are developing, and they don't talk much about it, not in English language, but mostly in Chinese. So I have a very limited knowledge about it. But as and when I know is they are going to be a threat in future.
Biju, can you reshare
Similarly,
the
for
presentation?
engines are the major thing because after aircraft, engines are the most costly part. And you can see they also have, like aircraft manufacturer, they also have their digital solutions. And if their suppliers are not giving them time, the products in time, they have a very bad time. You can see here, Rolls-Royce, they have 18 to 24 times, extending the schedule. Pratt and Whitney, they had very bad time for the products. India was severely affected because of Pratt and Whitney's issues. We also having, you can see our own aircraft LC affected supply chain of GE. So we are not able to offer them in time, and HL schedules are affected. So this is really happening supply chain. What supply chain does not only on the commercial side, but on the military side, your even government is to start in India, and similarly everybody would do in India now.
Hello.
The other thing with
Biju,
G
can
I've
can
seen is, they have very good platforms. I worked with G for 17 years, so I know they have very good platforms for supply chain maintaining. But the materials which they source, that becomes a major thing. So supplying not only parts and products, but material becomes a key thing. So digital strategy is very good, and that is what has made G Aerospace number one, then CFM together with Safran. So they have is very well
Hello.
tested, used, improved every time. They have a lean sigma process every time they use.
Biju?
Safran also same thing. They work together. Honeywell is into the component side, like small parts. We call it black box. So everybody thinks what is black box. So this is black box. If you see, it is red color, but they call it black box. But all these instruments, what we call it in the aircraft, cockpit or inside under the belly, they call it LRUs, line replaceable units. So if anything goes wrong, you can take it out, replace there itself. So these components comes very, very critical, and to maintain them is very difficult. Source them, it looks very small, but it is very costly, tens of thousands of dollars. And to get them in time, get them fixed, we call it AOG, aircraft on ground. If anything goes wrong, aircraft will be grounded, aircraft cannot go. So MRO becomes very important. The maintenance in the airlines become very important, because they have to source the part. If they don't have the new part, they have to source the old part or a used part from some place. That also becomes a part of the supply chain. And there are very good digital companies who manage them, monitor them. They have a history of it, so they have to manage the history of the part also, certification, validation, everything we have to take care. Now innovation thing, I will be little brief, because there are a lot of things in the innovation side. I showed in the few slides in the starting. But what has been implemented in the innovation, automated robots is the next thing which will help. And the supply chain, we have advanced robot 3D prints. You can print the things in the local area capability. So that's innovation for some.
So, Biju, can you hear me? So, Biju. Hello. Hello, Deep, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So, Biju, I think, can you give a call to his mobile? That's all. Biju, have a problem.
Hello? Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. Sorry.
But
Can you
there
hear
is
me?
no video. Probably your video needs to be turned on. Please check.
Yeah, you can switch on your video also.
Hello?
You can share. Can you hear us, Piju?
Can you please rejoin?
Hello.
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Shreyas? यार ये क्या मैं यार
Hello, Piju ji, can you hear me now?
Shreyas ശ്രീകുട്ടി എന്റെ ഫോൺ എടുത്തോണ്ട് വാ
Everybody, I think Biju is rejoining or adjusting his microphone. Just let's take a minute. Yeah, so let's wait 5 minutes.
Hello?
Yeah, Biju, can you hear us? Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, Biju, can you hear us? Can you just chat?
Shrey
Yeah, yes, Biju, we can hear you. Just stay tuned for a couple of minutes. Um, Biju is starting out his network connectivity. You can hear me, right, Deep? Viju, can you hear us? Yeah, Viju, can you hear us now?
Hi, hello. Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Sorry, there's a internet issue. Sorry, sir. Yeah, sir.
Please continue.
If you have my slides, if you can share, my laptop is.
Okay. Yes. We have it, yes. Let me open it. Where is that?
Oh, 1 second, sir. Oh, it's okay.
I have it. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, I'm sharing, sir.
In mute.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So you want me to
Sorry. Yeah.
share?
No, it's okay. I'm sharing. Is it okay? Is it visible?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I was in this place. Yeah. So the complexity is very, very important in terms of the size and scale of this, and it cannot happen by few teams. It needs a lot of interventions, especially digital. Future will be more digitally connected technologies, connected calculations which will happen, a lot of forecasting which will happen. From simple calculations, it will go into quantum computing, and that is where the supply chain would be moving into. Data analytics would be very, very important, because all the roadblocks, all the issues which is there in the supply chain today, there will be a lot of complex models which will be made, and these models will help decision makers to bring supply chain efficiency higher. To see the roadblocks, see the critical issues, predict many, many problems way ahead, and that is what is going to help. So Boeing has a big analytics team in India, also in Bangalore, which helps in doing that. They have a very good supply chain team, and very good small companies, even they are developing small players to help them solve their problems. So Airbus have their biz labs, they call biz labs. They give problems, they want them to solve those critical things, and they can partner there and they can come into the Airbus and Boeing ecosystems. Comac, it's like commercial aircraft of China. I spoke. They are also developing in a similar way. Not much is disclosed from them, but soon you will see China becoming a threat to the global supply chain and the way they are developing and their ecosystem coming up. So this would be like now it is duopoly Boeing and Airbus, but soon China would also enter in this market, and they will bring new things to the supply chain. Let me come to the engine side. Engines, I have informed the similar thing what aviation, airlines, and aircrafts are doing. The engines are connected because engine people, they have a separate relationship with the OEMs like Airbus and Boeing, and also they have a separate relationship with the airlines who are their customers. So they manage the supply chain from both sides. They supply to the OEMs and they supply to the airlines and MROs. So MROs are the ones who repair the aircraft and maintain the aircraft. So they have both sides of the supply chain, and they have very good digital solutions to manage. So they deliver in time, and they have to manage delivery of components in time, because if aircraft is grounded, they call it AOG, aircraft on ground, that huge losses for airlines, and that is what a key challenge for airlines to manage. And a lot of digital solution is need to maintain and manage that AOG. He has a huge digital solutions team. They do a lot of analytics on supply chain and products and parts, and when it will fail, when it will be delivered, what issues are there. Even they have stock thing, how many engine parts has to be stocked, where it is to be stocked. If the engine is repaired in Singapore, what type of stocks are globally available. So everything has to be reduced. If they tell no, today it is not there, in 4 days or 5 days we will deliver you on your site. That type of customer friendliness and customer caretaking is taken care, because every hour they lose, it's a big thing for airline. Their huge losses are incurred. So every company, whether it is tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, they will try to solve their customers problem, and lot of issues are there, lot of solutions can be made there, and it is a very good opportunity. Safran also working together. They also have a big team in India. They have worked very big way in Europe, and lot of digital solutions they are bringing in, and that is what we see. Honeywell, this is the black box, what you see red thing, they call it black box. So Honeywell has lot of components like this they offer, and these components are very critical. If it is not there, if anything happens to the aircraft, if the component is having a malfunction, the aircraft will be grounded. You cannot fly the aircraft with a critical component like this. So either you have to replace it or repair it, and repair is not possible, so they replace it as soon as possible. So for that, they have to keep the stocks to repair, or minimum a base should be there with at least few stocks available. So to manage that stock and manage that certification, because these components are certified also, and every year they have to go for a readout service, means everything is readed, so that next time when you use it, it is ready for optimal performance. Otherwise there is a problem. So not only supply chain gives the supply, but you have to maintain that thing, and after maintaining, you have to maintain the certification, the validation. We call it compliance. The compliance has to be managed, and that is a big thing going to be in future, because as you see today aircrafts, tomorrow it will be UAVs, it will be more of unmanned aircrafts, and that needs even more criticality, and that needs to be done. So the component will be miniaturized, less weight, less, but more complicated, more technology driven, more innovation driven. So supply chain will even more become complex. Innovation, I told you about these predictive internets, robotics, 3D printing, all those things. But most important, there is a technology S curve which comes in. And S curve is where every time a new technology, whether it is the initial phase or at the mature phase, all the technologies which come today in any industry, aviation tries to, use it for benefiting the supply chain. So everything what you see, AR, VR, AI, chatbots, everything is being used. Actually, everything is becoming just from a desktop to hand, palm top, everything is coming. So we have ETL, electronic tech log, we have EFB, electronic flight bag. The pilots use it, the maintenance engineer use it, the airline people use it, and then the same data is sent to the OEMs like Honeywell, Boeing, GE, everyone. Same data is shared there also to MROs. So they have a single thing called digital thread. That digital thread is from initial to the final. Everything is being tracked, so they can tell you where the component is, when it will reach, how it will be used, what is the usage, when it will fail, when it is to be replaced. So that digital thread is going to be the next in supply chain. um, the challenges and emerging technologies is very critical, but you see, as the data rate is going, all systems would be connected, 5G connected, quantum computing will be there, advanced robotics would be there, artificial intelligence will be in a big way in coming there in supply chain. So these five things will impact supply chain a lot. There is something which we call, if everything is digital, then cyber security should be up to the mark, up to the latest level, because that would be the next threat which is coming to the supply chain. Operational efficiency, yes, there is $1 billion savings people are talking about. There is a lot of reduction in the efficiency improvement, because every dollar what you save for an airline, it's like couple of dollars for every businesses in the upstream. If you see from the aircraft to engine and everything, so every dollar, it's a $700 billion or $800 billion industry for airlines. So from that industry, every penny is going from that industry to aircraft manufacturing to supply chain. So you can understand how much supply chain has to be. So next it would be huge boost in ERP systems. So most of the ERP systems will be updated. They will be having lot of modules which will be interconnected, multimodal. It will be more of the sensor based. All those things will be included in that. Predictive maintenance will be there. Lot of stock out, stock management, stock things will be happening. Lot of things will happen just in time. Everything will happen there. And then real-time data analytics will be there, dashboards will be there, all those things will be there, and these dashboards will be alert based, even for sensitive things. And that will be making the user and the decision makers aware of things. They will be having plans and reporting, very very robust reporting would be there. So operational efficiency, cost reduction, and sustainability will be the key impact, things which will impact the airlines and the supply chain together. And a lot of things will happen, a lot of innovations will happen, a lot of small companies, a lot of startups will come in these three areas. So challenges I have discussed, supply chain disruptions and all. So there are different frameworks which people use to overcome these challenges. A lot of companies have their just in case or mitigation frameworks, risk management things. So all these things, they have internal solutions also. They develop, they work with good companies like McKinsey, BCG, even very good universities to bring these solutions and frameworks. So this is one area they overcome the challenges. Then they have modelings happening for scenario plannings, because this is a big thing for scenario planning when you have a risk, a big risk like war or COVID or any plan. So they have to have some scenario plannings for big companies. So Airbus has their logistic network scenario planning, so they could manage it, seamless parts movement they did. Similarly, cost pressures. So cost pressures is always big, because titanium prices, aluminum prices, these affect the aircraft prices, the component prices, chip design, chip manufacturing, chip raw material. These are all cost which is affecting the supply chain. And technology integration, we know technologies are there, but every component cannot be using the technology. So there are a lot of integration issues. AI, blockchain, they all are looking good, but everyone cannot use it. You need special teams, special expertise to do that. Rolls-Royce intelligent engine is really really good, and I can give you an example why it is so good. To manage the supply chain, to change the parts, earlier they were time-based parts. After 6 months or 1 year or 5,000 cycles, they will change it. But they made a small robot, and that robot crawls inside the air engine, and they will do the testing there. They will take photos and everything, and they'll bring back. Then they will decide with the modeling, saying that whether this uh, part will be replaced or not. If it is replaced, supply chain will take the decision. Yeah. Finally, I'll give my recommendation is, you have to invest in digital technologies. There's nothing called working in isolation. A supply chain cannot be, just a simple supply chain. It is going to be the most complex, most smart supply chain. And future will talk about huge data of supply chain data moving around. Then it has to be flexible and resilient, both together, because flexibility in schedules, resilient in terms of the orders and in terms of delivery, that has to be there. Sustainability will be a big thing because lot of pressure, regulations are coming for sustainability, to green fuel, to green components, to green processes. And collaboration and transparency, yeah, these are the two things, because if collaborations are within the country or within partners, there has to be transparency on taxes, the laws, the regulations. That also has to be there. And workforce is another thing. There is huge shortage of talented people, especially in supply chain, understanding the technology, understanding components, the hazard practices, the safety compliance. All those will be there big way. Yeah. So thank you, sir, for this opportunity.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think we lost like 5 minutes, Vijuji. So we can talk about some very important things. Okay, so it is very action-packed presentation. So a lot of content in that. Okay, so you talk about every aspect of supply chain of aviation. So that is something great. Okay, so now
Yes.
with a given like a 3-4 minutes time, let us take up any questions are there. Okay, otherwise, so we talk about what are the key takeaways for supply chain professionals, especially who are targeting for aviation industry. So what is your like a 3 to 4 key takeaways, and what you advise them to focus on for 2025 because of this new technology evolution, uh, regulations, business opportunities. So what do you advise, Viju, based on your experience?
First thing is, it's a good opportunity because industry is growing. So there is opportunity for youngsters, especially coming into the aviation side. It's very good. Whether you want to become pilot, whether you want to become technician, whether you become into the supply chain, there are specific supply chain programs also. There is a area where you can go. IATA programs are there. These are the ones. There are a lot of aeronautical institutes which have come in India. Aeronautical Society of India is there. IIM Bangalore is there. So these are the places where you can get specific aviation related courses. You can become an executive in aviation in India. A lot of courses have come up in aviation technology where you can become directly MBA in aviation. So that is very good. You have a lot of collaboration happening in aviation from Europe. So and even in America, a lot of universities are coming and setting up things here. A lot of pilot training happening in India. So these are the avenues where you can go into supply chain management, understanding aircraft. There are small certifications also from IATA, ICAO, a lot of places where you can find out in Google today. And that helps young kids to, enter into aviation with a diploma, with a degree, or with an executive program at different levels to enter, from a small entry level technician to an executive in airline or OEM. That is possible. If you are an engineer, you can do small certifications or small trainings in flight schools and go into good companies. That is also, or you can go for intern good companies, GE, Rolls, very good companies. They have very good design research even in India today. So that is also possible. You can learn from there and slowly move into your critical area like supply chain or software related areas in aviation. You can move into manufacturing. So, and even in assembly here in India, a lot of airlines and Boeing and, all are coming up with a manufacturing line today. So yes, it is very good and right time to move into aviation today.
Perfect. So thank you, Viju. Thank you very much for
Yeah.
giving a wonderful lecture. And I think what I admire is you have so many patents in the aviation sector. You worked in GE, you
Yes.
are a GE gold medalist. So it's a fantastic something to hear about aviation industry from you. So thank you, Biju, and
Yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this opportunity.
So, I take this as an opportunity to thank Biju for joining and giving a wonderful lecture. It's very insightful. So, how this aviation industry is evolving, and then what are the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities for all of us. So, on behalf of participants, organizers, and others, okay, I thank you, Biju. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
So I take this as an opportunity to invite Mr. Nital Javeri. Again, wonderful program. I want to make sure that I don't miss even 1 minute for this. The topic is Smart Industries Readiness Index, Framework for Digital Transformation. I hear about this topic a lot, so I would like to hear from you directly, Nitalji. So that is something which will be a happy afternoon for us. Okay, so just let me give a quick introduction. Mr. Nital named one of the 40 new voices of quality by ASQ in Quality Progress magazine. So it's a top 40 voices. Nitalji is an expert in organizational transformation, business excellence, quality management, specialized in Six Sigma, Lean, and he give a lot of trainings and then help organizations for the business transformations and also for the operational excellence. So we would like to hear from you more. You introduce your key things, Nitalji, and then welcome to the session. So thank you very much, and over to you, please.
Thank you. So thank you, everybody. And first, thank you for inviting me to this session and giving an opportunity. Yeah, I'm currently also chairperson of American Society for Quality in India section. So quality has been my passion throughout my life. My father worked in a Japanese company, so I was influenced by the word quality. My father used to work with a company called Panasonic. So in the childhood also, we were all, the only word that we used to, listen at home also was quality. So I mean, so when I also grew up, somehow quality, attracted me, the word quality. And then around quality there are a lot of other subjects which are, quality is now linked with quality and excellence. And when we say quality and excellence, we also have the other concepts like excellence without digital transformation, or excellence without making your factory smart is not possible. So the my topic today is on that only, that how do we most of the companies are now in the race of adopting digital transformation. They want to do the digital transformation, and they want to adopt the smart manufacturing practices, but they don't know how to check whether they are on right track or not. How do they know how are they doing with respect to other industries? So there are a lot of gaps in that space. So I'm going to cover those things in my talk. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Just let me know when it is visible.
Put your slide into a slide share.
Yeah, I will.
Screen which is in the slide share mode, so you will find it directly. Yeah, it's correct.
Is it connected?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So so we this Digimax is the initiative that we have started, which is digital transformation for manufacturing excellence under the concept Business Excellence Private Limited. So I mean, the talk is going to be around how do we use the Smart Industry Readiness Index assessment. Okay, so before we start, most of the industries may have these questions today. As I told you, almost every industry is in the race. They want to do this digital transformation. Huge amount of money is being pumped into this digital transformation space. And so first thing that the industries want to know is, uh, do we know my actual industry 4.0 maturity? Like if you have industry 4.0 adoptions, how mature it is, so how do you compare your performance? Okay, so that is one question that you can have. The second question that you have is, uh, how can you compare your performance with your peers? Okay, so for example, if you are a pharma company, how do you know whether you are doing this industry 4.0 maturity? How are you doing with respect to other pharma companies? Or if you are in oil and gas industries, you would like to know that. Or maybe if you are in the aviation industry, you would like to know, how am I doing with respect to other similar manufacturing companies, or other companies in general? So that's a comparison or benchmarking. There is no currently system available for benchmarking except Siri. So Siri is the only platform that gives you industry 4.0 benchmark. So that is what we are going to also discuss in detail. The third question that most of the industries they have is, how do you know? I mean, there are a lot of aspects of digital transformation and industry 4.0. Now, I mean, it is also not wise to to it's not I mean, say you do digital everywhere is also may not be useful actually. So to where to, what is your priority, which is the focus area? Because there are a lot of things needs to be digitally transformed within your industry, but what should be the focus area? If you don't know the focus area, maybe what you will do is you will start doing digital transformation at every place, and which may or may not be necessary, because not every uh, thing that you do digital transformation will bring you ROI. Okay, so which are the areas where you should focus, and so that it will give you ROI? So this is another question. So to answer all these questions, there has been a framework now which is called SIRI. SIRI stands for Smart Industry Readiness Index. So let me just ask you this question, maybe a quick poll kind of a thing. So I have given here two situations, and let's say you have to rate these two situations in terms of their digital maturity, and you have to rate it between 0 to 5. Okay. So the first situation is like this, that the inventory management system of the company can process and analyze. So you have a system where you have automatic data of inventory management system. The system can also process what is the balance raw material consumable at predefined requirements like your minimum stock levels or Kanban systems. And the IT systems and HR system and finance departments can also generate alerts and inform the relevant personnel that there is an deviation from the predefined parameters. Okay, so if there is something if I'm in a finance department, if I'm processing an invoice and if I put some wrong value in the invoice, maybe it will give me some alerts. So the system is already designed in such a manner that it can give you predefined alerts. So these are some situation, one company, and I would now request you to give the rating in 0 to 5. What do you think is the rate maturity of this company in 0 to 5? Okay, so you can give any number: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. 5 meaning the best in class, this company is the world class in terms of digital maturity. Okay, the second situation is where the production processes are managed with integrated computer based systems, as like ERP, and they also have like product lifecycle management softwares. The company also has manufacturing execution system, MES. They also have warehouse management system, and humans predominantly manage the exchange of data and information across the different functions. Okay, so this is the situation. So they have ERP, they have PLM, they have MES, they have also WMS, and less intervention. Human intervention is still there, but only to manage the exchange of the data and information across different functions. So in both these situations, what would be your take? How would you rate it? Situation number one, situation number two. What is your idea of what rating would you give them? 0 to 5. Can we just do some quick exercise? You can use the chat box and let me know.
Can you repeat the question? Dhananjay?
Yeah, so I'm saying I just showed these two these situations. So for this first situation, in terms of their digital maturity, what rating would you give them? 0 to 5. 5 means they are world class. 0 means they are at a very basic level or below basic, in terms of digital maturity. So for situation number 1, what is the rating? For situation number 2, what is the rating? We can use the chat box
Yeah.
and
Okay. It's a little tricky, but
yeah.
yeah, that's the reason you're asking. I know. I think the first thing is I give a good score because
Mhm,
we have a alert mechanism.
mhm,
But if you are using the second one, so you are covering all the processes.
mhm,
But only thing is, it must be integrated. So that is
mhm,
a very, very important thing. It's not
mhm.
about the number, the systems. It's about the purpose.
Yeah.
So is it solving your business problems kind of thing? Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
Guys, can you anyone participants can answer it? Maybe Nitalji give some hint.
Yeah. If any other participant wants to share, please, you're welcome. I have some answers in the chat box, maybe. Okay. No. Okay. So let me just, tell you about this. So the situation here is, what we call as, let me just share once again. Let me share again.
You're sharing something?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. Huh. Okay, so in this situation, the case number first, out of 0 to 5, see, this is what. Now, if we ask this kind of situation to different people in the same organization, they may give different ratings because they may not have idea about how to rate this particular situation. So what we are saying is that, you should have a common a mechanism where everybody is on the same page. When everybody reads this situation, they will all give a same rating. Okay, how can we do that? We can do that only when we have some standards, we have some kind of framework. So the answer to this question, the situation first out of 0 to 5, as per the Siri assessment guidelines, is this is at we the E is the module which we call it enterprise digital transformation, and the level is 2, which means that out of 0 to 5, this is at a 2 level. And if we look at the second situation, out of 0 to 5, it is still at a 3 level. It is called vertical integration phase, and in the vertical integration phase, still it is at 3 level. So the point which I was driving was this, that everybody can give rate this situation in a different way, but then there has to be a common understanding. There has to be a common understanding in terms of the digital maturity of any organization, and that common understanding will help you to decide your current levels and to also decide where you should go in future. So this is a common platform. This is a common language. It's a universal language for digital transformation, and that can happen with Siri framework. Now, if you see how the Siri framework was developed, because there is a lot of industry 4.0 concept when it was originated in Geneva in Switzerland. So there are associations who are like they are uh, German industry associations who have developed this industry 4.0 body of knowledge, and there are a lot of other associations. So this you can see here that all the associations, they came together, and they participated in designing this framework called Siri. Then there are technology providers like in the digital space. There are leading technology providers like Siemens, Honeywell, Emerson, Rockwell, Festo. So these are all the technology providers who also contributed to creating this entire framework. And there are consulting companies, large, big consulting companies like Accenture, McKinsey, and BCG. So they also participated in this entire study. And there are other research institutes like Spring Singapore and Singapore Development Board. And there are manufacturers, for example, this Dyson and Rolls-Royce, Infineon, and all these companies. And there are many other companies, more than 5,000 companies initially participated in this, designing a common framework across the globe for digital transformation or Industry 4.0. This entire project was led by World Economic Forum, and that World Economic Forum is also responsible for this Digital Lighthouse project. So WEF, that is World Economic Forum, made sure that all these agencies, they come together and they design one common guideline for industry, this digital transformation. So World Economic Forum was the main organization behind this entire system. So let me so digital transformation is now globally, we all know that. Just for you some statistics, that 60%, 64% of the companies are still at the early stage of digital transformation. When this is a survey done by SESME in 2022, and also PwC in 2022. Latest numbers may have changed, but not much. And 66% companies said that the cost leadership, efficiency, resilience, flexibility are the key reasons for digital transformation. So why they are doing digital transformation? And 75% companies responded that smart technologies would increase their company's competitiveness. And so this is, and if you see overall spend on digital transformation now, it is close to 1.8% of the net revenue. So which is a huge, if you see all these large companies, I mean 1.8 percentage is almost equivalent to their R&D budget, or in India at least, actually. So it's a huge amount of money is being pumped into digital transformation initiatives. Now with this fact, actually, how do you spend money without understanding your current situation? So World Economic Forum, which is running this digital lighthouse project, has started creating some global benchmarks. So lighthouse project means that any company who is very good in digital transformation or Industry 4.0, this is declared as a lighthouse by the World Economic Forum. And these lighthouses are basically the companies who will give the direction to other companies to adopt the digital technologies. So there are, I think, 140 odd companies currently in the globe who are which are digital lighthouse, declared as digital lighthouse. If I am not wrong, there are 10 companies in India who are declared as a digital lighthouse companies. Okay, so all these companies, they have done the survey after, once they have means these are the high end companies in terms of digital maturity, and what they achieved in terms of sustainability, in terms of productivity, in terms of agility, and in terms of speed to market. So if you see, this is the result which is published by World Economic Forum. It is in the public domain. And this is the result says that the companies who have adopted these digital technologies, they were able to improve the waste reduction, maybe solid waste or liquid waste, minimum 4%, maximum up to 80% also. Then water consumption. So water consumption reduced by from 5% to 7%. Energy efficiency, 0 to 100% in some companies. Similarly, if you see all the parameters like factory output increase, productivity increase, overall equipment effectiveness, product cost reduction, operating cost reduction, quality cost reduction, everywhere there is a significant improvement or cost reduction. Even in inventory, lead time reduction, very important, changeover time reduction, on time delivery, and speed to market and design time reduction. So everywhere you can see there has been a significant improvement in terms of benefits of adopting to the digital transformation methodologies. Now, when there was a survey done by McKinsey, in the McKinsey survey, it was found that 1/3 of the companies uh, um, will go for digital transformation. The PwC survey says that uh, still, so that means a lot of companies want to do this digital transformation. But the survey of PwC says that there is a lack of clear vision, strategy, and basically a systematic roadmap is not available. That is the biggest challenge in the digital transformation. So how do you create a roadmap for the digital transformation? So World Economic Forum came out with this idea called SIRI, and SIRI framework can be used by any company which is starting the digital transformation journey, or if they are scaling up, they have already done some digital transformation and they want to scale it up, or if they are already at a very high end curve and they are already ahead of the curve, and they are in the top quartile and they want to sustain their digital transformation initiatives. So for all these three kind of companies, they can use the digital this Siri framework. Okay. So the idea of Siri framework is this: you can't improve if you can't measure. Okay, so if you want to do digital transformation, first thing you should know is where do you stand in currently. Okay, you can it is immature to just do digital transformation in bits and pieces. This year we will do somewhere in supply chain, to next year we will do something in vertical integration, IT/OT integration, like that. You first know, before you start everything, you first know where do you stand in terms of digital maturity, what is your current digital maturity as level. Okay, and then you start, that will be the best situation. It is like when you go to the doctor and you are getting diagnosed by the doctor about what is the root cause. Okay, so if the doctor starts giving you the medicines without diagnosis, you can end up in trouble actually. And so now the technology is available, so we or you also usually prefer to get diagnosed first and then only get the remedy or the solutions recommended. So the Siri assessment, that is Smart Industry Readiness Index, it gives you four important information. First information it gives you is where are you today with respect to your with respect to your own performance. So are you at 0, are you at 2, or where are you 0, where are you 2 or 5, whatever it may be, your score. Then it gives you about, in terms of digital maturity, it tells you how are you doing. This is the most important piece of information. How are you doing with respect to your best and worst industries? So this is a very good information. So Siri is the only agency who can give you in the world a benchmarking report, and it can give you a comparison of the best versus worst company. So if your score is, for example, let's say overall score, I would say, is 2.3 or so, for example, then the Siri will be able to tell you that your competition, the best companies are, or maybe not even similar companies, but any companies, that their best companies are at 4 and the worst companies are at 1.2 and you are at 2.3. So this piece of information is also very useful. The second useful piece of information is how are you doing with respect to similar industries. So one is all industries put together. So this comparison is all industries. Okay, and in this comparison now we are talking about is with respect to specific industry. So if you are a pharma, we tell you how are you doing with respect to other pharma companies. So industry to industry comparison. So that is also very useful because you know that many other pharma companies or other companies are at this level, but you are at this level. The fourth important piece of information you get is where shall we focus. So if you want to start your digital transformation journey, what is your priority? What is it that you should first do before doing anything else? Okay, or what are the first four important aspects that you should consider? Okay, So that's the another piece of information. So all these four pieces of information for digital, starting your digital transformation journey or scaling your digital transformation journey, these are all very important information. So and the Siri recommends you adopts four-stage methodology. So this is four stages are: first you learn about digital transformation, so learning the key concepts and building a common language for alignment. That is the very first step that you should do. So in your company, people should know about what does it mean by, let's say, a simple word like real time. We are all talking about real time data, but what is the meaning of real time data? Is it 1 second or 5 seconds or milliseconds? So I mean, what is it that is considered as a real time? Because the word real time also may have some other differences actually, and person to person it can change. So we want to have a common language first of all. So that's the first step that you should have. The second step is to evaluate. You use this Siri assessment and evaluate your current industry maturity levels. Okay. The third thing you should do is architect, which is you design your based on the assessment report. Then you design a specific plan. It is exactly like what your doctor is doing. You are first diagnosed, then the doctor will create a treatment plan. So architect is like creating a treatment plan for you, a specific customized treatment plan. It's very specific to your own industry. Okay, so that digital transformation strategy and implementation roadmap. And the fourth phase is deliver. So deliver means once you have the system in place, just looking at digital data is of no use. I always say that just because you wear a smartwatch, you don't become fit. You know, just wearing a smartwatch will not help you. So you also have to take some actions. So once you have digital systems in place, what needs to be done further? So maybe you have to analyze the data and get leverage on that, improve your system and processes accordingly. And it's a journey, so you keep on improving once you have the basic system in place. So digital is just an enabler. It's not that digital will do the magic, but digital will help you improve faster. That's all it can do, right? So let me just now take you through the Siri Smart Industry Readiness Index. So it is like the four abbreviations: SIRI, which stands for Smart Industry Readiness Index, and this is the framework. This is the framework for digital this maturity assessment. So there are three components. The first is building blocks. The second component is pillars, and the third component is dimensions. Okay, and in the three building blocks, we have three building blocks. First is process. Okay, and all these building blocks are important. So you should have good processes. The second is about technology, and the third is about organization. These are the three building blocks. Now, digital transformation to many companies is only technology. I mean, this is wrong. Only technology is just one part of the digital transformation. Okay, you should also have the processes in place, and you should also have a proper organization of the processes. Technology is just one part of the digital transformation. Okay, and when we go into the details of then this process block can be further divided into three parts, which is called pillars. Okay, so the first pillar is called process itself. Okay, the second pillar is called supply chain, very important pillar, and the third is product life cycle management, product life cycle. Now below the pillars we go, there is something called dimensions. Okay, so there is a dimension which is called here, it is called vertical integration. Okay, so now what is vertical integration means? So vertical integration means within your company, within your own organization, you have various systems. Okay, for example, you have IT system, which is like ERP system. Okay, you have warehouse management system, you have laboratory management system, you have building management system, you have HRMS, human resource management system, and you have the equipments, which are basically uh, the machines, utilities that you have, for manufacturing. So the manufacturing machines, equipments, utilities, they are usually not talking to the ERP system. There is no way you can. I mean, there are ways now, but in a traditional company, they are two disconnected things. So the IT system and what we call is at OT system, that is operation technology. So this is basically talking about IT OT integration. So there is IT and there is OT. So here we are talking about how your IT and OT is integrated with each other. Do you have MES, like manufacturing execution system, where the data of the machine and equipment, like say for example, what is the OE of my equipment, is this data automatically getting captured and going into your IT system? Yes or no? So that is the question. Okay, is it that your utility and other systems, building management systems, how are they integrated with your IT system and production system? So that is the first piece of thing that we check, whether the IT and OT is integrated or not. And also the other systems, which are like WMS, LIMS, warehouse management system, building management systems, and ERP. The problem today is that most of these systems are standalone, they don't talk to each other. And how do you make them talk to each other? How do you integrate them? So that is very important. So this is what we check, and to check this dimension, we will have a score. So we will check this, vertical integration, and we can give you a rating, maybe 0 to 5. Okay, and when we give 0, when we give 5, there is a guideline, which like I'm a certified Siri assessor, so I can tell you in vertical integration where do you stand. Okay, and then uh, once you understand this, then we can discuss how to improve this also. Okay, the second is horizontal integration. So horizontal integration is nothing but how you are integrating your supply chains, both inbound, outbound supply chains. What kind of system do you have to integrate? How are you communicating to your suppliers? For example, are you still sending emails or some automatic mails to the suppliers? Do you know the status of the suppliers material, or your material visibility you into your system? Okay, is it connected with each other? Okay, your IT system with respect to your suppliers visibility, the shipment visibility or anything else. So for example, many companies now, they have this supply chain control tower system, where they are able to see on a screen what is the status of the supply. Okay, so these supply chain control towers are like air traffic control towers, where your team is able to see what is the traffic actually. Okay, so like different planes are coming and by when they are going to come. Similarly, your supply chain department should also have a visibility about what is happening to the entire supply chain, and how to make the corrections in the real time basis. If you know that particular supply is going to get late, how the same information can be quickly transmitted to your production planning and other places. How do you communicate to your customers in that case, and on a real time basis, and so these are some of the concepts which you can implement. So this is basically talking about horizontal integration, means all your integration your IT systems integration with your suppliers visibility, and also your customers. So you have dealers, you have other supply chain, outbound supply chain network, how that is connected. Okay, so how their customer information is also coming. How do you know, for example, if you have dealers, or you are a let's say one of our client is a tile manufacturing company, they have many dealers and they don't have any. How do you have a visibility of the stocks, how do they have visibility of the demand actually? Okay, not only the stock, but the inquiries that is coming to the customer's place, their dealer's place, and how do you then on real time basis use that particular piece of information, that how many, what are customers inquiring most about, and how do we then, in a real time we can integrate this with the production planning system and with my inbound supply chain, and ensure that my customer is served properly. So that is what is horizontal integration all about. Then product life cycle, integrated product life cycle is you introduce a new product. Okay, so right from introducing a new product till uh, the end of the use of the product, so till the product is going into the market, till you discontinue the product, how do you manage the transactions? Are you still using a paper based system or excel based systems or fragmented systems, or do you have an integrated product life cycle management system, digitally available, where you can immediately know what is the status of the, let's say you have some changes, okay, engineering changes or some other changes in your product, how the other things like your bill of material and your other systems are automatically corrected, so that you don't lose the money. Okay, so how you are managing the entire product life cycle is very important, and this also has to be digital. In product life cycle now there is also concept of digital twin, where okay, so in digital twin means how do you use the digital twin technologies for developing new products. Okay, so these are some of the concepts. So we check the maturity at this level also. Then we come to this next block, which is technology. So under technology we have three pillars. We have automation, connectivity, and intelligence. So this is now technical. So we check automation, what is the level of automation. So if you have repeated task, how do you automate it on the shop floor? Then we also check automation at enterprise level. That means when I say enterprise, means at the office level or transactional processes. Okay, and then how do you do the automation in your facility, that is utilities. Okay, you can consider facilities as utilities. So this is what we check about automation. Then we also check about connectivity, because things have to be connected, right? In earlier days we used to connect it with wires and cables and stuff like that. Now we have Wi-Fi, GSM, other lot of other technologies are available. So how do we connect our systems? What is the level of connectivity that we have? Is the connectivity that you have provided on the shop floor, at the enterprise level, at the facility level, is it scalable? I mean, tomorrow if you have to scale it up, is it scalable or not? So we check the connectivity at shop floor, we check the connectivity at enterprise level, and we also check the connectivity at a utility level. Okay, the third thing we check is intelligence. Once you have connectivity, then and the data is coming real time basis, then you have a lot of data, then how are you making use of this data? So how do you bring the intelligence at the soft floor? How do you use the bring intelligence, that is AI and ML kind of a things, for predictive analysis at the enterprise level? And how do you use the intelligence and predictive analysis for the facility level? So this is the step: first automation, then connectivity, and then intelligence. Okay, so if you add all these together, these are all I would say 9 blocks. So this is the fourth block, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there are 12. So total 12, 9 blocks here in this particular technology pillar. Then we come to organization. Now, organization is basically we have two pillars. One is talent readiness, and the second is structure and management. So for your digital transformation to succeed, you have to have both of these. So talent readiness is how do you provide the training and development to your workforce on digital transformation, because your system processes will change after the digital. You have to make your employees equipped with the new system, new technology. Like earlier they were not used to with the RFID tags. Now they have to deal with the RFID tags, and the data is going into the system. Earlier they were not using, for example, some let's say the robots or some cobots or robots, but now they are using the cobots and robots. So how they have to deal with that actually? So your employees also have to understand the new ways of working, and how are you developing the human resource for digital transformation is also very important. And also your leaders competency. So is your lead are your leaders, they know about what is the digital technology? Because if your leaders, top management, is not aware of this, then there is a problem to which you can scale it up. Okay, so how the leaders are involved, they are actually knowing about the new digital technologies. Because if they want to create a competitive advantage, they must know about digital technologies. So that is what we check here. And then lastly, we check about the structure and management. So here we talk about intra company collaboration. So intra company collaboration is basically any company in the world, if they want to do digital transformation, they need internally within the organization, they need a cross functional team to drive this. Digital transformation is not possible alone by IT department. Digital transformation is not possible alone by operational excellence department or function, and not by operation function alone. So all the different functions have to come together to have a proper digital transformation. So intra company inter collaboration. Inter company means within the company you have different groups. How these different groups are aligned with each other, what kind of collaboration mechanism they have, what is their maturity, has to be checked. And intra company means your company with respect with other suppliers, other vendors, and other organization, other sites. Digital transformation again would require, any organization would require, not only depending on one supplier for providing the technology and services, but they will have to depend on many suppliers for providing the technology and services. So for example, you have a WMS system which is from one supplier, you have a laboratory management system from another supplier, but then how your company, your teams are discussing with those teams, what kind of collaborations you have for improving your digital maturity. Okay, what kind of communication systems you have. So that is what we check here. And lastly, we check about the governance and strategy. So whether you have created the digital transformation roadmap, what is your 3 years, 5 years horizon, where do you want to reach, and what is your systematic plan for reaching to that level. Okay, so these are all the 16 dimensions of digital transformation. So you see here, this starts from 1 and this is up to 16. Okay, so these are all 16 dimensions, and in the series we give the rating on each of these dimensions on 0 to 5 scale, and there is we are trained on how to give this. Okay, we can also maybe discuss and explain you how to rate this, so it's a joint assessment by us and your team. Okay, so let me just quickly go to the main points. Yeah. So last is this is about prioritization. Okay, so the first thing is assessment. Once you do the assessment, we know what is your current score. Okay, so what is your today's state. Okay, so that we know. So today's state is called T. So this is the assessment uh, score that we have. Let's say you are in vertical integration, you are 1, or horizontal integration, you are 1, or something like that. So that is your current score. Then I stands for your this cost profile. So these are all important indicators. So what is your cost profile in your organization? Which are the cost drivers? So we understand the cost drivers, and then we plug this into the formula. And then E stands for your essential performance metrics. So these are basically what are the KPIs that you give importance to for your kind of industry, which KPI is important. Okay, Okay, so we have around 14-15 KPIs. We give this list to the companies, and they have to select from these 14-15 KPIs which are the top 3 or 4 KPIs that they want to focus. Okay, it can be like time to market, or it can be like or increasing the asset utilization, or increasing the material efficiency, or increasing the labor productivity, anything like that. Okay, so those KPIs are important. And then we see the relative position. So relative position is your how are you doing with respect to the other in the similar this thing. So we benchmark and we identify. So when we put this TR framework into the and there is a formula. So based on this, all this input to put together, what is your current metric score, what is your cost profile, what indicate KPIs are important for you, and where do you stand with respect to other companies. When we put all this information in a software or in a formula, I would say it will give you a focus area. So for example, you have all these 16 dimensions, but you may not need you need to focus only on, for example, vertical integration, or you need to focus more on leadership competency development, or you should develop more on enterprise related connectivity. So these are the or and let's say software level automation, for example. So these are the 4 important dimensions for you which will come out of this formula. Okay, so we'll put this in formula and it will come out. Then you also get a official Siri assessment report. Okay, this comes from World Economic Forum, and there is an institute called INSIT, International Institute for Industry Transformation in Singapore. So they we as an assessor, like if I have to use the assessment, I will have to go to their portal and create the report for you. And when we go into their portal, there is also benchmarking possible. So we will give you your current state, we will give you your benchmark, and we will also give you your prioritized area for improvement. All these 3 things. The report looks something like this. So there are different industry segments which are already covered in Siri, where the benchmarking report is already available. So all these 16 industry segments, 14 industry groups, the benchmarking is available. So you can know, like there is a pharma, there is a electronics, there is automotive, there is aerospace. So for all these companies, if you want to know which is the best, which is the, I mean, you will not get the best company's name, but you will know where do you stand with respect to best versus worst companies in your segment. Okay, so that is possible. Yeah, and this is the report. It comes something like this. So these are all the 16 dimensions. So here it is 1 and here it is 16, if you see. And all the 16 dimension, you will know where are the like best companies or SMEs, where are the MNC companies. Okay, when we get the report, you also know this 3B report like this, where we tell you okay, where is your score, and who are the best worst performer, who are the best performance, and best performers in vertical integration, for example, at this level. And these are the broad middle categories. Against this, we will also tell you your position. Okay, so your position means your company's position. And this is a certificate like this you can get once you are certified on you complete the Siri assessment. You will get this kind of certificate from INSIT. Okay, and yeah, so there are some case studies which this is this paper and first company in Germany. So they used the Siri assessment in 2018, and their vertical integration score was only 1, horizontal was also 1. And so they used this entire report, and then they did again the Siri assessment in 2021, and they could improve in most of the areas. Okay, and they had a plan. So their strategy of digital transformation was completely aligned with these numbers, and they said yes, we want to reach to this level by 2021. And as a result of this, the lot of improvements have happened. So workflows from 10 to 6, and increase the production. So number of workflows have reduced. The production efficiency is increased by 5 to 10 percentage. And there are a lot of other supply chain networking tools they have implemented, like AM3 scheduling, Workbench, then O9 digital brain, and all these things. Yeah, there are other case studies also published. This is a hair case study in China. So I will not go into that detail. Yeah, but now if you see the 2019, now the new report will come. These are the top 5 companies in digital transformation as per the SIRI, that is Smart Industry Readiness Index. Semiconductor was number 1, pharmaceutical was 2nd, electronics was 3rd, energy and chemical was 4th, medical was 5th. In 2022, semiconductor remained the same, but 2nd position was obtained by electronics, 3rd position was pharma, 4th position was energy, and instead of medical technology, now logistics is taking over the adoption of digital maturity. So the top matured companies are now in this are from this segments. Okay, semiconductor, electronics, pharmaceutical, energy, and logistics. And now they will also publish, I think, 2024 report also. Every 2-3 years they publish the report like this. Okay, so I think this is the last slide, which and then we can have a question and answer. So the index will provide a base foundation to build the knowledge, and also it will have a provide, most important thing is it provides a common language. So there is a lot of confusion on digital transformation. This framework will give you a common framework for different stakeholders, so everybody is talking the same language, and you can properly align with all the stakeholders and improve your digital transformation journey or roadmap. Okay, so these are some feedback or voice of the customers. The Siri assessment framework was when it was designed. It was designed by initial experiment. There were 5,000 companies. Today, Siri assessment is adopted by more than 70 countries. There are some countries who have considered the Siri assessment as a national standard for digital transformation. So, like many companies in the Middle East, they have already considered this as a national standard or national priority, that all the manufacturing companies must do digital transform Siri assessment, give the report to the government, and tell them about how they are going to improve. And based on that, the government will give them some subsidy or some grant or something like that. Okay, so I will just end my presentation with this. Smart manufacturing is just not a technology upgrade, but it's a revolution that transforms production into dynamic, interconnected ecosystem, efficiency, insight, and unparalleled potential. So thank you very much. That's all from my side. I am open to question and answers.
Thank you, Nitalji. Thank you very much. Very insightful. So I would like to know more about the Siri information. So how can we get more information on Siri? Is there any article or a book or any website? You already said that it is in World Economic Forum pages.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is something which we would like to understand more. That is fantastic.
Yeah. So
yes. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So the lot of information is available in public domain from INCIT, INCIT. I can share, write down in the chat box. So on INCIT website, you can approach. You can also approach, go to World Economic Forum, and you will find a lot of white papers and things like that. If you see, and Siri now in India, for example, I'm just because I'm in India, so I can tell about India at least. That in India also we are planning with CII to come for small and medium enterprises. We are discussing with the government to consider this as a kind of a framework for small and medium enterprises to upgrade their technology and systems and all that, because large companies, they have already they can afford large consultants also. They can, because most of the consultants like McKinsey, PwC, they're good, but they are not affordable by every small and medium enterprises. So we are planning that also. So on CII platform also soon there will be some information available.
Fantastic. So that is great, great news. So this all in this INSIT, so we get all these questions and how to what is a scoring mechanism, how to define. So let us see that. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's very interesting. And one more question, Nitalji, is see the digital transformation. Yeah, first part is assessment. That is fine, perfectly good. The second part is how much digital transformation is required. Okay, for your organization based on your strategy. Okay, that is very important because it is not that you are less digital transformed or you are more digital transformed. Yeah, it all depends on what is it required for you and where are the areas where you need to digitize mandatory, what are the optional. Okay, so this will tell, this is actually driven by the strategy. Okay, so at the moment you know what is mandatory required, then what is optional, so you can pay attention to the mandatory thing. And then nice to have things, you can do it as it is required, or in the phase 2 or phase 3, whatever. So I think this is one important thing where we have to identify the requirements, and then you do the execute. You execute the digital transformation.
Correct.
Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that's very important. Yeah.
Question here is in Indian segment, since you are talking about you're taking care of ASQ in India part of. So many organizations, especially manufacturing guys, especially mid-sized, smaller organizations, they still consider a digitization as an expense. Okay, so I have at least talked to 400, 500 companies recently, last 2, 3 years. Okay, so they still consider the implementation of ERP or implementation of MES, warehouse management. Still, they consider this as an expense. They don't consider this as an asset. So they, honestly speaking, they talk about a simple accounting software like Zoho Books or a Tally or something. So they compare that, okay, the investment what they are making there to the ERP or MES, WMS requirements. So we say I'm spending X amount in this, very minimal for accounting software. Now, why we need to spend this much for this? So, what do you think? Like, if you have a mindset of expense for digitization, how do you achieve this digital transformation requirements? So, what is your understanding of the industry dynamics, and what is your recommendation for all the organizations for next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
Natarji.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, the same situation with, what we have also seen, exactly the same feedback, I would say. The way to this is, how do we break this, because digital transformation in India, when you talk to the manufacturers, small and medium enterprises, it is like they want to listen to it, they excite them, they will call you for meeting, but nothing happens, after that. So I mean, it attracts them, but still they are not ready for the making the investment or taking the final decision. The thing is, because one, I would say, is that there is a lot of confusion in terms of there are a lot of suppliers, a lot of people, a lot of tech, hardware, software providers are approaching the industries, and that is why we are saying you first go for assessment and identify the prioritized area. There is also another method we have developed, which is called lean digital Gemba assessment. So what we are doing is we are combining the lean and digital together. And we are also, what we are doing is we go to the shop, their industries, and we do the complete assessment, and we tell them, okay, looking to your business, what is the key important thing, here, for example. So let's say it's a chemical industry, so they say, okay, yield is very important for us, for something like that, or something like that. So we identify what is uh, the most critical, top 3 critical areas for them, and then we can create, give them a kind of a, we have to, tell them that, okay, here if it is reduced, let's say you have X number of yield, and let's say if yield improves by this, what is the money that you save? That they will be able to understand, and there they should start with a pilot. And once they are successful, they see this, that benefit, they are able to realize that ROI. Then their I think decision making will be, it will be very fast actually. So first pilot should be done only on, I would say, only and only at the very core or very critical areas of the business, and just a small pilot which will just yield them or make them realize that, oh, this is the potential of the digital. And once they do that, then I think they will definitely be convinced, and they will start investing in this actually.
Yeah, one more point is just to add point is when we talk about the digital transformations, as you rightly said in the beginning of the session, it's not only about the software, it's about the processes, and it's about the people, and also it's about the leadership capability
Yeah.
to do the necessary changes. So,
Yes.
Nidalji, what I notice is people are ready to do some investments, but if you don't have a right team to do that job, okay, if they are digital literacy employees in the operations or in the management level, then it will become a problem also. So that is
Yes.
also one of the reason I have seen in my
Yes.
interaction with many manufacturing guys. So they don't have right people to operate it.
Yes.
We did
Yes.
our ERP, MES, WMS in multiple clients. So the one of the challenges they have to consider this as an investment, even for the people, even for the people. So they need
Correct.
to have some decent number of good people, so they can take the whole organizations towards the success.
Correct. I absolutely agree. Absolutely.
Perfect, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
So So what is your key recommendations for next 2025? This is a question I'm asking. Okay. So what is your advice, Nitalji, for next
I would
year?
say, yeah, there's a good. So I would, definitely recommend first thing, even before assessment, also like what you are doing now currently, also is very good thing. You are educating industries on various aspects of digital and supply chain. I mean, my first advice would be to at least understand and listen to come to this kind of platforms. All the industry owners should come to this kind of seminars and webinars. Whether they apply or not, it's a different issue. Let them come to this. So awareness is the first thing, even before the assessment. So my advice to everybody would be to first understand about all these terminologies and what it can deliver, and attend the seminars like what you are organizing. It's a wonderful thing that you are doing. That is the first step, I would say. And also look for so digital is it's a double-edged sword. If you do too early also, it's a problem. If you do too slow also, it's a problem. So I mean, don't get procrastinated by, okay, we will see and we will do it. At right time you have to take a right call, but at the same time you should not delay also. So both the things are very, I mean, they have to find a balance between these two. Not to do something in very hurry also, that okay, I will be like fear of missing out. If I don't do this, my competitors will do this or catch up or something like that. And at the same time, not too late also. When you realize that you have to do this, you are already too late. Actually, it should not also happen, okay, to remain the competitive. So I think manufacturers and industry owners should look for this. They have to always strike the balance between these two. That would be my advice.
Perfect. So I think with that, I take an opportunity to thank you, Nitalji.
Thank
It's
you.
a wonderful lecture. It's really exciting.
Thank
So
you.
theory framework, I think this is something which we noted down. Okay. So we have just maybe it's a coincidence. We have an assessment tool in our solution, in our software and
Okay.
tool strategy. So this is a custom made assessment. So you can
Mm-hmm.
have any framework fit into that, like organizational health index or strategy
Okay.
focused organization. So it's open. So once you have your questions and answers and scoring mechanism, you can do it. Okay. So maybe
Mm-hmm.
we can try to do that.
Yeah,
For the
yeah.
assessment
So
of
we can also explore that. Good idea.
we'll discuss more
Yeah,
and how
sure,
to
sure, sir.
how to do it. And so fantastic lecture.
Thank you,
Great
sir.
to know that your father worked in Panasonic. That is one of the great company. So thank you for bringing quality to the supply chain guys to know how.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
So I take this opportunity to thank on behalf of all participants, organizers to Nitalji. So give him a big hand. So thank you very much. And with that, I like to invite our next guest speaker, Alan Klein. Alan Klein is joining from Nigeria. So thank you, Dr. Alan. Thank you very much. So we are going to talk about medical and FMCG industries in supply chain, especially in Africa. So Alan Klein is going to give us a wonderful lecture on that. So look forward. So let me give you a quick introduction. Alan Klein is a ISO QMS 9001-2015 lead auditor, a teacher at Lagos State Polytechnic, boasts over 10 years of supply chain expertise, and he is renowned for saving millions through exceptional negotiation and strategy planning. He excels in procurement, logistics, inventory management, collaborating with diverse global teams, digital transformations, and also managing the end-to-end supply chain for for any kind of organization. So, welcome, Alan, and thank you very much for joining the session. I hope you have a great day. Okay, so very interesting lecture. Yeah, please, Alan, you can give some briefing about yourself, and then you can start if you are able to hear me. Okay, can you hear me, Alan? Yeah. No, we are. I think you're in mute. If you can see you, I think you're in mute. So why don't we unmute it, please? You're in mute. Can you unmute, please? No, we are unable to hear you. So can you unmute? Yeah. Sorry. Can Deep, can you help me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes. I was supposed to send a
All right.
message to you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Good
and
afternoon
I can see
from
you.
Nigeria.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir. It's a sunny day here in Nigeria, in Africa. It's the season of the Harmattan. I don't know if Nigeria has mainly two weathers, the Harmattan and the rainy season. Currently, we're in the Harmattan season. The Harmattan season is part of the dry season. It usually happens towards November, December, January, maybe ends at the end of January or early February. So we are currently in the Harmattan season. It's quite cold, and it's a nice, but in the afternoon you will have everywhere very hot. Okay, so you're welcome. Thank you very much, Sheikh. Thank you for the introduction. We are looking at, and then thank you for this platform, for this opportunity, because like Nital Zaveri mentioned, it's great to have this kind of platform where people can come and learn. For example, your presentation yesterday was fantastic, and I was asking for the slides. It's going to be quite useful to a whole lot of people. So platforms like this would really, really help. And then you're doing very well for the supply chain industry. It's for the profession, you're doing very fantastically well. And thank you for that, being a supply chain professional as well. So we are delving today into the medical industry, the supply chain in Africa. What is the supply chain of the medical industry in Africa? How is it? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities and innovations? These are some of the things we want to find out. I have limited time to make this presentation, and therefore I'm going to be quite straight to the point and brief, but at least we will be able to get to the meat of the conversation. So medical supply chain industries in Africa. So the content here is introduction of the African continent, medical industries across the African continent, and then the challenges across Africa, the fiscal policy direction across Africa, supply chain challenges, and then fiscal direction across Africa, and then finally the bright side, which is invest in Africa, and then finally as a conclusion. Okay, so as you all know, the African continent is the second largest continent after Asia, with 55 member states or countries of the African Union. So we have what we call AU, African Union, consisting of 55 countries with about 1.4 billion people, with about 2,500 to 3,000 native languages. And even though these are not primarily the official languages, but we have different languages in Africa, over 2,500. Of course, this is excluding the official business communication. And then with a landmass of about 30.37 million kilometers and the GDP per capita of $2,180, which is nominal estimation by 2022. This is taken from Google. It has a 3% growth projection, according to World Bank and IMF, with an inflation to go downward, because Africa has been experiencing inflation year on year, but it is projected that between 2024 to 2025, inflation will plummet downward, according to World Bank 2023 business reports. The major official languages or business languages in Africa, of course, English, holding over 50% or more of the official business communication in Africa, French, followed by French, and then you have Spanish and Portuguese, and then Arabic for the Northern African countries or axis. Access to essential medicines has significantly improved, though, and the resident healthcare market is poised to reach a $260 billion by 2030, inshallah, according to Virginia Economic Development. Sorry, I have a power outage. So, according to the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and a moderate compound annual growth rate, there is a significant medical and laboratory companies, especially indigenous ones, representing different overseas brands. Of course, these indigenous companies go out there, get the exclusivity SLEs or agreements with these companies overseas, and then they represent them here in Africa. A case study is Nigeria. So many overseas companies being represented with different names here in Nigeria. And then with either as suppliers, agents, or franchise holders. You know, the medical industry are liberalized in most African countries, but governments still hold and controls almost everything, including having more of these medical and laboratory establishments like general hospitals, federal medical centers, central labs, and all that, along with other policies and investment. So the government of African countries still hold a huge share, even though the medical industry is liberalized. So meaning it is an all player. You come in and you play, and if you're able to outplay anybody, then you get the profits. However, the government of the day still controls major activities in the medical field. And then the medical industries across the African continent. Africa, of course, we are all aware of this, but we are heavily import dependent. And because of this, we have most of our medical facilities or medical drugs or equipment coming from China, India, and Europe. You have a lot of Africans, especially Nigeria, going to India for medical reasons, and China as well. And then a few, of course, from America. Almost everything, of course, is imported into the African continent, such as nose masks, as simple as needles, syringes, gloves, adhesives, bandages, lens. disinfectant and the rest of it. Although there are those that are currently being done locally, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, Africans, especially Nigeria, a case study, people started developing or innovating by using, creating nose masks and other things to ward off the COVID-19, the pandemic during that period. However, Africa is still being funded because African government are seriously underfunding the healthcare sector, and that is the fact. It is heavily underfunded, and even though this COVID-19 taught us a great lesson, nothing has really changed. We still depend on the funds from the outside, from IMF, from World Health Organizations, and then from America and other parts of the world. During the COVID-19, Africa heavily depended on China, Europe, and America for vaccines, ventilators, and other basic equipment in managing COVID-19 pandemic, the COVID-19 patients. Due to lack of these medical laboratory equipment, Africa lost over 259,000 people as of 2022 to the pandemic, even though this is not to be compared to elsewhere. But however, these were avoidable deaths occasioned by years of decadence and total neglect of the healthcare sectors across Africa. Most spend from their pockets here, that's the truth. And what is the reason? This is because the medical insurance, which we call the HMO here, health management organizations, are just about 5% across Africa, with skyrocketing exchange rates, making medical care too expensive for the majority. So a lot of people spend from the pocket. And then because we also have an unstable exchange rate, meaning you can have a dollar, let's take Nigeria, for example, you can have a dollar, 1,730 naira today, and then in the afternoon, it could be 1,735. So you have a 5 naira. So this continue to make things quite difficult. The currently exchange rate is over 1,700 naira in Nigeria. And then when you were to convert this into dollars, that will be a lot of money. And it's really eating deep into the pockets of so many Africans. Medical industries in Africa, the challenges. In addition, the following has severely worsened medical supply chain in the continent. One is remoteness. Africa has so many hinterlands, villages, where it is almost not connectable. They are not areas you can connect with. And then it's hindering the people there. Little things like malaria is wiping and ravaging such areas. Bad road network, inaccessibility, storage, which is lack of warehousing or cold chain system, and other inventory facility. For example, the cold chain, we have very epileptic power supply in Africa. So if you have a cold chain, of course, you'll power it with an electricity. So you'll probably turn to maybe alternative power supply like solar, inverters, or diesel. And these things are quite expensive. And then there's insecurity. Of course, in Africa, you have one militant or terrorist organization ravaging one part of Africa or the other, and the countries are facing, and it's a big challenge to move goods from one place to another. Theft, people sometimes steal these things, will lay vehicles on the road, containers, and they steal from these guys. Corruption. Yeah, it's a big problem. It's everywhere, but it's a big problem here. Government policies like high tariff exchange rate fluctuations that I mentioned earlier, high tariffs of up to 20%, up to 20%. Of course, we are aware that most African countries are developing nations, and so they depend on taxes, especially those that does not have much natural resources like oil, like petroleum and all that, they depend heavily on taxes, especially import tariffs to finance their national budgets. And so because of this, there is the importation of these medical facilities are burdened by so much tax. Low spending, like I told you earlier, there is 5% or less spending on the healthcare sector across Africa. Technology and electricity, like I mentioned earlier. Of course, if you don't have electricity, technology definitely will be almost out because you need electricity to enjoy technology, business environment, and sustainability. Okay, and then is the fiscal policy direction across Africa. Over 23 years ago, there was the Abuja Declaration, which recommended at least 15% commitment to the medical sector across Africa. And only Cape Verde, as of today, has achieved this target. And Malawi inched closer with a 12% allocated to their healthcare, while Nigeria, Ghana, and other countries are still hovering between 5% or less. Currently, the budget of Nigeria is within 5% or less, and same is Ghana's last budget. In 2021 and to date, Africa spent an average of 5% of its GDP on health, and most depend on external sources, like I mentioned to you earlier, to finance their healthcare sector, like from IMF, World Bank, and from the World Health organizations, and sometimes for the USA, agencies like the non-governmental agencies or foundations. Most spend out of their pockets, with exchange rate fluctuations spiking the cost of medical care. Health, high tariff on import, customs clearance, and documentation issues with delays at the ports also hinder supply chain across Africa, and it's a big problem for the medical industry. For many African countries, tariffs are an important source of government revenue and may be justified to protect emerging industries. Yet, an immediate response to facilitate access to key health products require open markets, temporary tariff, and task cuts could improve access. These are suggestions of how Africa can leverage on the possibility of having a better healthcare. And this is based on the ITC recommendations, their findings and their recommendations. And then continuing the supply chain challenges is remote and bad road network, technology and electricity, cost of doing business. Like I told you, high import tariff and delays. And what are these delays? Let's say you want to register a product registration, or you want to make inroads into Africa with certain products. So what happens after going through the whole stress or gamut of wahala we call here in Nigeria of trying to register? Another problem is paper or documentation, the clearing process. The minimum you can get is about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could last for months. And such delays does not encourage anyone. And because you have a fluctuating exchange rate, so if you intended to come in January and there were some documentation issues and delays, it takes you to sometime in February or March, and then the exchange rate catch up with you, always going higher, and most times never coming down. Like they say here in Nigeria, nothing goes up in Nigeria and never comes down. Except the only thing certain is we go to bed and wake up the next day if Allah allows you. Okay, so storage, warehouse, and cold chain system insecurity, weather conditions. So you have to understand the weather conditions, and that's why I began with the type of weather in Africa. Most African country has 2 seasons, which is the dry season and the rainy seasons. So you have to understand this season, except for South Africa, maybe one other countries, maybe Northern African countries, but especially the core African countries has majorly 2 seasons or 2 weather conditions. And then you have to understand that during rainy seasons, it is quite difficult for supply chain. You know why? The reason is the road network in Africa is bad. And then when it is raining and you have a container load of items, or a cargo moving from one destination to another, because of bad road, you will see erosion, you will see water clogging, and everywhere filled with water. And sometimes the containers slip, they fall, and then there's a big loss. So you have to understand these weather conditions. And then for items requiring cold chain facility, we have weather that can rise especially Southern Africa, about 35 to 40 degree Celsius. And then Northern Africa can rise up to 45 degree Celsius. I'm sure Dr. Sheikh rather understands that in Dubai, what you have in Dubai plays out in Africa, Northern Africa, especially Northern Nigeria, where you have weather conditions rising up to 40 to 45 degree Celsius. And then skills and capabilities are part of the problems. Of course, there is good news. There are good news in this area. Fiscal, monetary, and exchange rate policies and decisions are issues for African countries. Fiscal or monetary policy is that a government can wake up one morning and decide to say, okay, we are, for example, some 2 years ago, in the FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, government woke up in Nigeria to say they want to tax, they want to apply 20% excise tariff on manufactured goods. 20% is a lot for any businessman, but that, people complained and then challenged this with the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, man, challenging this will kill business and then bring about laying off of so many people that the country and the economy is already burdened with so much uncertainty. Any investment, and even if you were in the business already, for example, some companies are divesting and some are departing Africa. Why? Because the exchange rate is no longer stable, and then to source dollar, because most things are dollarized, so to say, in Africa. So sometimes you have to go to the bank to get dollars, and then because of these reasons, it becomes quite difficult. People are getting advantages over manufacturing companies for frivolities. People want to go on holidays and then they get dollars and all that. And then this reduces the dollar out there in the market for people, for businesses to leverage it. And then it's forcing a lot of them to depart the country. Medical industry continues to be a challenge. To facilitate market access, 88 countries, however, has reduced import duties or internal taxes on health products by May 2020 because of the pandemic. Among those are 38 developed and 50 developing economies. Like in Africa, you have Angola, Cameroon, Chad, Tanzania will remain even after the pandemic. This was the report. Has it? No. They were only pushed into taking this decision in 2020 because of what was happening. And then they also needed loans and all that from IMF and from World Bank, and they needed support and funding from World Health Organization. But the moment things seem a bit better, they're back to normal. Imagine in a continent 23 years ago promising 15% allocation to the medical sector is still hovering around or below 5%, only Cape Verde and Malawi. Cape Verde is already at 15% and Malawi is doing 12%. The almighty Nigeria and Ghana and the rest and South Africa are not doing up to that percentage agreed at the Abuja Declaration. So having said that, they are not doing this, they are not doing that. What are the bright sides to investing in Africa? What are the bright sides of supply chain in Africa? Of course, it is not all bad news in Africa. It is not all bad news. Governments across Africa, through the Africa Free Trade agreement is looking to reduce import tariffs for certain medical laboratory equipment and consumables after lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. Records show governments are now allowing more players and suppliers to open up and widen the market. There is more awareness to increase healthcare allocations to bring in more medical equipment to avoid pandemic scenarios and save lives. Because most of the deaths were avoidable if government had taken initiative and, forestalled some of these deaths. Because what they should have done is to increase funding of the medical or the healthcare sector, which has to do with life. I currently work in the medical sector, and so I understand what this is. There is investment in medical infrastructure, road infrastructure, electricity, and technology across Africa, especially in Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, Egypt, Malawi, Cape Verde, and others. Huge investments. Remote parts of Africa are being connected, and people are getting access to urban areas to get medical assistance. And supply chain, because of this road network infrastructure, it is becoming easier to move items from one point to the next. And the goal of supply chain is to make sure that the end-to-end supply chain is to make sure that item gets to the final consumer, so the people in remote places are getting these items as expected. There is commitment also to reduce corruption, with agencies adopting not just naming and shaming now, but systems to forestall corrupt practices, encouraging local players, both indigenous and foreign investors. Investments in technology like 5G, championed by MTN in Nigeria, is a big sign African countries, that African countries, especially in Nigeria, SA, Ghana, are ready for business. E-commerce and retail business is on the rise in Africa, with online transactions bolstered by improved technology, electricity, banking systems, and stronger, stricter, and coordinated cyber crimes fighting agencies and fraud-proof platforms, etc. So these platforms are making it easier for us to transact now. 2 days ago, I transacted with an e-commerce outfit wherein I purchased something through the bank. I never met them before, and then I'm tracking it. It's being shipped. This wasn't happening before in Nigeria, and this is being shipped from another country. So this is now the in thing. It's not happening across Africa, especially Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, and other African countries. Improve awareness of medical supply chain management and requisite skills, capabilities, and capacities. Plenty of training and certification institutions and bodies teaching supply chain and churning out roundly well-trained manpower who are supply chain professionals in different organizations, medical or any other industries in Africa. Africa is a big opportunity for medical investment and for supply chain. And I will say, you are welcome to Africa, and thank you. I would like to move to the next slide, so that I don't know if you have a question, so that because I'm running against time too, so that we can allow all the others to make their presentations as well and ask questions. Dr. Sheikh.
Yeah. So thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. It's very heavy with the numbers. Okay, so can you just summarize how is that going on in very quickly, high level summary? So whatever we just talk about. So that is number one. Okay, so how is that trends going on now currently with African countries at high level, so that we just we learn about it. Then what is next? Okay, so how the Africa in general and Nigeria in particular going to transform next 2 to 3 years? So what is your advice for the companies outside Africa and what are the companies inside Africa. So how is that trend going on as far as the supply chain is concerned, Alan?
Thank you, Sheikh. Currently, like I did mention, Nigeria, as a case study here, moved the percentage allocated in the budget previously about 3 point something percent to about 4% plus. And this is to show that, of course, we are not meeting the 15%, but there is a clear commitment towards that aspect. And African countries with the ECOWAS and other sub-regional bodies now collaborating more like before to ease off trade within. So, and this will aid supply chain. And currently, too, there is technology. There's more investment in technology. There is also electricity improvement. Before in Africa, especially Nigeria, where people weren't having power supply for up to 2-3 hours a day. Today, it has improved. It has improved, and this is aiding. Of course, it will aid cold chains, warehousing, and all that, because you also need all of these for to have a camera, have scanners, and all that. And this is improving supply chain in Nigeria. And then also, like I mentioned, regional collaboration. So, and then there is a drop in the tariff. There is drop in tariff, unlike before when governments across Africa saw tariff as opportunities to fund their national budget. Now they would rather go for IMF later, but reduce imports currently being done. And then also there is gradual encouragement on the HMOs, health management organizations, to improve so that people can key into these opportunities. And like I did say to you on supply chain, more people. There is infrastructural development across African continent. Currently, Nigeria is building, and then there are train railways from one country to the next. This is to encourage interregional trade. And then since this development through all the endemic scenarios, there's so much investment and so much conversation towards ensuring that people has cheaper and quicker attention to medical facilities and opportunities. So I'm certain when it comes to investment here, government is already open to people investing more, especially in Nigeria, because I reside more here in Nigeria. So qualified people. You know why? Because you're already having brain drain in Africa. And what is this brain drain? You're having people rushing to Canada, people rushing to the USA and UK, and these are fantastic doctors. And these guys go there. Some of them become cleaners, some of them are taxi drivers, and some are just like assistant doctors or nurses. So Nigeria is now encouraging people. These guys are, you know, and to better the remuneration for doctors. And then government is now encouraging people to stay back. And so when you come to Nigeria, especially foreign professionals, Nigeria is open. Africa is an open ground. Unlike other continents where there are so much restrictions, here in Africa, it's an open place where businesses are encouraged.
Perfect. So I think you already explained about the infrastructure readiness in African continent. Okay, so it's going on. How about the internet readiness and also the regulatory readiness? So I think they are going hand in hand, and this is one of the most important part where you take it up. Okay, so this will be
Yes,
enablers.
internet is fine. You know, the problem with internet is remoteness. So initially, some 10 years ago, there were a few masts. So because of the remoteness of these places, insecurity to install this mast and all that. Currently, Nigeria is connected to 5G. So it will aid internet connections. And then there are so many, even the current, the Elon Musk internet, what is the name now? It's
Satellite.
in Nigeria. And then I tell you, it's affordable, very, very. And people buy data for as low as 500 naira. So you can actually do a lot of business here. And then, but it just starts, for me, I think it's a big business for a company like Frusi. Like I did mention to you, Nigeria is still banking on Odoo, other ERPs like Sage 300 and SAP. These are expensive, quite expensive ERPs. For a Frusi to come in and you know, Nigeria is quite open because a lot of businesses in Nigeria is still Excel based, and you know, I know that Excel cannot be totally relied upon to run any fantastic business, any accurate forecasting. So, with a Frusi that is, if not better than some of these ERPs in Nigeria, I'm certain the company will make a headway in this in Africa.
Inshallah. So let us hope we'll make that, Alan. Thank you very much, and fantastic explanation, fantastic lecture. And it's really, I want to go back to your session once again and see it. There are so much numbers you have crunched into it. So it's very, very important for everybody to understand and learn. Okay, so I take this as an opportunity. Any final thoughts, Dr. Alan, for supply chain aspirants for 2025? So top three takeaways. What is it you would like to advise?
So I would advise for medical industry, supply chain is a big business. The skill and manpower you seek is in Nigeria, is in Africa as a whole. You have the skill, you have the manpower, and then you have the people committed and ready to work with anyone, any business around. Number two is that you have fiscal policies that are encouraging businesses to come. So the policies of government is to attract more foreign direct investments. So be happy, be ready, and be willing to come to Africa to invest. And then finally, I'll tell you that there is serious infrastructural development across Africa, especially in Nigeria, Ghana, and South Africa, especially Nigeria as a case study. There are so much infrastructure and connectivity. So you can come around, and of course, you know, supply chains thrive with infrastructure. And then I tell you that Nigeria has the population, Africa has a population for you to do business. Whatever business you bring to Africa, you'll get your profit.
Perfect. Great. So with that, I take an opportunity to thank Dr. Alan, who has joined from Nigeria. So thank you very much for a very insightful lecture, and look forward for more from you, Dr. Alan. You keep talking in our lectures, in our events, and then we hear more. Okay, so thank you very much. And any questions raised by the participants, I'll post it to you to answer offline. Okay, so with that, you know,
Okay.
we'll just take to the next guest speaker, Muhammad Sheikh. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. So let us take up this session, and we spend some more time on it. The invisible hands, leadership's pivotal role in supply chain excellence, by Muhammad Sheikh. Okay, so I think we had one session yesterday. So we had emotional intelligence yesterday at in the same. Maybe it's at 6 o'clock. Okay, so it was a good session. Okay, so we really enjoyed it. So now we are talking about leadership. Okay, so that is something. So let me give a quick introduction to Sheikh. Muhammad Sheikh is a technology leader focused on agile transformation, product management, and growth in fintech and e-commerce. He boosts team productivity and drives customer-focused product strategies using change management and AI to enhance efficiency and streamlining operations. So he's excellent. His expertise in product management we have already witnessed in a couple of our lectures, and it's amazing. So over to you, Sheikh Mohammed. So happy to hear you again.
Thank you, sir.
Interesting topic. Role.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and also you can see the presentation.
Yep. You can see my presentation as well, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. So this is I'm Sheikh Mohammed. I'm a freelancer based out of Dubai. Mr. Sheikh Abdul Qadir happened to be my batchmate. We both together studied engineering and we stayed in the same dorm. So our friendship has been more than what, close to 37 years. So that's how we both are, connected to each other. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. So this is a Saturday evening in time. So let's get set go. So I would like to extend my gratitude to Data Labs India Solutions Private Limited for giving me this opportunity to share my wisdom with such a remarkable audience. So a little bit of, context about this talk. Before I get into the context, so a little bit of housekeeping. This content, whatever I'm going to present, is going to be shared with the audience. And let's make this session more interactive and engaging. I don't want this thing to be like a one-way monologue. Please, if you want to speak out, to share your insight, experience, expertise, I'll ask a facilitator to unmute you, and you guys can unmute yourself also. And please come forward and then share your experiences. And then, of course, we have Q&A session at the end also. But I don't want you to wait till the end of the session to ask your questions. You can stop me wherever you feel you can ask me, and then you can share as well. Okay, so that's how a little bit of housekeeping about this talk, and then this is what at a high level what we are going to discuss. I'm going to talk about the context, because context is very, very important. Otherwise, what happens is things will become absolute if you don't put the context in place. So I'm going to put the context. First, I'll explain the context in which we are going to discuss the topics which are listed over here. And then we get into some of the turbulences in supply chain typically. The another, disclaimer here is that we don't have any numbers here. This talk is more about human behaviors. Okay, as a leader, what kind of human behaviors you need to demonstrate to be a successful supply chain leader. Okay, so that's the underlying premise of this talk. So I'm a little bit under weather, so that's why I may cough randomly. So please bear with me. So
No
coming
problem.
to this one, so it's more about human behaviors. So there are no numbers to share here. There are no case studies to share here, but more about what makes you a successful leader in supply chain management. Okay, that's what the crux of this whole thing. So we're going to discuss about snapshot of your turbulences. Then we're going to talk about imperatives in supply chain context and what makes leadership essential in supply chain function as a function, and what are the traits you need under your belt to be a successful leader in supply chain. And then few case studies I'm going to refer here, and we may not go in deep into these case studies because we don't have much time. So I would strongly recommend you guys to do offline research around those case studies. I'm sure you must be aware of those things, but still as a reminder. Then I'm going to compare how is this leadership different from supply chain and IT. Okay, so of course we can compare with many functions, but I took IT and supply chain because there is a lot of overlap between these two functions. So just to give you an idea how the behaviors, I mean, comparative between these two functions. So that's we're going to throw some light around that one. And then a small framework which I'm going to suggest in terms of behaviors, which can help you. And then, which is very, very important, is at the end, a call to action. What is that we need to apply when we go back to our day job as a supply chain leader? And then Q&A and appendix. I've added a few references as well, and you guys can go through those references when you have time. Okay, so that's the content in terms of what we're going to cover. Okay, now let's get into the context. As I said, now watch this slide very carefully. Okay, I guess there are 17 roles. What I did is I have identified what are the different 17 different roles, not 17 particularly. What are the different roles involved in supply chain? Okay, and then what I did, then I started connecting them in terms of collaboration. Okay, so dotted line, occasional collaboration, single solid line, frequent collaboration, maybe once in a month or twice in a month, and double solid lines on a day-to-day basis, stronger collaboration. So if you see here, this gives you the complexity involved in supply chain management in terms of the communication and collaboration. This is where this function brings the beauty of the complexity and then opportunity for leaders to leverage these turbulences, these challenges, and then convert them into opportunities and make them more successful. And you might observe certain rules without any lines as well. So those rules are occasionally, I mean, as and when required, based on the case you are looking at, may have some kind of a collaboration with the rest of the ecosystem of actors involved in the SEM. Okay, so I want to show you this figure because this gives you an idea. For example, if you see freight forwards and then customs and border control agencies, if you see the solid line between these two, so that means these two actors need to act on daily basis probably. Okay, so that's what. And if you see the another example I want to give it here is manufacturer and producers. Now if you see that the maximum number of connections are involved around manufacturer and producers, so leaders around that one need to be aware of what kind of collaboration we need to bring in action to make the goals and the KPIs and the business goals set by the company are achieved. Okay, so this is the diagram which gives you a kind of a collaboration diagram. And one action item I would strongly recommend you for your organization. Uh, Go back to your organization and then do this exercise with your stakeholders. Sit with your stakeholders and do this exercise. You may not have 17 stakeholders or 20. It may come to, based on the context of your business, um, you may come up with your own diagram, and then that gives you a kind of a heat map of collaboration where you need to focus in terms of collaboration and communication. Because why I'm insisting so much, I'll give you a simple example. Let's say there are only two actors. How many channels are there? There is only one channel of communication between these two actors. Now, let's say I add one more actor to this one. So now three channels. One more actor, then it becomes almost six channels, and it goes on. As I add one new actor to this whole ecosystem, the number of the channels of communications are increasing. And that really makes the system more complex and more interesting as well at the same time. So one call to action for you folks, when you go back, do this exercise and see how your collaboration diagram look like. The opening statement for this talk, it's about what is the hidden force that helps organization navigating these turbulences, which we are going to discuss. So it's all about the behavior, the leader's behavior. Your job is to make complex things easier. So there is a saying that it's easy to make things complex. It's very tough to make things simpler. So your job as a leader is to make things easier. It's about turning complicated processes into simple, clear solutions that help your team and organization move forward smoothly. So it's all about you as a leader involving your team and your organization and making things very clear. So let me give you one more metaphor over here. So let's say there are, you might have seen a number of rivers. Um, if you see, let's take a simple example. One river with which is water is very clear, where you can see the bottom of the river. You can see where the rocks, where the alligators, where the risk involved. And if you navigate as a leader into that river, it's very easy because it's a clear water. Now, at the same time, you take a river and with a muddy water. Now, there is the fun. Here is the fun. Here, you don't know where the rocks are, where the alligators are, where the risks are, but still, you need to take your organization, your team forward, move forward, right? So now, how do we do that? So, as a leader, your job is to make this muddy river into a clear river so that your team and your organization can move forward smoothly. So, it's all about your behaviors, which we are going to discuss, your traits, okay, which are going to make this whole function smoothly successful. So here is my favorite slide of the whole talk. This I took it from someone. I'm sorry, I could not remember from whom, and I improvised this one. So success is function of K. If you are a mathematician background, mathematical background, probably you know the function f of k comma p comma t comma ul. And sorry, each of these variables, right? There are independent variables, there are dependent variables. So these are independent variables: knowledge, practice. T stands for talent, UL stands for unlearning. You might have noticed here the P is bigger one. Any idea why P is bigger? Anyone?
Oh, it's very insightful.
Anyone? Other than Sheikh Abdul Qadir?
Hey guys,
Come on.
can you repeat just to make sure?
So relatively, I have given sizes over here for all the four parameters. K stands for knowledge. Okay. P stands for practice. T stands for talent. And UL stands for unlearning.
Unlearning. Perfect. So why the
Okay.
practice is more?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely. You're spot on. So the P stands for practice. So that is where I have kept the size of the P relatively much bigger than the other parameters, than your knowledge, than your talent, than your unlearning capabilities. So it is all about, if you want to be a successful leader in supply chain function, you need to apply what you learn, what works into your context. It is all about applying yourself. Probably the topics which I'm going to cover in the rest of the presentation, probably 60 to 70% of the topics. Okay, so now where is the problem? Why we are not able to 100% successful? The only reason is the way we are applying, the way we are practicing those things is what uh, is the underlying root cause for not achieving 100% success. So, this is a very important slide for the entire talk. I would strongly recommend for you folks to go back and sit with your teams and do this exercise. Oh, what is that we need to do? Okay, from this, not only from my talk, from the other important talks yesterday, today, and tomorrow. There are going to be some more talks as well. So do an exercise. What did we learn? The K part. Okay, what is that we're going to practice it? Okay, what is the existing already what we have as a talent? And what is that we need to unlearn? Okay, unlearning is very important, again, trait or behavior as a leader. Because if you don't keep yourself relevant to the context, you will be thrown out of the window. Okay, so you need to constantly unlearn to learn the new things. So your brain is already full of learning. Okay, when someone says something, oh yeah, I know about this thing, this is not going to work out. So what you're trying to do there is you are validating with your mental model, okay, without looking into the merit what your colleague is saying to you. So it's very important for us to unlearn certain things on a regular basis, and that will create a room in our mental models, and that so that we can bring in the new knowledge and then we can put into practice. Okay, so that's the equation which I want you guys to practice, which I found it very useful even for in my personal professional life. When I put this thing right, this is very helpful. Then let's get into the next topic, a quick snapshot of supply chain turbulences. I have taken, there are a number of course, many turbulences are there. I took only 6 just to demonstrate what kind of challenges we're going to face as a leader. Navigating through global uncertainties, I think many of the previous speakers talked about the trade wars, regional conflicts, and fluctuating tariffs, which disrupt the operations and increasing costs. That's around the global uncertainties. Then moving on to the next one, it's about responding to disruptions, like, for example, production halts, delivery delays, and unplanned expenses, and challenging companies to maintain continuity. Obviously, because of these reasons, right, it will, sorry, so it will really disrupt the continuity. So we need to respond to the disruptions. Third one is dynamic consumer demands. Consumer preferences shift rapidly. These days, if you see in last 5 years, particularly, sorry, the end consumer behaviors have changed very drastically, and this is where the companies are really struggling to match up those consumer preferences in terms of trends, economic conditions, global events, making it difficult to forecast the demand. Earlier, if you look at 10, 15 years before, it was very easy, very smooth. You know, in next 5 years, what is the demand is going to be. Okay, what is the demand going to be in next 10 years? Things were very stable, and things were moving much calmer way, much smoother way. But now in the contemporary world, this is phenomenal. And any company is not able to align with these preferences, changing these preferences, then that company is going to perish at their peril. So out of the six turbulences which I have listed out there, I'll put this one top in terms of consumer preferences. Then balancing cost with sustainability, increasing pressure to adopt sustainable practices. But these often come with higher costs. And then logistical complexities that strain the traditional supply chain models. So we need to keep in mind as a key factor, as a leader, you need to keep an eye on sustainability as well. Moving on to the next two topics, advanced technology, leveraging. Because if you see the manufacturing companies, for example, and their systems, they are not IT guys. They are the end consumers of IT systems, which are built by somebody else. Okay. Now they have many systems to do certain aspects. They have some systems because they have grown in decades. And when you see a company which has grown in decades, and you see their IT systems are full of legacy and number of systems which are integrated and which made the whole thing more complex. Okay, so integrating them to so that they talk to each other seamlessly is another challenge for the leaders. So you need to keep an eye on that one as well. I'm going to throw some light around that one as well in coming slides in call to action as well. And then, of course, talking about talent, I think my previous speaker touched about how the brain drain from Africa to Western countries, how it is really impacting their own growth. So a global shortage of skilled supply chain professionals creates bottleneck in decision making and execution as well. This really impacts your growing demand for new and tech-savvy competencies. So these are 6 turbulences which I have listed out, and we see each one by one how, as a leader, what kind of behaviors you need to put in place. Going back to the mathematical equation, the P, practice. Okay, nothing is rocket science in my talk, except the emphasis on the P. Okay, practice, 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 apply, apply, apply. Okay, so let's look at some next topic into imperatives in terms of complexity, and then risk and disruption and value creation. Now, these are the imperatives as a leader, supply chain leader, into this context, which I have explained. Okay, from a geopolitical tensions to natural disasters, and then global networks, diverse suppliers, and regulatory challenges. I think my previous speaker also spent a lot of time around the regulatory challenges in terms of medical equipment and then manufacturing around that one. So keep these things in mind as a leader. Okay, complexity, risks involved. So when it comes to the risk, I'll give you a simple example. I'm not sure how many of you are 50 plus. If you are around 20 years, there was something called tape recorder. We used to use it for playing the music. Sorry. So that instrument, tape recorder, used to have 2 buttons, forward and rewind as well. So as a leader, you need to have these 2 buttons in your thinking, thought process. So when you press the forward button, you should fast forward next 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. What are the disruptions I can foresee? Okay, and how can I leverage the technology? Okay, risks and disruption as well. So then rewind button, go back, get the data from the past experience, and then collect it, and then again press the forward button. So you need to have these buttons in your brain as a leader to handle these imperatives to be a successful leader. Now, what makes leadership essential in supply chain function? Okay, visionary thinking. So you need to think, align your supply chain strategies with the organizational goals. You cannot have 2 tangent strategies. Okay, visions. So as a leader, your job starts from there, aligning your thinking with your organizational goals. Then, as a leader, you need to influence your suppliers, and then building cross-functional teams across these actors, which I have shown you the second slide, right? In the context of your business. So let's say when you draw the diagram, that collaboration diagram, let's say you got 8 actors in that diagram. So you need to influence that 8 partners, okay, and then create a cross-functional team and constantly collaborate with them based on the context, and then influence them. Influencing skill is very, very important as a leader. And then, of course, as agility, you need to respond quickly to the disruptions. So you need to have a mechanism where your company as a system can respond to the disruptions quickly. Okay, that's where the agility comes into practice. Again, this is the organizational muscle you as a leader need to build. Okay, it's not about you, it is about building the system of your company in terms of behaviors. When I say system, I'm not talking about the IT systems, I'm talking about the human behaviors. For example, let's say you are a VP of particular vertical, and you have, let's say, senior directors, half a dozen senior directors reporting into you. Okay, now how can you make these 6 people or your shadows, okay, your copies or your what you call clones, so that they also respond to the disruptions quickly, so you don't become a bottleneck over there, which I'm going to talk in detail in coming slides around how can we bring in the people focus as a lead. Okay, so what are the core leadership traits we need to be a successful leader? Okay, one, as I said, visionary thinking, emotional intelligence. I think Sheikh sir already referred yesterday. We had a talk around emotional intelligence, and then we're talking about agility and resilience, and then technological acumen and people centrism. This is what the last one which I was talking about, which I go double click in the coming slides. Let's go one by one. So as I said, right, align supply chain objectives with organizational goals. So your job starts from there. Sorry, and then focus on long-term sustainable growth rather than short-term profits. So this is again choice between short-term and long-term benefits. And as a leader, you need to see what is that I need to make a decision. Is it the right thing, right choice? Okay, so you need to put both the things in front of you while you make the decision. Example is I can quote around Amazon's supply chain vision revolutionized the e-commerce logistics globally, phenomenal. And if you go and study their model, there is a lot to learn and unlearn as well. Okay, so you have knowledge A there, and then you have unlearning UL there. Okay, and then you pick these two things and then put it in practice into your function, in your company, in your business, where you are, wherever you are, and probably that's where it will help you to in setting up the strategic direction, which is aligned with the organizational goals as well. This is very, very important because this direction is very important. Whether you are moving at this pace or this pace is slightly a different challenge. But if the direction itself, instead of going in this direction, you are going in this direction, then it is fundamentally there is a big, huge flaw in your strategic direction. So keep that in mind. You as a leader need to make sure things are aligned at the top and then focus on long term and then sustainable growth than the short term profits. Okay, keep those two things. That makes you a visionary leader. Okay, that's one. And moving on to the next one, agility and resilience. Build redundancy, dual sourcing, inventory buffers without costing much to the company. Because many of the supply chain experts say inventory is a liability, right? You cannot have unlimited inventory because I may need it anytime now. Now, the example I can give you is here, the Toyota, the production system, TPS. Oh, wonderful. I'm not sure how many of you read Toyota production system books. There are a number of books out there. And if you see, they're just-in-time manufacturing process. Oh, beautiful. And they do this whole just-in-time thing globally. And sorry, the data point I can give you is around average distance between Toyota production plant and the average distance between the supplier, between Ford and Toyota. Anyone, any guess?
Can you repeat, please?
The distance, average distance between Toyota manufacturing plant and the suppliers of Toyota,
Okay.
average distance between their plants to the
Mhm.
Toyota parent manufacturing unit compared to the Ford.
Okay. So it must be very close compared to the Ford.
It's very, very interesting. I would strongly recommend you guys to do a study on this one as well. On an average, in Toyota case, it's around 30 plus kilometers. When it comes to Ford, it is 100 plus kilometers. So this was the case because what they have done, Toyota production system, they have not optimized their own systems. They have optimized their suppliers also.
It's supply chain. Yeah.
They have educated them. Hey guys, we are following this process. This is beauty, and this is what we have been getting fruits out of this process is putting in place. And they educated their suppliers as well. So they have transformed the entire ecosystem. And that has really helped Toyota to be on the top when it comes to the quality and the other aspects as well. So keep that in mind in terms of how we can build the ecosystems to address these kind of disruptions and be prepared with contingency plans as well. As and when required, you need to have plan B, C, D. Again, as I said, there is no rocket science here. The rocket science here is how good are you in applying those things. Your timing plays a major role. Okay, when you need to make a decision. Okay, that is what you may have a wonderful contingency plans, but if you don't take the action at the right time, probably it may not help the organization. Okay, so have that muscle of agility and resilience in the organization through your leadership. Okay, that's number two. Number three, technology leadership. I'm sure all of you are aware of AI, how AI is really driving the whole technology stack and then business models, how it is transforming the entire ecosystem of industries. Okay, so you need to leverage AI, IoT, Internet of Things, and then blockchain to drive the transparency, efficiency, and innovation. So you need to keep an eye in technology as well. Invest in these digital tools for better decision making and real-time insights. This is very, very important. The real-time insights. what is happening is, I'll give you an example. In 1999, okay, if I ask you how many mobile phones are going to be there in next 5 years, there was no data in 1999. Before, earlier to 1999, for the first time globally, we got to see the smartphone in 1999. So prior to 1999, there was no data. So how can I predict that what next 5 years are going to be? So, so those are the days gone where you take the historical data and then you can forecast the future. Now, those days gone. Now we are into a different kind of dynamics where things are happening, changing in real time. So you need to invest in digital tools, okay, in making the better decision making. It's all about decision making. Okay. Oh, should I do it today or tomorrow? Okay. Now choice between these two. Now what is the data I have? What is the risk involved? Okay. If I take this one today, what are the risks involved? What is the cost involved? How is this impacting my KPIs? So all these questions, right? As human beings, we have our own limitations. We may not probably have all the knowledge as humans, no matter how expert you are in the given function, but still you need to leverage the technology. So I've seen many case studies as well where companies are leveraging these technologies. In coming slides, I'm going to show. In fact, yesterday's speaker, Alexander Bog, right? I'm working with him on one particular experiment. How can we bring in the AI thing into the traditional supply chain management education? So that's something. When I had a conversation with Mr. Alex as well, so we agreed on, and we're working on that one. How can we bring in in the education itself, in the supply chain management, these components where we can make our employees in the organization who are the decision makers, okay, who can leverage these small tools, okay, and then with minimal data, okay, and they can run these tools and then see how it is going to be, like as I said, the fast forward button, and then based on that, as a leader, you can leverage this and make the decision. Okay, so so this is very, very important. As a leader, you need to be at least functional. You may not have hands-on knowledge around these things. That's okay. As a leader, you have so many other things as well. You don't have to be hands-on on these technologies, but at least functionally, what AI can do help us. Okay, what are the use cases in my context? Identify those use cases. Okay, then talk to your IT team leader. Okay, and then have a collaboration, and then see what are the existing tools and how effective and ineffective they are, and then see what delta you can bring in with this new use case and then applying these technologies. So this is another area where you need to focus on as a leader. Then moving on to the next, which is sustainability leadership. It is around environmental, social, and governance principles. We need to embed into our decision making so that we are creating a future focused supply chain. Okay, we are not burning the bridges, right? So rather we need to think about the future as well. So as a leader, there's a lot of responsibility lies on you, on your decision making about the ESG concept. Reducing the carbon footprint, sustainable sourcing and logistics, how Unilever has built their initiatives on sustainability. A lot of case studies are there. You guys can do research around these things to get more insights and then put it in practice. Learning is K is one part. The practice is very, very important. Okay. Then people centric. This is again, as I said, right? Foster collaboration across departments. So you are going to work with number of departments, suppliers, regions, uh, whatnot. So probably 80% of your time is going in collaboration, in communication, in talking to these people. When I spoke to number of leaders in this particular function, all the time, most of their time, 70 to 80% of their time, they spend on this particular aspect, in collaboration, communication, and making things sure that everyone, the entire ecosystem is on the same page. So you need to build people-centric leadership as well. That's what I said, human touch. It's not transactional, it's more human touch. So as a leader, you need to be empathetic to your suppliers, and then your vendors, and then your logistic partners, I mean, whatnot. Okay. And then you need to build strong relationships with them. And those relationships will save you in difficult situations. Okay, so as a leader, you need to have that people-centric leadership capability or competency under your belt, so that you can empower your teams and collaboration happens on a smoother one. Okay, it's very, very important to empower your team so that they become high-performing teams. Okay, so make sure that it's not about the your business KPIs, it's your team building KPIs as well. So it's the combination of these two things will make you as a true leader uh, contributing to the success of the company. Okay, so keep that in mind. And then moving on to the some of the case studies which I have listed out. One is Nike and Myers PNG. You guys can do offline research on these case studies, how these companies have successfully built the supply chains globally, and then what kind of um, practices they have done, what kind of policies, what kind of principles, values they have brought in, collect them, and then bring it into your context and try to apply. Now, next topic is I'm going to compare, as I said in the beginning, I'm going to compare with the IT leadership and supply chain leadership. Okay, so let's quickly see focus areas. What are the focus areas for IT leadership? Managing digital systems, software development, infrastructure, cybersecurity, data integrity, system uptime, and ensuring seamless digital operations, and information flow, code, and data. These are some of the focus areas of IT leader. Now let's look at what are the focus areas of a supply chain leader. Concentrates on managing the physical goods and logistics. including procurement, production, inventory, and distribution. Focuses on supplier relationships, transportation, efficiency, cost management, deals with tangible challenges like material shortages, transport delays, and warehouse management. Look at the spectrum of two different functions when you compare with the IT and then the supply chain leadership. How focus is totally different one. This is something we need to recognize, and because you cannot have the same skill set and same traits to be successful as a supply chain leader and then as a IT leader, because your focus areas are different, your direction is different, your energy goes into different direction, whereas here your energy goes into different direction. So you need to keep that in mind in terms of the differences between focus areas. Then, in terms of metrics and success, IT leaders' metrics include system uptime, network reliability, response time, measure the success of digital transformations, cost reduction IT operations. So those are the KPIs for your IT leadership. Whereas for supply chain, include on-time delivery rate, order accuracy, inventory turnover, carbon footprint, those kind of things. And success is gauged by cost efficiency, the dollars. At the end of the day, it all boils down to the cost efficiency, lead time reduction, and services level improvements. See the difference between these two leaderships. And then obviously the energy here you're going to invest is at a different place with a different frequency, uh, with different magnitude in between when you compare with the IT leadership in different areas. And then in terms of the shared traits between these two leaders, vision, agility, and collaboration. It is there for both the leadership functions, whether you are in IT or in supply chain. Okay, you need to have visionary, which we talked about earlier as well. Forward thinking strategies, fast forward button, and then the rewind button, and the agility in terms of responding quickly to the disruptions, and then collaboration, the diagram which I have shown in the beginning of my talk. So which are common between these two leaderships, IT and your supply chain manager? What are the differences? IT leaders must deeply understand software and digital trends, while supply chain leaders require expertise in logistics and management.
Durrani bhai, I will be away for 10 minutes, so I'll just connect on my mobile. Okay.
Sure.
You can continue. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
So the difference here, you see, the technical acumen, IT leaders must deeply understand software and digital trends, while supply chain, they functionally need a little bit of knowledge, and then, but they need to be leaders. They need to be very well versed with the logistics and manufacturing. That's um, non-negotiable for supply chain leaders. In terms of risk management, IT leaders focus on cybersecurity risks, whereas supply chain leaders manage risks like supplier failures or transportation delays. So that's how these two differences comes in terms of leadership traits. Then examples of leadership in action. IT leadership's example during the pandemic, examples like Zoom, how Zoom has evolved during the global pandemic, right? And in Indian context, how PhonePe, the digital payments platforms have evolved during the pandemic. More that the second example I gave you more specific to Indian context. the Zoom is much more global. So how it has supported global remote work demands. And whereas supply chain leadership, example, Toyota's leadership during the semiconductor shortage exemplifies the supply chain agility, leveraging stronger supplier relationships and just-in-time processes to minimize the disruptions. So those are the examples, different examples in action from the IT and as well as supply chain leadership point of view. And in terms of integration opportunities between IT and supply chain, IT and supply chain leadership will increasingly overlap in areas like automation, data analytics, blockchain. These are some of the areas where they spend a lot of time in terms of integrating their systems, these areas. For example, Walmart's blockchain system improves both supply chain transparency and IT manufacturing robustness, ensuring traceability, and trust between the partners. A small framework which I recommend to folks on the call is around self-assessment. I would strongly recommend you folks to recognize that change begins with you. Okay, before you endeavor onto a journey of transforming your company, your team, first you need to change yourself. Okay, so the change starts with you. Reflect on your leadership style, decision making process, and areas of personal growth to better equip yourself for driving the transformation. So the change starts with you, and then assess the complete supply chain end to end. Identify the strengths to build on, weaknesses to address, and potential risks or opportunities to ensure a comprehensive understanding of your current state. Then align, bridge the gap between the supply chain operations and overarching business goals. Alignment. This is, as we talked about, visionary leadership trait. And then act, which is going back to my equation of P. Move beyond planning, lead by example, take decisive actions, foster collaboration across teams and partners, and inspire others to contribute actively to the shared vision, which I talked about in the previous slides. So this is a small framework. You can put it in practice, doing your own self-assessment, and then assessing your supply chain end-to-end, then aligning your goals, supply chain goals with the organizational business goals, and then act yourself in a decisive way where you take the decisions at the right time. Now, the last item I have for you is the call to action. Embrace leadership role in driving sustainable resilience and innovative supply chains. Sustainability prioritize the carbon neutral logistics, and then ethical sourcing and circular supply chains. Resilience, diversify suppliers and build redundancy to handle disruptions. Innovation, encourage new technologies and practices like we discussed about. Bring those things into practice, the innovation. Okay, lead through empathy and the human touch, which we talked about. Build trust by addressing suppliers and team challenges. And then agility, adapt rapidly to disruptions like COVID and all logistical issues. Collaboration, break silos, and foster transparent partnerships with all the stakeholders which are applicable in your context. Lead through empathy, agility, and collaboration. Think long term to ensure competitive advantage. strategic vision, align supply chain and business goals to anticipate trends, and then future ready investments. So you also need to think about, as I said, fast forward button, you need to think about what are the future investments we need to put in. Okay, what kind of skills we need to develop, what kind of technologies we need to secure the long-term growth. Okay, bring in the Kaizen mindset, continuously improving things on a day-to-day basis. So if I'm a leader, Sheikh is a leader on 21st December, and Sheikh should not be the same leader on 22nd. On 22nd, Sheikh should be the leader on 21st plus Delta. That's the kind of mindset you need to bring in your entire organization. Let's say in your function, there are 100 people who are working in your function. Imagine that the 100 people, if every employee brings that Delta on a day-to-day basis, what they do at work, that's huge. That's huge. That means your organization is growing on a day-to-day basis, improving on day-to-day basis. So keep that in mind in terms of continuous improvement, which will really help your team and your organization. Your team invest in building skilled and adaptable teams, foster a culture of collaboration, innovation, continuous improvement. Equip team members with training programs to upskill and embrace modern supply chain practices. Uh, I think if you have your internal training programs, which are based on conventional, traditional supply chain management, it's time for you to revise it, make it more relevant to the context, and see what kind of changes you can bring in so that your employees are up to date and they are well aware of what is happening around the world. And at the same time, your organization goals align, promote cross-functional collaboration, and then bridge the silos, break the silos, work as one team behavior. We need to bring in the one team behavior and develop strategies for resilience and sustainability. So this is at an organization level. So you need to break the silos and then bring the collaboration on yourself. Leverage the technology, as I said, AI, IoT, and blockchain. Integrate with your legacy systems, which will help you with your foundational legacy systems and the modern aspects of these technologies, which will together will help you in terms of achieving better business goals. Quick recap, we are almost the end of the time. So your leadership is a function of knowledge, practice, talent, and unlearning. This equation is not only applicable to you, but it is applicable for every employee of your organization. So they should look at this equation on a regular basis and then see what kind of changes they need to fine tune within themselves, okay, so that they are positioned for success. Okay, so with this, if you guys have any questions, I mean, I'm happy to take. Okay, and if you want to share anything, we are happy to learn. We have a few more minutes. And closing remarks, we'll come back to the questions. Leadership in supply chains transcends the logistics management. It's about building a seamless, integrated, resilient, and sustainable ecosystem that adapts to the challenges and operates efficiently. Minimal intervention and enabling consistent value delivery on long-term basis. So the system you are building should not be human dependent. Like I have seen in many organizations, when some leader leaves and there is a lot of vacuum there because that person has carried away a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise, a lot of talent along with that person. and that has created a vacuum, and that has impacted the growth and success of the organization. So we don't want to have that kind of a situation. Rather, we want our leaders to create a system which can operate with minimal intervention. Okay. So some references I have put it over here for you folks. You can refer. These are my coordinates. Anyway, this deck will be shared with all the participants. Okay. Let's open the floor for a few minutes. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Sheikh. So Abdul seems to be driving.
Yeah,
This
thank
is
you.
yeah.
Thank you, team. Great session. Thank you, Durani bhai. As usual, it's a wonderful session. Appreciate your time, effort, and support, inshallah. Have a
Thank
great
you.
time.
Thank you. Thank
Take
you.
care. Just catching
Thank
up.
you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, participants. Yeah, Deep, you can proceed with vote of thanks, please.
Yeah. So thank you all for tuning into day 2 of Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. So we had some wonderful sessions today, and all of the videos will be posted pretty soon once the summit is over, most probably in the next week. So we request you to join us tomorrow for the day 3 of the event, and we do have some wonderful sessions lined up tomorrow as well. So thank you all. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.